I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing and oversight hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Wednesday, January 21st, 2026. The time is 2:52 in the afternoon, and we are in room 412 of the Johnny Wilson Building. This hearing is being recorded and will be available on the council's website, www.dccouncil.gov. The subject of today's hearing is teacher and principal retention. The Committee of the Whole has had a hearing on this at least the last couple of years. The purpose of today's public oversight hearing is to hear from the public and expert witnesses on the factors that support or hinder educator retention in both the District of Columbia Public Schools and the District of Columbia Public Charter Schools. Retaining high-quality teachers and principals is critical to student success, not only in terms of academic achievement, but also in fostering students' social and emotional development. A stable and supportive school environment made possible by consistent and experienced educators plays a vital role in improving student outcomes. During the 2024-2025 school year, that is last school year, we saw 79% of DCPS teachers and 72% of public charter school teachers remaining in their schools. While these figures represent progress compared to the previous year, there is still significant room for improvement. The committee remains particularly concerned with several key issues that affect retention, including teacher wellness, working conditions, evaluation systems, access to coaching and professional development, and opportunities for career growth. So 79% for DCPS. I recall that a couple of years ago it was lower than that. We could put it a little differently because we could celebrate 79% sounds pretty good, but that means 21% or roughly 1/5 of teachers leave their schools every year. And when we look at the numbers, we are more interested in the number of teachers who stay at the same school, not stay within the system. Because when we're looking for stability in terms of a school and its teaching force, we want to know that teachers are staying in the same school year after year after year. And there's no question, but there is a correlation between the quality of teaching and the length of experience of a teacher. Same is also true with regard to principals. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. What does that mean? Anyone who is testifying today and doesn't have prepared testimony, we got rid of the trapdoor, so nobody will actually hold on to the next floor for not having their written testimony, but they have 2 weeks to provide their testimony. Anybody who wants to supplement their testimony or anybody who's not testifying today but wishes to submit comments, you have 2 weeks before we close the record and then file the record. So 5 p.m. Wednesday, February 4th. I see at least one colleague, and so I'll recognize Councilmember Nadeau in case you have an opening statement.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'm here today to show my unwavering and unequivocal support for our educators in the district. The contributions of our teachers and principals are invaluable as we work to provide a more just and equitable education for all our students. When our educators do not receive the support they require, turnover rates for teachers and principals rise. Student attendance declines, and we fall short in preparing our youth for adulthood, causing ripple effects and far-reaching consequences across our city. I want to acknowledge, as you have, that we have made some progress. As of the 2025-26 school year, we've retained 86% of our teachers in the school system and 78% of our teachers remaining at the same school. And that may be a step in the right direction, but we can't be satisfied when over 20% of our educators are leaving their schools every year, especially when we know how profoundly a stable, secure, and productive school environment influences our children. How can we make sure our students are equipped to succeed when the classroom becomes a revolving door from one year to the next? High turnover disrupts the learning environment and leads to lower student achievement, and schools with a stable teaching staff tend to outperform those with frequent turnover. Similarly, the impact of principal turnover on school performance is significant. High principal turnover is linked to lower student achievement and perhaps unsurprisingly increased teacher turnover. As the mom of two young girls, I know firsthand the importance of our educators to student success, and we have to give them the tools they need to show up every day, to in turn give our children the tools they need to thrive every day. A growing and successful district, a district that fights truancy, prevents crime, fills district jobs with district residents, begins in the classroom. It begins with the success of each and every student, and the success of every student begins with our educators. Teachers and principal retention must be our top priority, and that starts by listening to our educators and hearing how we can best support them with the resources we have at our disposal. So today, to our advocates and educators, I hear you. I'm looking forward to your testimony. I'm here to support your asks, like prioritizing educator wellness, paid mental health days, and flexible scheduling, because when our educators thrive personally and professionally, our students do too. There's still a lot of work to be done. I'm looking forward to hearing the testimony today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for convening us.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. So the way we've organized this hearing, we have something like 85 witnesses. We are going to hear from two panels, expert panels that we have scheduled for the beginning of the hearing, and then we will go in and turn to the remainder of the public witnesses. So Laura Maestas, who is CEO of DC Prep Public Charter Schools, Elise Pass, who is research professor at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, and Catherine Peretti, who is City Schools Collaborative Executive Director. So I believe one of the three of you is online. Ms. Maestas, you are first. Nice to see you again.
Thank you for letting me be here. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of his team. I'm Laura Maestas, and I'm the CEO of DC Prep, public charter school network that serves more than 2,100 preschool through 8th grade students in wards 5, 7, and 8. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony about the important challenge facing all of us, keeping great teachers and leaders in the profession. At DC Prep, we've been working on staff retention for many years. Based on years of feedback from our team and research on employee engagement, we believe that three things really matter: competitive, transparent compensation, differentiated development, and fulfilling work experience. In my time with you, I will share a peek into the work that we're doing in these three areas and where I believe that the council can help. First, competitive, transparent compensation. Our teachers and school leaders work very hard, and we are committed to paying them competitively in a very high cost region. That's important. Recent market research indicates that particularly for younger teachers, salary is one of the top factors that shapes their decision about whether and where to teach. As the council considers the upcoming budget, I urge you to bake last year's workforce development grants into the UPSFF and ensure that all public school students, both district and charter, are funded equitably. In a city where half of all students attend charter schools, we should invest equally in all public school students. And the only way to do that is by ensuring that all education funding flows through the UPSFF. DC Prep's second focus is on differentiated development. Teachers and leaders who come to work at DC Prep are committed to their profession. They want to continue to learn and grow in service of our students. Here are two unique ways in which we are trying to support teacher and leader development. First, our junior teacher program. When we received ESSER funding, one of the innovations that we pursued was with that funding to aid in school recovery was to hire a handful of high potential teachers with no teaching experience. Rather than hiring them and expecting them to step into the role fully, we matched them up with some of our strongest veteran teachers. Our junior teachers spend the year supporting the veteran teachers' classrooms, providing small group tutoring, leading some whole class instruction, and soaking up all the things that they see their mentor teachers do to build strong classroom culture and drive academic outcomes. At the end of the year, we have offered full-time teaching roles to the vast majority of our junior teachers. This program has had several important benefits. First, it has resulted in very strong student outcomes in those classes. Second, it has strengthened our teacher pipeline. Despite having much less teaching experience than a typical new hire, our junior teachers have generally outperformed other new to DC Prep teachers. Third, it has helped to retain our veteran teachers, and this matters a lot. These are the teachers who are driving the most significant student learning gains, and it is essential that we retain them. With funding, this is a strategy that other schools could use. It works. It's a strategy we would like to continue to use at DC Prep. The question will be whether we have available funding to allocate to this. Second, principled, oh, I'm so far over time. Yep, keep going.
Keep
Okay.
going.
Okay, I'll be quick. Second, principal development. There is a lot of research on the positive impact that principal retention has on teacher retention. So at DC Prep, we're working hard to grow and retain our principals. As you know, the principal role is one of the most challenging knowledge, skills, emotional load, hours that exists in a school system. And so we're very focused on helping principals to feel that that role is possible. In my written testimony, I share information on the types of support that we provide principals. If you were to poll principals across the country, they would tell you that this is a lot of support, but it still doesn't make the principal role easy. We have found that as people build skill in their role, the role becomes more manageable and they feel more successful. This helps to retain people. So we are betting that if we can make principals feel supported and that they are growing, that they will stay. If the council wanted to make it easier for principals to stay in the work longer, I would urge you to think about the pace of change. Between the council, the State Board of Ed, OSSE, and PCSB, there are many smart, well-intentioned, values-aligned people who are shaping the education context in which schools work. And the priorities that they are setting are ones that I imagine most school leaders would agree with. But principals can only focus on so many priorities at once without jeopardizing their ability to do any of them well. Principals need to believe that it is possible to be successful in the role, and that means being clear about priorities. DC Prep's third focus area is fulfilling work experience. This is the hardest one, as fulfilling work experience means something very different to different people. But here are some of the ways in which we are trying to focus on providing a fulfilling work experience. First, and most importantly, we try to plan with and not for our staff. We find many ways to gather their input in our decision-making. Each quarter, we administer staff surveys, which we use to help shape quarterly priority plans and our annual plan for the following year. We get staff input on our annual planning process and conduct listening sessions as we refine the specifics of our plan. Finally, we are trying to do more to celebrate the impact of our team's work. Teachers and leaders do this work because they want to have an impact. We see so many ways in which they are having an impact, and so we are working to create more opportunities to celebrate what is working and to honor our teachers and leaders for their good work. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today and for your leadership in supporting our schools.
Thank you, Ms. Maestas. I was reminded the clock is going up. Now, we have these two panels at the beginning so that you have a little bit longer. And if you plan on testifying for like 30, 35 minutes, probably you're going to hear us falling asleep, but you have a little bit extra time, but it was counting up. So when you saw whatever it was, 3, it was not 3 minutes over your time. Elise Pass.
Good afternoon. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I appreciate the invitation to testify at this teacher and principal retention hearing. I am a research professor at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health and have a PhD and master's degree in school psychology. For nearly 2 decades, a significant portion of my research has focused on the effectiveness, key components of, and costs of coaching teachers, as well as teacher efficacy, burnout, and stress. My testimony focuses on the features of effective coaching models, the importance of communication for facilitating effective coaching, and applications to group-based teacher professional development. I must first state that teacher turnover is multifaceted and that organizational structures, including workload, pay, leadership, communication, and teacher autonomy and voice in decision-making are key to retention. However, in addition, one's preparation for an efficacy in a role, opportunities for meaningful development, and autonomy and voice are also important factors for employee retention, and these are areas that can be improved by effective coaching at any stage of one's career. Effective coaching models utilize a structured and data-based process to identify areas of teacher strength and growth and make plans for implementing new practices. These models include at least 5 stages: an opening meeting to set expectations, establish a relationship, and gather teacher input, a data collection process, visual data sharing and discussion, articulating goals and a specific plan to attain those goals, and finally, an ongoing monitoring process. A trusting and collaborative coach-teacher relationship is the foundation for coaching that results in teachers' identification and implementation of enhanced classroom practices. This is facilitated by a collaborative approach and coach communication that empowers teachers rather than an expert coach telling a teacher what to do. Sharing expertise is only effective if someone acts on that expertise. As we have all likely experienced, excellent advice and ideas are often not acted upon. Perhaps you've experienced it as a supervisor at work, a parent at home, or as a patient whose doctor told you to engage in a health behavior change that you did not follow through with. How coaches share their expertise is critical. Motivational interviewing is an evidence-based communication technique that empowers others to make behavioral or practice changes. It has been studied in counseling, education, and medicine, to name a few fields. The main assumptions of motivational interviewing and teacher coaching are: 1, that the teacher is the expert on their classroom and practices. 2, the coach's role is to help guide a teacher toward a change, not to dictate the change. 3, advice should only be provided when asked for or when the coach is given permission to share. And 4, that ambivalence to change is expected and can be worked through collaboratively. Coaches using motivational interviewing take the time to hear the teacher's own assessment of their classroom, areas they want to improve, and strategies they have tried in the past. They ask open-ended questions, which facilitate more teacher engagement and leadership in the conversation. When they share data, they seek input on how that data resonates and ask the teacher to identify areas that they are most interested in pursuing. Coaches ask the teacher about how important it is to implement any identified practices during planning, how confident they are in that they can succeed, and any barriers to implementation that the teacher anticipates. This is all done in a supportive and non-judgmental manner. My final assertion is that all professional development should be designed to embody these assumptions. Teachers should provide input on their professional development needs and have space within allocated professional development time to select tailored topics of need and interest. Professional development sessions should be collaborative and engaging and not just an expert talking. Seeking teacher input and engagement during professional development communicates that their expertise is valued, which will spur engagement. Professional development should model high leverage instructional practices that we want to see teachers implement in their classroom, including providing many opportunities to respond and embedding activities that support critical thinking and growth. Seeking teacher input and acting upon it demonstrates the school and the district's valuing of teachers, which is linked to well-being and satisfaction. Active teacher-led professional development environments can deepen teacher connections with one another, which is another factor linked to job satisfaction, well-being, and retention. These critical features of centering on teacher voice, utilizing database stage coaching processes, communicating to empower teachers, and providing tailored professional development opportunities can improve teacher efficacy, stress and burnout, improve teacher practices, and create more connected relationships between adults in the school building. As teachers' skills are enhanced, they become more likely to experience success in the classroom, which further diminishes teacher stress and burnout. The DC public schools and charter schools can incorporate these features into existing coaching and professional development structures as part of their retention efforts. Thank you for having me here today.
Thank you for being here and thank you for your testimony. And Catherine Peretti.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Fruman, members of the committee. My name is Kat Peretti, and I serve as the Executive Director of City Schools Collaborative, formerly City Tutor DC. City Schools Collaborative leads DC's efforts to expand high-impact tutoring and strategic staffing models across more than 100 of our public schools, helping thousands of students accelerate learning and improve academic performance each year. I'm here today to share some considerations for the council on the role and value of high-impact tutoring to improve the experience of our teachers and school leaders in the district. For 5 years, we have worked to test, scale, and expand quality high-impact tutoring programs. Last year, students who received 900 plus minutes of tutoring in math gained the equivalent of 3 months of learning. We know it improves student outcomes, and we've also learned the value it can have on the core infrastructure of our educator workforce. Importantly, tutors don't have to come from external third-party providers, and we have seen and supported paraprofessionals, junior teachers, residents, and aides already on school teams to serve as tutors. This type of staff-led tutoring can be a boon to teacher retention. I'd like to share 3 core opportunities of high-impact tutoring most relevant to the experience, retention, and quality of our educator workforce. HIT, the acronym for high-impact tutoring, expands instructional teams with intentional cross-role collaboration. Tutors and lead teachers share the responsibility and ownership for the success of student outcomes, reducing the burden on a sole teacher. We've heard from many school leaders since the pandemic that one of the largest challenges teachers are facing in the classroom is the wide breadth of different levels at which students are coming in. Teachers used to face that challenge of navigating 2 to 3 grade level differences in the classroom, and they're now grappling to support students 6 to 8 grade levels apart. Tutors provide teachers with teammates in this work and provide schools with a model for strategic staffing to encourage more team-based approaches. Teachers are happier when they are supported by a broader instructional team that is truly collaborative in service of a shared roster of students. HIT can strengthen and diversify our teacher pipeline by igniting new interest in the education profession. Last year, we launched our Tutor to Teacher Pipeline program with a graduating cohort of 37 tutors. This year, we're expanding our reach to an additional 50, giving them mentorship, resume support, and coaching. Participants in our program have a wide-ranging set of backgrounds. Tutors in the inaugural cohort were 89% BIPOC, with 43% reporting a GED or high school diploma as their highest level of education, and 57% reporting a bachelor or graduate degree. By the end of the program, nearly 3 of every 4 candidates were actively pursuing school-based instructional roles for the following year. HIT also provides paid on-the-job training to upskill talent. Tutors receive exposure to delivering instruction and improving their instructional practice in DC schools while getting paid, sometimes directly by an LEA. They build their content knowledge with training on high-quality instructional materials, or HQIM. They receive the early skills necessary to succeed as new teachers. They share the responsibility of data tracking and grading with their teacher colleagues, and they help cultivate a sense of belonging in students by serving as a new trusted adult in their lives. As we consider the sustainability of the educator workforce and improving the retention, in particular of our early stage educators, I encourage the district to learn from and leverage the experiences of high-impact tutors. By investing in tutoring, we also invest in the next generation of teachers, simultaneously improving student outcomes and ensuring that DC classrooms are led by diverse, skilled, and committed educators. Thank you for your time and for your continued commitment to DC's students. I welcome any of your questions.
Thank you. So there'll be one 10-minute round. Ms. Peretti, I was kind of curious with the teacher pipeline.
Yeah.
So there are about 37, I think you said, who are going on to become educators. But I think for DCPS, at least, we require that teachers have certificates. So these folks still would have a way to go.
Right. So it's a pipeline program. So we meet the tutors where they are, wherever they are in their degree and certification pathways. So one of the incredible additions to DC's sort of portfolio of offerings is the apprenticeship program. So if the tutor has not yet achieved their bachelor's degree, we give them some practical coaching on what can you do to earn that degree? And one of those new offerings is the apprenticeship program that OSSI has.
Okay, I'm going to keep moving because I have less than 10 minutes.
Sure.
So Dr. Pass, I get the value of coaching and I get the value of professional development, but how much a school or an LEA offers can vary. So my question to you is, how much coaching should there be? How much professional development should there be?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. You know, I've been doing randomized trials testing the impacts of coaching for well over a decade. And the coaching models that we're using in terms of time spent by the teachers is anywhere from like 4 to 8 hours in a year. We're not talking about a lot of time per teacher. And the relative cost of that is pretty low because of the time. So from a standpoint of like how much dosage does a teacher need? I mean, of course it will vary. It depends on a wide range of things in terms of, you know, the needs that the teacher identifies, their willingness to engage longer. You know, the broad question of like how much is needed, I guess the question I would give back is for what, right? So I think what we can say is a pretty low dosage, very tailored collaborative coaching model with limited time with the teacher can result in changes in their efficacy and changes in classroom practices, the way that they instruct the classroom. If you're talking about I need a better defined kind of benchmark, and the coaching literature is slightly limited in that space. With the professional development question, I think I would focus less on how much time is needed to meet the demand. The bigger challenge I see with professional development is we have a lot of it. There's a lot of mandated professional development, but often when you talk to teachers, it's felt that that's not meeting actual development needs. It's a lot more about mandates or things that are, new policies, et cetera. And those are all very important, don't get me wrong. But they don't actually often feel like the time that's allocated to professional development is truly growing their skills in the everyday practices that they need to do in the classroom.
I missed the very last part of what you said. So I heard you saying that the challenge with professional development is not so much how much they need, but rather what it is, and that some of it's mandated, which isn't directly useful to them. Was there more to your point? Because I got distracted.
And that it just doesn't always apply to their everyday practice in the classroom. That's it. You caught the gist.
So the challenge that I hear is that teachers are asked to do so much that basically there's no time left in the day. There's no time left in the day for coaching. There's no time left in the day or week for professional development. So going back to the coaching, 4 to 8 hours, I think you said a year, 4 to 8 hours a year. It doesn't sound like very much. When?
No. Right. No,
When?
it's not. It's not very much. So when we do these randomized trials, it will be one school year, and those meetings are spaced across months at a time, but they'll meet for 30 to 45 minutes each time they're with the teacher, spread across months, first to kind of get that feel for their own needs and things that they're interested, their values, collecting some data, sharing the data back, helping them set goals for their classroom, and then they implement it in the classroom and then come back for some follow-up. And so that will spread across, call it 4 to 6 months of time. But if you think about the actual, when we've calculated the actual time that the teacher is spending with the coach, it's pretty minimal. It's under 8 hours on average.
Is there a difference with the amount of coaching for the teacher at different levels? I'm not sure what levels means, levels of experience, or I guess I mean levels of experience.
Based on my discussions with some of your legislative assistants, yes, I think that probably is what they're talking about. There haven't been great studies specifying like a clear differentiated impact for people at different levels. There have been coaching studies that are specifically focused, like many in-practice coaching models, on early career folks. All of the work that I've done and a lot of the literature that's out there spans the entire career. I think this is really about another mindset shift that, there's nothing bad or negative about being coached. I mean, athletes at the top of their game are getting coached across their entire career. And so, coaching is really this idea of enhancing. And I think that we think about this often for the people who are new and might not know what they're doing. And that is very accurate. Like, we need to support our new people, but we shouldn't be framing it in such a way that only if there's a problem or you're too new to be good at your job that you would get coached. That in and of itself is stigmatizing and doesn't really make that vulnerability that I was talking about that's just so necessary to engage meaningfully in practice change. So all teachers can benefit regardless of the level of their experience and expertise.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to Ms. Maestas. So there were several things you testified to that piqued my curiosity. You said transparent compensation, but then you talked about fully funding the charter sector the same way as the DCPS, that is to the UPSFF. Was there anything else you meant by transparent?
We redesigned our compensation structures around 8 years ago. It was early in my time as CEO. And we got input from our staff about how they wanted to be compensated. And what we heard from them was that they wanted that it to be very clear, like what they were being compensated for. They asked for steps and lanes, similar to a district school. And we make sure that we have information about that available on our internal website and also publicly for all teacher roles. The transparency was just like people want confirmation that like they understand what they're being compensated for and that they're going to be treated fairly relative to their peers.
Okay. And you used the term differentiated development. You gave them the example, which when I visited one of your schools, we talked about, that is the non-educator, your junior teachers. But is there another way that you mean differentiated?
Yes, so we think a lot about differentiating based on trying to get you what you need based on what we're seeing in your classroom. And so we invest in school leaders who have who are responsible for a set of teachers, and we're constantly looking at the data that we see coming out through interim assessments, through the student behavior records that we see, through like the feel of classrooms, so classroom walkthroughs, and then we're trying to figure out like what are the classrooms where teachers need more support, and then we're putting together different members of our team, both at the campus level and at the network level, to figure out how we can really provide a comprehensive set of supports so that students are successful and the teacher is successful. And we're trying to like toggle that level of support up and down based on what we see the classroom needs.
So I've used up most of my time, and the last question is maybe the most important. And you talked about fulfilling work experience. I think that's the biggest challenge. I think that's kind of obvious if somebody understands workplace environments. In fact, we had asked DCPS reasons why teachers leave. And I have in front of me reasons cited by at least 10% of teachers who are planning to leave. The first reason is dissatisfaction with my school leadership or immediate supervisor. And the second, or maybe third, it depends on which year, was dissatisfaction with school environment. So that speaks to why people are leaving. And you talk about the importance of fulfilling work experience. That's really a quality issue. So how do we get quality in our schools? The committee has oversight.
Yeah.
So we would like to see quality in schools. How do we mandate? We pass a law and just say you're only going to have the best of the best?
Well, one of the ways in which you pass laws every year related to getting quality is by funding our schools fully. Some of the ways in which, when I hear from teachers about frustrations, it's because they might have a student that they're having a particularly hard time supporting because of, the range of supports that child needs. And so we want to support all of our students. And so we have to be thinking about, one, making sure that we have roles allocated to address different needs within the school, that we are supporting those people who are responsible for those outcomes to do them well, and that we're carrying through on what we've said that we will provide. And when we do that, that tends to, teachers, the vast majority of teachers that I interact with are incredibly reasonable people, and they want to see that we see the problems, that we have a plan to address the problems, and that we're doing something about it. And when we do that well, then teachers tend to respond and partner with us, even when things are not perfect. And within a school, when you have that many humans in a building, like nothing's ever perfect. But I think it's about like showing that our plan reflects teacher input, and executing on that very consistently.
So I'm thinking of it a little bit differently, and I'm going over my time, but I think this is really important. So I'm thinking we want an inspiring school leader, inspiring and supportive, but that's a quality. And I don't think you can legislate that. And I think the finding of that leader, the hiring of that leader is subjective. And so how do we make that happen? And then if you have an inspiring leader, maybe they are good at hiring inspiring, confident educators, whatever level of experience they will grow. How do we make that happen?
I think what I would say is building relationships is incredibly important. And I think that's one aspect of inspiration, but I don't think it's the only aspect of inspiration. And so what we do when we think about coaching and developing our principals and kind of managing them throughout the year is we're always talking about like both adaptive leadership. So like, how do you see and hear where people are and what is important to them and like kind of address it? And sometimes you say, I hear that that's really important to you. We're not going to be able to do that for XYZ reasons, right? And I think most most people respect that. Other times you're saying like, I hear you, we're going to make XYZ changes because we hear that that's really important and we can do that. So adaptive leadership is incredibly important, and that's an explicit aspect of our coaching model. And there are so many other aspects that people, I think, find inspiring, which is around like, do you do the things that you say that you're going to do, right? So many of what it comes down to, I think, is about trust, and trust is about competency. It's about knowing that you are seen and valued. It's about like delivering on the things that you've committed to, and that is not just about. It is not as ambiguous and amorphous as it can sound like when you start to break it down into the pieces and make sure that you have systems developed to like deliver on what you're committing to do for your staff.
I'm over my time, so let me turn to colleagues. Councilmember Nadeau, do you have any questions?
Not at this time, Chairman. Thank you so much to this panel.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson, and thanks for having this hearing. I have to say that when I look at the data, and there's new data that's out just yesterday, I believe, it's very positive. And this has been an issue that has been important to me, brought to my attention by people in this room and all of the advocacy that's been done. And it does feel like enormous progress is being made in this space. And I think we should pat ourselves on the back for that. It also strikes me that the themes that come across, which are having teachers feel empowered and a partner in the process of educating, is key. Coaching folks and giving them support, which I loved the reference to professional athletes are coached, the highest level professional athletes are coached. I mean, sometimes the hardest thing is to accept help, and that kind of reference, I think, really helps. But we're hearing repeatedly about the importance of coaching, the importance of the work environment, the importance through tutoring of helping the kids so that the teachers can be meeting kids at a similar level and taking pressure off the teachers. All of these things, when you hear them, you think, oh yeah, I always knew that. But we didn't always know that. And we have made real changes to get to progress. There is plenty more to do, but progress. So, Ms. Mistis, I'm curious, at DC Prep, you have 6 campuses, and I'm curious what it looks like in terms of teacher and principal retention on your 6 campuses. What sort of levels are you at?
I'd be happy to follow up with more specifics, but I would say when you look at regrettable attrition, I think that we have made tremendous gains over the last few years in terms of being able to retain and sustain teachers and leaders, particularly keeping our teachers and growing them into leadership roles. We very rarely hire from outside for our leaders, which I think is a testament to the work that we do both to grow and retain our teachers over time.
So among the things that we hear about teacher wellness and taking affirmative steps to have a sense of wellness among teachers, what kinds of things does DC Prep do? Do you think, how important is that to you in your effort to retain teachers in your system?
I think like what the chairman was just saying a minute ago, what wellness means, I think, is different to different people, right? And so I would just first acknowledge that. I think some of the things that we do, and this will not be a comprehensive list, but some of the things that we do at DC Prep is we're thinking a lot about how we support teachers to feel like they're having an impact in their classrooms, right? Nobody wants to show up and do something every day if they're not good at it, right? If they don't feel successful and if they don't feel valued. And so I would say a number one thing that we're doing is we're trying to help teachers to feel and be successful. And we do that through, I could go into a lot of depth around the coaching work that we do and the way that we're thinking about supporting them throughout the year with growing in their ability to do that work well and making sure that they have the right set of resources and supports from colleagues ranging from, we also have like in-house tutoring programs in addition to the junior teacher program. We have a number of experts on the team who support the students' social emotional wellness. So those are, I think, are really important supports to teachers. Other ways that we try to think about wellness is around how we think about the time that teachers have to be able to take care of their own lives, like outside of work. So we have a Wellness Wednesday every month, so that way, instead of having, normally we have professional development every Wednesday afternoon. Once a month, instead, teachers can leave right after the end of the school day, and they have like basically from 2 p.m. on to be able to take care of appointments or deal with other life needs. Other ways that we think about wellness is through celebration and recognition. And so we think about how, I'm going on for a long time.
Finish your thought. Because
Yeah.
it's an illustration, like these are
Yeah.
things that people are talking about for all different places. So
Yeah.
to hear you talk about it as the CEO
Yeah.
of a 6-campus LEA is important, and lead by example. So, but I will stop you and ask about two specific things. One,
Yeah.
a different thing is planning. How do you deal with planning, and how do you deal with substitutes? So, how do those things fit into what you try to do at DC Prep?
Yeah, those are both really important. So in terms of planning, one of the things that we do is coaches. Sometimes it is a coach in your building, and sometimes it's a cross-network coach who supports with planning through every week. They have collaborative planning time, and what they're doing, there's both individual, teachers have daily time to do individual planning, but then there's also a meeting where teachers are getting together with a leader and they're talking about the data for their classroom, and they're figuring out, okay, based on where students are right now, what do I need to do tomorrow and the day after and the day after in order to adjust instruction to meet the needs of students, right? So that's one of the ways in which we're thinking about supporting teachers with planning. Next year, we're also going to be moving for the first time in our history to a boxed curriculum. So we'll be rolling out Amplify, which is an ELA curriculum. And we're thinking a lot about how that will support our teachers to have more comprehensive materials to be able to draw from to ease their planning. That way, instead of like building the materials, they'll be able to think about how to use those materials and curate them for their students. So it's going to be more around like, how do I apply these to kids versus what do I build? You asked a second question, which is substitutes. So during the pandemic, so before the pandemic, we worked with Scoot and what's the name of the other one? I'm going to forget the name of the other sub agency, but we used external sub agencies. During the pandemic, right after the pandemic, you like couldn't hire a sub through one of the external agencies. And so we created our own like in-house sub positions. And that was really helpful because the substitutes understood our students, had relationships with the other teachers, with the children, with the families, and they were available kind of every day. We have continued that practice. We've put budget towards it. So every school has 2 full-time subs. And then they also have like a sub budget so that way, if you have more than 2 teachers who are out on a particular day, they have a sub budget to be able to hire from one of the external agencies. And we've worked very closely with those sub agencies to norm on expectations.
All right. Well, I mean, super, super helpful. And I'm glad you took your time going through it. I think you could give your testimony to Empower Ed, and they could then put that on top of it. Because I mean, I'm hearing the same thing from different advocates, and it's really useful to hear the confirmation that these are the approaches that you are finding are successful inside of your LEA. Ms. Peretti, on high impact tutoring, super important. Thank you for all of the work that you do. One of the things, like in going back, in terms of what should happen inside of the schools, I don't know. I'm not in that world, but it's our job, I think, to create the infrastructure so you can do the things that you think need to get done. So I hear you on the funding, and that falls to us, and then to make sure that things are happening and we're making progress. On high impact tutoring, clearly has had a big impact. Curious how it's funded. Is it funded by the LEA? Is it funded by outside entities? Is it funded by OSSI? How does that fit into this infrastructure issue?
Councilmember Fruman, first, thank you for the kind words. And the answer to the funding question is both and all. My organization actively raises money from national philanthropy, from local philanthropy to support our schools. OSSI, in terms of the council's role, there was $3 million in one-time funding in last year's budget that stands to go away. And that is money that goes directly to the LEAs. So if I were to direct that question to Laura, she's braiding funds from OSSI, from City Schools Collaborative to support her junior teacher program, and probably allocating some of her title funds and per pupil funds to support that programming now that ESSER has sunset. So in the most robust, full-time tutoring programs like the junior teachers are, it's probably a mix of funding sources. But in terms of council's role, I would urge you to look at that $3 million for OSSI to see if there's some way to replace it in this year's budget to keep it going for some of these programs that have really made DC into a national model for high impact tutoring.
All right, well, thank you. I'm about to run out of, I've run out of time, but I do think we need to have a focus on equity and making sure that it isn't just squeaky wheels that are getting these services, but that the services get to the places where the needs are the highest. So thank you for that. Thank you to this panel for your testimony.
Thank you, Councilmember. I had two follow-up questions. So, Ms. Maestas, you said every school in your LEA has 2 substitute teachers on their payroll, and then in addition, a small amount of money to be able to hire if they need additional?
Yes, and we add to that pot depending on if the school might have a teacher who's out on a long-term leave, then we know that they're going to need more access to sub-resources. So we try to adjust how much additional money is in their pot to meet that need.
In your testimony, I have your written statement, but you departed from it a little or added to it a little and said something about between the council and I forget who else, the state board, and maybe it was OSSI, I think it was pretty much everybody we could think of, that we come up with changing priorities. Can you give some specific examples?
So I would say when you think about all of the hearings that we have over the course of the year, there's academic outcomes, there's teacher retention, there's chronic absenteeism, there's work that PCSB is doing around, how every school's data is presented on the website. There are a million different things. All of them are valuable, right? And we can all agree that all of those components fit together to create great schools. And there's only so many things that a school leader can keep most top of mind all the time. And so I think even just understanding the things that are most important to the council, it helps to create a lot of clarity in terms of what we are emphasizing in our schools.
I probably took all that the wrong way because I got stuck on all the oversight hearings we're having. But we like oversight.
We do too. I'm sorry for interrupting.
That was perfectly fine. There are some schools that are doing better. There's some LEAs that are doing better than others. So we haven't had a hearing on DC Prep and why it is you're not doing more with this or that or something else. But there's some LEAs that aren't doing so well with academic achievement. There are some schools, I'm thinking in DCPS, that are just horrible with regard to attendance. And so we have to have oversight hearings. I don't know a way around that. But I think in terms of legislating, the council has not been yanking you around.
I believe that we are responsible for reporting on many different priorities to many different agencies. And the more that we could be clear about which of those is most important, I think there's value in that.
We do have legislation pending, having just said that we don't legislate, that we oversight. We do have legislation pending to try to streamline some of the reporting requirements. Now we're focusing on agencies like DCPS or OSSI, but some of the reporting you have to do is because OSSI needs to report it to us. So if you have ideas there, you should let us know where you think there's some reporting that's not useful.
I'd be glad to. Thank you.
Okay. I think I'll leave it there. Thank you, both of you, for being here in person, and Dr. Paz, thank you for being here as well. So you
Thank you
all
for
are
having me.
excused. I'm going to turn to the next group,
Thank
which
you.
is our principal panel. Jake Lappy, who's DC, is an instructional superintendent in the DC Public School System. Makia Love, who is chief of schools at KIPP DC. Robert Bees, who is professor of management and founder of Georgetown University, and Erica Beal, who is school leader, executive director of School Leader Lab. Looks like all of you are here. We love people who are in person. Mr. Lappy, is it pronounced Lappy? You are up first. Good afternoon. Turn your microphone on, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members and staff and fellow panel, some of my favorite people in education here. My name is Jake Lappy, and I currently serve as the DCPS Instructional Superintendent for Cluster 2, comprised of 12 elementary schools and education campuses across wards 5, 6, 7, and 8. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My testimony will highlight the robust leadership pipeline within DCPS that I am proud to be a part of. I started out as a high school special education teacher in North Carolina. My principal saw opportunities for me to lead, and I eventually became an assistant principal through leadership pipeline programs there in Charlotte. After moving to DC to be closer to family, I served as a principal at a charter school in Ward 8 for 3 years. In 2016, I participated in the Executive Masters in Leadership program at Georgetown, where I worked closely with DCPS educators and staff who inspired me to join DCPS. Some of those folks I still work with closely today. My DCPS journey began at J.C. Knoll Elementary School in Ward 7, where I served as principal for 4 years. Teacher and school leader retention played a critical role during my principalship at Knoll, which took place before, during, and after the pandemic. Despite the challenging times, we achieved the highest year-over-year reading growth among DCPS elementary schools during the pandemic and significantly improved math performance, attendance, and early childhood education quality, in large part due to our ability to retain and develop our incredible educators. Our assistant principal went through several leadership programs within DCPS, and when I moved to Central, she had the opportunity to become a principal and carry on the work that we had started together to take it to the next level. The next phase of my school leadership journey relates directly to principal recruitment and retention. I was honored to serve as the Deputy Chief of School Leader Recruitment, Selection, and Development at DCPS. In this role, I oversaw strategic initiatives to strengthen the school leadership pipeline, ensuring that we had a reserve of highly qualified assistant principals in place to step into the role of principal as needed, to minimize disruption, and to prepare the next wave of school leaders to be successful in that role. When recruiting school leaders, the goal is to find people who will not only provide stability, but who will also take accountability for outcomes. We've seen numerous assistant principals successfully transition to the role of principal at their current school or a new school, preserving school culture, high expectations, relationships, and traditions. I am proud of our work, which resulted in hiring and placing 44 principals within DCPS during my time as deputy chief. This gave me the unique opportunity to observe over 40 different school communities who were transitioning to a new school leader. These experiences inform my current work as an instructional superintendent, where I support the principals of 12 elementary schools and education campuses. I have been in the shoes of my principals. The schools in my cluster are like those I led. I often remind principals that they set the culture for staff retention. Our aim is to retain every educator who is capable of excellence and is aligned with our school and district vision. To help identify those types of educators, I assist principals in setting a culture in which we can observe how teachers respond to both high expectations and support. This enables us to highlight those who consistently show up for our kids. It is our job as school leaders to give these teachers all the attention and support we can to retain them. The systems we have in place at DCPS help us to recruit, transition, and retain excellent school leaders. I am honored to have been a part of the leadership pathways and have had the chance to help shape them, and in order to build stronger schools across the city. Thank you for your time and attention to this important matter. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lappy. Makia Love?
Hello. Good afternoon, Councilmember Fruman and Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee and staff. My name is Makia Love, and I'm the Chief of Schools at KIPP DC. I support school leaders, teachers, and instructional teams across our network. KIPP DC is the educational home to nearly 7,400 students and 1,200 teachers, staff, and leaders. Thank you for this opportunity to testify and participate in this panel on the important topic of teacher and principal retention. Retention is fundamental to our ability to ensure students are academically successful. When teachers and principals stay, students benefit from stability, stronger relationships, and more effective instruction. High turnover disrupts learning, it weakens school culture. At KIPP DC, there are 3 core strategies that we've been focusing on I'd like to share about today. The first is educator agency. It matters. Teachers stay, principals stay when they feel trusted as professionals and have opportunities to meaningfully contribute to their school communities. Our teachers and principals too, crucial parts of our curricular implementation teams. We've adopted several new research-based curriculums to drive achievement in the last few years. So they pilot new instructional materials, they provide critical feedback that drives our final purchasing and pedagogical decisions. We offer formal pathways for teachers and leaders to influence KIPP DC strategy. So for example, we have recruitment chairs and equity fellows that receive stipends to contribute their frontline perspectives and efforts to our student recruitment and DEI initiatives across our schools and our headquarters. Lastly, through our Golden Opportunity Grants, we provide direct funding to staff to pilot their own big ideas. It's like an innovation hub, if you will. This grant program transformed teachers into social entrepreneurs, giving them the resources to design and implement a solution to a challenge or an opportunity that they might see that would help our students and our families thrive. And these are often connected to our bigger regional priorities. Professional development must be intentional. Educators need protected time to reflect, collaborate, and grow in addition to teach. We build this into our system through 6 development and wellness days each year, along with ongoing coaching and development and targeted PD rooted in equitable, student-centered practices. We create structured opportunities for teachers to pilot instructional approaches with the guardrails, right? Academic guardrails, maintaining alignment to standards and outcomes. This includes like weekly content team meetings, regular classroom observations and school walkthroughs, strong instructional coaching, and collaborative meetings. We also invest in strong pipelines into teaching and leadership through our Capital Teaching Residency and also our Principal in Residence program. Since 2009, our CTR, it's for our teachers, our Capital Teaching Residency has prepared more than 900 teachers for classrooms, not only at KIPP DC, but across DC. And 1/3 of our current principals are alums of the CTR program. Our Principal in Residence program plays a pivotal role in cultivating effective school leadership. This is a 2-year fellowship that allows aspiring principals to gain invaluable experience working along a seasoned leader. So in these 2 years, they hone their ability to demonstrate personal and public leadership, plan and execute strategy, build affirming and safe school cultures, and learn how to lead, develop, and coach management cycles. So by providing mentorship and these practical leadership experiences, along with ongoing coursework, we're preparing future principals to lead our school with vision and effectiveness and positively foster school culture grounded in collaboration and growth. We also prioritize the retention of our principals through ongoing development, coaching, opportunities to participate in like external leadership programs and cohorts. We have a couple in Ms. Beal's programs here, and on-the-ground support. Lastly, recognition is deliberate. Teachers and school leaders need to know their work is valued. Every teacher participates in at least 2 career-focused conversations with their managers each year, and our strongest teachers receive personalized retention plans focused on feedback, leadership opportunities, and classroom resources. Our principals also engage in at least 2 similar conversations each year with their principal manager. On compensation, we've used OSSI investments over the past 5 years to increase our teacher and leader pay scales alongside a comprehensive benefits package. It includes memberships to things like DoorDash, One Medical, specific gyms. In closing, I'm fortunate to work along a talented cohort of principals and teachers. In terms of results, our school leadership retention stands at 93%, and our teacher retention is 83%, which is the highest it's been in a decade outside of that virtual COVID year. I appreciate the committee's focus on coaching, evaluation systems, career pathways, and just continued investment in teacher autonomy, meaningful professional development, and other recognition structures that will strengthen retention across both DCPS and public charter schools. Thank you for your time. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Love. Robert Bees?
Yes,
Did I pronounce your last name correctly?
yes, you did. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members and committee staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Bob Beese, and I'm a professor of management at the McDonough School of Business at Georgetown University, which I've taught since 1990. Much of my research and teaching focuses on justice, leadership, power, and organizational behavior. And over the years, I have taught undergraduate students, MBAs, executive MBAs, and professionals from across sectors. I've created courses in design thinking, imagination and creativity, moral leadership, and power and politics, including courses that originated at Northwestern University and remain part of their curriculum today. But more than anything, I love teaching because of what young people bring into the classroom: curiosity, insight, and a commitment to making the world better. That belief is what brought me into partnership with DC Public Schools. More than a decade ago, then Chancellor Kaya Henderson, who was in the original Executive Master's Leadership Program, EML, and when she became chancellor, she came to me and said, can we create an Executive Master Leadership Program tailored specifically for DC Public School principals? I said, yes, I can. We did. And tailored specifically. We did, and we're launching a program to include aspiring principals, sitting principals, public charter leaders, and a range of school and district-based staff. Since the first program in 2013, we did it for 3 years, and then the last 3 years, we, in 2017 to 2019, it was a public charter school DCPS cohort, which was really great. People learning from each other, because you all are teaching public school students. And so I talked the Executive Master Leadership Program. Also, Georgetown and DCPS have collaborated on continued leadership development opportunities, including Mary Jane Patterson Fellowship, original cohort 2013 to 2018, relaunched the program, now continuing. Leadership and Innovation Program, strategic practices for adaptive and responsive leadership in DC. Across these programs, more than 280 DCPS leaders have participated, some in multiple programs. Currently, this includes 61 principals, 71 assistant principals, instructional superintendents, including this person right here, office chiefs, and other central services staff. What has made these programs so effective is they were co-designed with DCPS. They were not off-the-shelf trainings. They were built around the real work of running a school. I would spend time with the leaders of DCPS talking about what would you need, and we helped create. And that's what we did. And these included topics around leading through crisis, navigating conflict, communicating effectively, understanding power and politics, fostering innovation and inclusion, and creating learning communities that meet the needs of all students. And one of those key aspects is how do you build trust? How do you build trust in your leadership? How do you build trust in the school? How do you build trust with the families in the community? Trust is one of the key aspects of leadership. This partnership, the faculty expertise in Georgetown's education programs also participate in ensuring school-specific expertise guided every position. We had every Georgetown faculty member working with DCPS. This partnership reflects a core belief I teach my students. Leaders cannot and should not lead alone. Leadership requires partnership, collaboration, and trust. I keep coming back to trust. DCPS understands that it's at its core. Over the past almost 13 years working with DCPS leaders, I have been deeply moved by the dedication and mission-driven spirit that brings principals to their work. They are, in every sense, the chief executive officers of the building, responsible for budgets, talent systems, operations, school cultures, and ultimately student learning. From my experience, great principals share several defining qualities. Number one, they have a deep commitment to mission, Great principals care profoundly about their work. They're not motivated by compensation or prestige. They are motivated by the why, creating schools where children thrive and where adults are empowered to change the life trajectory of young people. As one DCPS principal once shared with me, my goal is to change the life trajectory of young people. And that's what she did. That is the work of social justice, changing the life trajectory of young people. And that is the heart of school leadership. Ability to build trust and manage relationships. Schools thrive when principals build trust within their staff, their families, and across the community. Leadership is fundamentally relational. Engaging the community, as I often tell my classes, requires the skills of listening, empathy, and managing relationships with integrity. Openness and collaboration. No principal can do this work alone. Great principals are open-minded and collaborative. They build teams, co-create solutions, and create the conditions where teachers and students can flourish. Continuous learning, creativity, and innovation. Today's school leaders face complex challenges and they must constantly reinvent themselves. The most effective leaders are learners. Those who embrace creativity, adapt to change, remain open to new strategies and perspectives. Georgetown's coursework emphasizes these three leadership muscles: listening, paying attention, being open-minded. And last, with leaders that I've worked with in DCPS, they create a community of leaders. School leaders create a community of leaders. On an ongoing basis, DCPS school leaders act as guides and encouragers to each other. I want to end by sharing a sentiment that I often express to the DCPS cohorts I teach. DCPS school leaders are among the most dedicated, passionate, mission-driven leaders anywhere in this country. They understand the complexity of their role. They rise to meet it. They care deeply about improving the outcomes for students, and they do so with humility, intelligence, and heart. It has been one of the great honors of my career to work alongside them and to support DCPS's investment in leadership development. I am grateful for this partnership and for the profound impact DCPS principals continue to have in the lives of children across the District of Columbia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bees. Erica Beal.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Erica Beal, and I am the Executive Director of School Leader Lab. Since 2017, we have developed over 500 school leaders across DC and beyond, 175 schools in DCPS and public charter schools through role-alike cohorts and one-to-one coaching. As a school partner and a charter board chair, I am grateful for the investment this council has made in education retention, and I am gratified by the results that came out yesterday that we see as forward progress. Also, as somebody who gets to be in schools and with school leaders every day, I want to surface a pattern I see over and over again. We keep funding programs or making mandates without funding the leaders who have to bring them to life. We are setting our leaders up to fail by treating their development as an afterthought. Teachers don't leave bad schools, they leave bad bosses. But usually, bad bosses are simply underdeveloped bosses who were excellent teachers, but never received the specific training required to manage people or run complex functions. This oversight leads to turnover at both the leader and the teacher level. Additionally, any solution at the teacher level, such as flexible scheduling, teacher wellness, coaching, professional growth, will need to be carried out by a leader. The data backs up the essential role of leadership in teacher retention. While we often focus on compensation or inflexibility or a multitude of other very valid reasons for why teachers leave, OSSE's 2019 Educator Workforce Report found that for effective leaders planning to leave, 58% cited school culture or leadership as their top reason. Dissatisfaction with their direct supervisor was the #1 driver. Compensation ranked 20th. We're telling a different story at School Leader Lab. We don't just hope leaders are prepared to inspire and lead change. We invest in them so that they can invest in others and create change for students. We attend to the role that they are in so that they are well-trained to do their job well, as they all desire to be well-trained to do their job well. We pair role-like 9 to 15-month cohorts at every level of the pipeline with one-to-one coaching, school walkthroughs, practice-based support. We also bring in top experts in their fields to train our leaders on the transferable skills they need to do their jobs well. And our approach is working. 95% of our alumni say that their experience with School Leader Lab has influenced their decision and desire to stay in school-based roles. 100% of our alumni report that our work has had a deep impact on their ability to drive change. And 98% of our supervisors and direct reports report seeing growth in their leaders by the end of their time with us. The schools we work with rightfully understand that they don't have the internal bandwidth, nor should they be asked to have the internal bandwidth, to run 9 to 15-month cohorts or do this training at this level of depth. And they make the wise investment to develop their leaders and give their teachers the leaders that they deserve. The progress we are seeing citywide is not an accident. It is proof that focusing on educator retention and investing in our people pays off. To protect this momentum, I have 2 specific recommendations. 1, incorporate a parallel investment model for major initiatives. When the city launches a major citywide initiative or program, have the budget set aside for that specific initiative that includes development and support for the leaders who will be tasked with bringing it to life. And what do I mean by this? Plan for successful execution. Do not hand out mandates or launch citywide programs and then hope that the leaders on the ground will be able to make sense of it all and figure it out. Instead, intentionally set aside funds for leadership development and execution support. Additionally, leverage research-based, practice-based cohorts. These are proven through the Wallace Foundation, and as my co-panelist, Dr. Reeves pointed out, it's just the best way to develop leaders. They need role-like cohorts, they need practice, they need opportunities to apply directly what they're learning so that they can be better tomorrow. And often this is best paired with one-to-one coaching. And then second, my second recommendation is to tell us the why behind the data. Again, I am gratified by the incredible retention briefs that we receive. They have helped us make forward progress, and the workforce reports that we produce every 2 years are exceptionally helpful in my role every single day. And the last time we had motivation level citywide data was the 2019 report that I referenced earlier. I would ask that we have an updated report on why people are leaving, why they're staying, and not only how many left and where they went. I would also ask that, again, the last time we had that motivation level data, we only had it at the teacher level. So the next time we run this report, include the principal level. Why are they leaving? Why are they staying across the city? Better data will help us make better policy. To close, the great news that we all know is that our city is already moving in the right direction. According to OSSE's 25 to 2026 Education Retention Brief, teacher retention is up 4 points over the last 3 years, from 74% to 78%, and principal retention is strong at 81%, up from 78%. This is progress, Let's protect this momentum through assigned funding and clear data. I welcome your questions.
Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. Maybe I'll pick up on that last point. The teacher retention is 78%, principal retention 81%. How does that compare with high-performing districts elsewhere? Any of you know? Other high-performing school districts, are they teacher retention at 78% or higher? Principal retention at 81% or higher? Any of you know?
I don't want to be quoted, but I believe the average, national average is 74%, but for high-performing districts, I don't know the answer to that.
Mr. Lappy?
I don't want to speak to national numbers, but I do know that when I was in my previous role over school leader recruitment, selection, and development, we tracked this closely, and DCPS was outperforming other large urban districts in the country in regards to principal retention.
Okay. Professor Bees, there were a couple of things. This just piqued my curiosity. You said at the end of your statement, DCPS school leaders are among the most dedicated, passionate, mission-driven leaders anywhere. I mean, you really emphasized that point. Did you really mean more so than anywhere else in the country?
Yes. And I mean that because the number of principals that get hired by other school districts in this country tells you something, okay? And yes, I believe they are mission-driven, and they just, to have the privilege of spending time with them, they're just special, and they're some of the best across the country. And I live in Montgomery County, Maryland, and they're better than Montgomery County, Maryland. Okay?
Okay, I won't quote you on that, but.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, you probably can, but that's okay.
I mean, I will say, my question to you was genuine, but I do see that teachers and principals in our schools are definitely mission-driven, which is excellent. I also wanted to ask you, Professor, so I recall a year or two ago hearing that Mary Jane Patterson Fellowship had been discontinued. Now you say relaunched.
That's correct.
So can you explain that a little bit more?
They found some money. And I know money matters. They
I found the money, DCPS?
Yeah, DCPS.
Okay.
And they found it in the budget to work it because they wanted to focus on leadership development. And so they went back to this original program that we started many years ago, and they wanted to relaunch it with these, aspiring principals and who are younger in the process. And so they found the money, and they work hard to keep getting the money, but they have to keep looking for the budget and playing to get the money there into the budget to pay. But the challenge is the budgets have been cut the last year. Okay. For not because of you, because other things happening in the city. When you cut Washington, DC budget, it has a ripple effect through DC public schools. And so they have to work really hard to find some money, find support, and to work with the chancellor to realize the importance of leadership development.
So when was it discontinued and when was it relaunched?
It was discontinued in 2018 and then relaunched last year.
In calendar year 25?
Yes.
School year 24-25 or school year 25-26?
25-26.
Okay, so sort of new this school year.
Yeah.
And how much time is required of individuals participating in the program?
Well, they have some courses and stuff with Georgetown, of which I help curate those courses. But they also do a lot of teaching and with instructional soups who will come and spend time with Mary Jane Patterson Fellowships and play with them to say, how can you learn, and get them into role playing. When you become a principal, what are you going to do with this situation? So there's a lot of, within DCPS, Greg Moffitt's the one behind this, is how do we get people to teach? And it doesn't have, and by the way, those people who do it with Mary Jane Patterson, these instructional soups, they're doing it they may get dinner, but they do it for free because they really want to invest in leadership and they believe in Mary Jane Patterson Fellowship.
But my question was time. So I want to be a principal. Let's just say I'm a teacher. I guess I have to be something. So I want to be a principal. Do I just sign up at Mary Jane Patterson or DCPS has to recommend me? Sure, whoever.
As the person who partnered with Dr. Bees and others, the team that I previously led, including Greg Moffitt, helped relaunch this program. In regards to time, Mary Jane Patterson Fellowship in particular is for experienced assistant principals to get those finishing skills that help prepare them not just to be a great assistant principal, but to actually be in the seat of the principal. And so it is intentionally designed as an additional ask to help reflect the increased demands of the principalship. And so while these Mary Jane Patterson Fellows are sitting assistant principals in our DCPS schools doing great work right now, on top of that, they are receiving professional development. Some of that might be as they step away from campus for a day with Dr. Bees and team at Georgetown. Some of that was over the summer and throughout an ongoing process where they're going through hybrid professional development through Harvard University on a certificate in school leadership and change leadership. Some of that is after hours training where they get together with instructional superintendents and leadership development teams to help round out those skills and create those experiences. It is an added load on top of their current demands as an assistant principal in preparation for helping them understand the scope of the principalship itself. So it is a significant time commitment for those who choose to undertake it. However, the Mary Jane Patterson Fellowship is not the only pathway to the principalship. That is one program within DCPS. Educators are more than welcome to pursue programs through a number of opportunities, some in partnership with DCPS, some completely independent, to help gain their credentials and experience that would help them qualify for the application pool and process for school leaders.
So with Mary Jane Patterson, are the assistant principals compensated for this additional burden?
The Mary Jane Patterson Fellows receive their assistant principal compensation. They do not receive additional compensation
Okay.
because the professional development is part of what the district provides for them.
Okay, so in my example of my being a teacher, just a lowly teacher, and I dream of becoming a principal someday, I'm not enrolling in Mary Jane Patterson tomorrow. But if I'm an existing assistant principal, then I could be.
Correct. We also have a number of programs such as our partnership with George Washington University, where current teachers have the opportunity to pursue a master's in educational leadership that gives them the chance to begin to bridge from a teacher or teacher leader position towards an instructional coach or an assistant principal. And so we think about it not just as one moment in time, the Mary Jane Patterson Fellowship, right on the verge of the principalship. We think about the entire leadership pathway, multiple pathways for how educators can pursue their dreams to become a school leader. There is more than one way to the principalship, but we try to make sure that we're providing support and ongoing development regardless of which path you're choosing.
So Ms. Beal, School Leader Lab, you help to develop principals. So how does the structure of your program compare? How's it different, the same, whatever, with what we were just talking about?
It's similar. We actually are one of the external partners with DCPS. We have a cohort with them to train their assistant principals, which they can expand upon. It is rooted in some of the same best practices that Dr. B's already talked about. So we have, with DCPS, we have a year-long cohort. We meet monthly. Those are day-long training sessions. We ground it.
1 day a month?
1 day a month, yeah. 1 day a month. We ground it in practice-based work. So they bring their challenges. We walk it through with consultancies. We do we have adjuncts come in. Brendan O'Day is one of our adjuncts. A lot of us are familiar with. So it's a similar approach, comprehensive cohort development.
If I could add on to what Erica
Please.
just shared, I think it's one thing to say that the School Leader Lab experience is 1 day a month, but with School Leader Lab or with Mary Jane Patterson Fellowship or any of our development programs, part of what we strive for is not just a standalone day or workshop, but job-embedded professional development. So when our assistant principals and principals go spend a day with School Leader Lab each month, they are bringing the context of a problem of practice that they're grappling with in their current school community. They're working with a community of leaders to wrestle with that problem, think about best practices to bring back. They're staying connected to those cohort colleagues through text messages and experiences and platforms that the program provides to keep them connected. So it's not a day here, a day there. It's a day where they're bringing all that they're taking at their school. They take that learning back and put it right into practice the very next day for a month, and then come back and continue to push that practice further. And so I think that's one of the great parts of our work with both Georgetown and School Leader Lab and other partners, is that we always strive for professional development experiences that are job embedded, that give people a chance to use the skills that are going to help their school teams when they go back the very next day. And it becomes an iterative process where people truly feel seen for the work that they're doing, but also challenged to continue to grow in that work.
And just to build on that, it makes them better at their jobs. I think that we keep hearing that nobody wants to be bad at their jobs. When people feel that they're bad at their jobs in any sector, in any profession, they leave. And so if we keep making people go to school every single day, not give them the training they need, all the teachers are mad at them, they're going to quit. So how do we make sure, to Jake's point, we don't have these single day workshops that are disconnected and very technical, but actually giving you this deep program that's going to eventually make you a better leader. Because to Dr. Bees's point, they are here to transform children's lives. And honestly, some of them leave when they're like, well, I'm not good for kids. So how can we help them feel more successful? And this is the best way that we have all found.
So I have a lot more questions, which means I may do another round, at least for me. But Councilmember Nadeau is next. Councilmember Nadeau, do you have any questions?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman.
All right, great. Thank you very much, because I have to be someplace at 5 o'clock, so I needed to go now. So this first question, I'll invite all of you to respond, but please keep it to a minute, because there is an element of let 1,000 flowers bloom, and they're all different. We have a very complicated education landscape with different LEAs, but also as I sit here and I hear Dr. Pease and Ms. Beal talk about your programs, there's also a complicated landscape of support structures for school leaders. And how does that ecosystem work? To what extent are you collaborating with each other? And then, if you can speak to that, of how you fit with the other folks who are doing very similar things, and then to the LEA folks, how do you navigate it? Do you look, oh, this program's a good fit for this one? So how does it work when you, as you described it, Ms. Beal, you're doing very similar things? To what extent are you collaborating?
Go for it, Jake.
So as someone who kind of sits at the intersection of multiple of these programs, I think what we look for first and foremost are partners who are going to be transformational and not transactional. And what I mean by that is our work with School Leader Lab has continued to evolve over the last several years. Our work with Georgetown has continued to evolve. We started with the Executive Masters in Leadership program over a decade ago that then Chancellor Henderson launched. But in those iterations since, whether it's an Executive Masters in Leadership, our Mary Jane Patterson program, opportunities to support our instructional superintendents, the team at Georgetown has always said, as Dr. Bees mentioned, we will tailor to the needs. And so we don't just buy an off-the-shelf program from Georgetown. We buy into the partnership that we create where we're able to evolve. When we first came to the table with School Leader Lab, we said we don't just want to write a blank check year after year for the same program. We want to build a partnership where we can develop our own capacity as a district to be able to do many of the things that they're doing, but retain the partnership with them so that they can take us to the next level. As we develop certain leadership skills, then that reveals new problems of practice, and they can help us be an innovation hub to address it then.
Okay, so I hear you. I guess I'm curious almost in a yes or no. Do the two groups collaborate with each other, or you have different groups promoting best practices, and it's odd if one set of best practices is very different from another. One way that they come together is maybe you in the middle saying what it is you want and shaping it. Another way is communication between the folks who are in this service area. Is there a community of folks who are in communication with each other about what are the best practices that they then want to convey to other schools?
Yes, so and the answer to
I'll take it.
yeah, yes, yes.
Okay.
I would say that we keep talking about differentiation, and I do think that so yes, we are sharing best practices, and I do think that a diverse landscape of partners is important because DCPS has a lot of leaders and they need different things at different stages of their careers. No one partner needs to be the end all be all. And I think that's it's not a flaw, it's a feature, it's important. And so Jake is rightfully pointing out that he is the architect, and Greg Moffitt, who I love near and dear, are the architects of helping people plug in. And I'm sure, Makia, you can speak to how you think about that. So yes, but we are in communication. Yeah.
Wonderful. So I will turn to you, Ms. Love. I had a bunch of questions for DC Prep, and you spoke to your retention levels, and congratulations on the very high retention levels. I am curious if you can speak to the kinds of things that you focus on in order to encourage teacher wellness and coaching. And your approach inside of your LEA to substitutes, because these are all things that we hear and are helpful and planning to retain teachers and have them feel fulfilled.
So for in-house subs, I'll keep it quick and short. We do exactly what DC Prep does. We look at the number of students and staff at each school. So some of our schools have one in-house substitute. Larger schools have two. They are embedded in the school staff. They are there every day. They know the kids. They are able to be deployed as teachers are out. We also have money set aside. It's very similar so that we can use agencies like Swing or Delta T. These are sub-agencies to call out if there happens to be more subs needed than the number that the in-house sub can provide, like the number of classrooms that in-house sub could cover. One thing that we also did was a couple of years ago, we launched like a stipend. So back in the day, Erica and I taught in the same hallway.
Yes, we did.
So if Erica was out, I might teach her 2 blocks those are two of my planning periods. Just did it. That's just what I did. Her kids are in 4th grade. They're coming to 5th grade next year, right? Like I care. As we've grown and gotten bigger, that's not really sustainable, right? For teachers to be like necessarily always giving up their planning period. However, when there are opportunities for teachers to, and they want to teach a class on their planning period, we do actually have funds to give them a stipend of like $50 a day if they're able to cover. And so that has also been an incentive for people to step in and fill in where they have time and space. And so then you've got, again, this notion of folks who know the kids, know the school, like teaching kids, which is, I think everyone would agree is preferable to having a sub from an external company. So that's how we focus on subs. When we speak about wellness, so we have development and wellness days. Those are about 6 or 7 on the calendar year. They last from 9 to 1. The rest of the day is off. That's where the wellness part comes in. We do offer things like yoga classes or Pilates and things that people can choose to stay and attend. But we know people often just like the ability to like go to brunch, right? Or like get their nails done or have a time to do like a medical appointment. I think we've thought a lot about what we can control with wellness, which is how do we help make sure like teachers are being developed and we are focusing on those TNTP, teacher retention strategies that we know that works. Someone knows me, someone cares about my career progression, someone is talking to me about my career progression, someone has given me an opportunity to lead or do something that I feel passionate about in addition to my responsibilities. So those are some of the things that we really work with our school leaders to make sure that they've got a plan and a pulse point for each of their teachers, because those are the things that empower teachers to stay, right? Like getting more responsibility, getting an opportunity to put their hand into different areas of the school or the CHIP DC community that is like really important, whether that's like recruitment, DEI initiatives, being a part of like a curricular implementation, the piloting with the grants, lots of different leading sports, teaching extracurriculars, there's lots of different ways. So I think just like making sure we're always being really thoughtful about like, I can't necessarily control a teacher's happiness for wellness, but I can help make sure that that school condition is set up for them to grow and to thrive and to learn, like, and making sure we're orienting teachers on you're effective when you're growing students' achievement. So everything that we're going to do here is going to be to help you make sure you're creating the conditions where students can grow and achieve, and that's what's important. I think you had one more question that I just wanted to double down on the notion of like development. So for principals, I think you've got to start with like there's not one right way. We have 22 principals in our network. And so I was actually just talking to Erica about one of her programs that I have a principal in mind for. So it's really important that like my principal managers are constantly having conversations with principals about their own trajectory. What are your strengths in your leadership? What's going on in your school community that we can use data to point to? Where do you need to grow? Where might be an opportunity for you to develop? So I did EML a few years ago with Jake, right? Some of our principals did, and Dr. V, some of us did that. I have leaders in School Leader Lab. I have folks who are in the Con Fellowship because that's a different type of cohort. I have principals who are in the PLC because they just need to see something different. They've only been in the charter space. So just making sure that we're always thinking about like the leader, the person, and matching and empowering them to name with data, of course, right? Like what's best for them and like how can we find some good fits for you? And then getting them to be more in charge of their development has been really helpful because they find good things and they bring them to us that we can share.
Okay, really, really appreciate that. I'm going to close with a comment. I mean, I've been at this for close to 20 years, and I'm struck. One of the things, when I see a friend who I haven't seen for 20 years, I think, oh my God, they've aged. And that's what they think about me too. And it happens slowly. The change happens slowly. And when you're looking at it day to day, you don't see it happen. But I think it is stunning to think about the conversation today compared to the conversation 20 years ago, when the conversation 20 years ago was all about accountability, and all this conversation today, agency, partnership, empowerment, fulfillment, wellness, coaching, support, it is a completely different conversation than when I first stepped into. It's not that accountability has gone away, but it's that these other values have been elevated so dramatically. I think it's great, honestly. So thank you very much.
And I think it's great that you look the same today as you did 20 years ago. I do have a few more questions. Let me see. Ms. Beal, you made a comment in your statement that piqued me. When the city launches a major citywide initiative, the budget for that specific initiative should include a set aside for the development and execution support for the leaders tasked with bringing it to life. Can you give examples of initiatives you're thinking of?
Sure. I would say right now, from my seat as a public charter school board member, there is a lot of worthy emphasis on chronic absenteeism, and it's coming across as mandates and reporting, and what would be the power of coupling that with cohort-based development on how to create belonging as a school leader, right? So when we are continuously putting reporting measures on schools, to Laura Maestas' point, what would it look like, to Councilmember Furman's point, to take on this stance of, we see this problem, it is a major problem that the country is facing, that our city is facing. coupled with these important reporting mandates, we're also going to provide the complementary support and development you need to make this better. Because the truth is, kids come to school where they belong, and we see lower chronic absenteeism in schools with high-performing leaders who are creating conditions where staff wants to come and where kids want to come. So it's, to me, imperative that we don't just see it as a technical solution. I'm sorry, cohort members will get it, Jake gets it, but an adaptive challenge, right? We need to train into this. Nakia, you see this all the time. You know that the principals who have great, lovely schools that are bright places to be, the kids are there, right? So, we have to train into it. And I would say that to Dr. Bees's point of DCPS having to find funding and, find this corner and etch it out. And, is there any space left for leadership development? All of us see this as not just a luxury or a nice to have, but a infrastructure, frontline, important part of creating the change we want to see.
So I think I heard two things, one of which was directly responsive to my question. The other was creating a culture of belonging.
Yes.
Which kind of gets back to a question that I had asked, I think, of the first panel. But that's not a mandate that we legislate.
Right.
Ought to be, I'm going to say, a mandate inherent in any good school.
Right.
So my question had to do with initiatives where you were saying there ought to be budget.
Right.
The other thing I heard in what you were saying was, well, these reporting requirements. And just so everybody knows, I don't think the council has adopted any legislation with new reporting requirements for years with regard to this. So this is coming from either the Public Charter School Board or from DCPS or maybe from OSSI or the deputy mayor. So this is all entirely on the executive side. I always get a little sensitive when I hear something about how, well, when the city launches something new that we ought to pay for it, but it doesn't sound like this is an unfunded mandate, if you will, from the council. But I will say, I like what you said with regard to creating this culture of belonging, because it's become increasingly clear to me as we've had these hearings about academic achievement or about attendance, that a major key to improving or changing those situations is creating that culture of belonging at a school, which is why we're having this hearing on retention, because that's part of the developing that culture. If the principal's there for, I'm thinking of one school, I won't mention the name, but I think they've had like 5 principals in 5 years, and their assessment results have really tanked. So that's what this is all about. At any rate, I think I was doing more of the answering of my own.
I appreciate. And I would say, it goes back to, Laura and I might have the same point, is that I believe you said there was legislation introduced to help streamline some of this across the city.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, I can speak from the leaders that I see. I think the leaders in schools, rightfully or wrongfully, don't always think, is this coming from council? Is this coming from PCSB? They just know reporting. And so their experience on the ground is that they have all these different requests on mandates and they don't experience prioritization. And that, coupled with lack of development and support, leads to some of the attrition that we see.
Yeah, and that's a concern, a parallel concern, a related concern I have, because some of this is being imposed not by the council, but by maybe the LEA. And we've all been increasingly aware of the burdens on teachers and principals, and there's only so much they can take.
Yeah.
Now, I have some questions for Jake Lappy. I'm so excited to have an instructional superintendent here. So you have 12 schools in your cluster.
Correct.
Is 12 the right number? Too many? Too few? You've got all kinds of things that you could be doing or you are doing. Is that like, what's the, my question is caseload. Is that the right caseload?
So for instructional superintendents, the expectation is to be spending 75 to 80% of our time in our schools. We may have to spend some time at central services, providing support and connecting as the liaison between, but the overwhelming majority of our time is spent in our schools. With 12 schools on my caseload, it takes effort and efficiency and thoughtful planning to be sure that I'm getting into each and every one of my schools regularly to be able to keep a pulse on what's going on and provide the level of support. But I do believe, while 12 schools does have me working very hard, that I believe I have the opportunity to do a good job for the 12 schools that I have. Do I wish that in a world where I could have a caseload of 8 to 10, would that make it possible for me to spend more time? Yes. But with the 12 schools that I have been in each of my schools every single month at a minimum. I was able to see each one of my schools during their pre-service week. I was able to see each one of my schools during the first week of school. I came to my schools regularly during the first month and a half for shorter visits to get a pulse on what was happening on multiple days. And now we've shifted into a season where I spend longer, deeper amounts of time at fewer schools each day, but still getting to my schools regularly. And it's that balance of support that instructional superintendents provide. Some of my support is boots on the ground in the school beside my principals, assistant principals, coaches, and teachers. Some of that support is through the phone. I spend almost every drive home or drive home after school or drive into my first school on the phone with one of my principals, talking through a scenario that they're facing, giving them thought partnership or a listening ear for a challenge that they're working through. And so the level of support can manifest in a lot of different ways. But that's a long way of saying, I feel like I can do a very good job with the 12 schools that I have.
So what does the visit look like in October? You said a short visit. So what does that look like?
Sure. So in September, a short visit might look like me coming at different points throughout the day to put eyes on some of the foundational pieces. In August and September, we're really looking at how are we setting the platform for learning. And so are the expectations, norms, and routines in schools, are those things that we're seeing consistency across the school where teachers are setting a strong platform of relationships, where they're building connection with their students. There's a predictable environment for kids to be able to know what they're walking into in their schools, so that schools feel safe, that schools feel like a place where kids can be connected. We're looking at a lot of those conditions being set to make sure that there's a platform for learning. Some of that is in the common areas, some of that is in classrooms, some of that is at arrival and dismissal. As we shifted into October, one of the big areas for focus for me was we adopted a new curriculum, Eureka Math Squared. I wanted to spend time with instructional leadership teams in their classes to see how is this curriculum implementation going in year one? What are the strengths that we're seeing? What can we build on? And what are the areas where we want to tailor professional development to ensure that our leaders and our teachers are getting what they need to make that come to
Is
life?
that specific to the school or treating it as feedback to this new curriculum?
Sorry, could you ask that a different way?
You said it was a new curriculum.
Correct.
And you wanted to see how it was being implemented.
Correct.
How the particular school was implementing it, or whether maybe there's some problems with this new curriculum and taking that back to Central.
I think we feel, I know we feel confident that we've chosen a strong curriculum and piloted it well.
So you weren't looking at that part of it.
I'm not looking at that. I am looking at where do we see gaps in implementation that could inform our professional development for principals, our LEAP leaders, our instructional coaches, because we're seeking to provide coherence across a system. And so when our principals come together at our leadership academies for professional development, how is what they're getting informing the same thing that assistant principals are getting, the same thing that instructional coaches are getting, the same thing that teachers are getting? Not the same session or the same professional development per se, but the same alignment so that we're working on the same problem in unison so that we can help people feel effective at implementing this new curriculum. So I really appreciate the district's focus on coherence across those different layers of the organization to make sure that we're all getting development that we need, not just saying this is the teacher's job, but how do we make sure coaches, APs, and principals get that support too? So that's part of what I'm looking for, because I liaise between the schools and central services. I have the opportunity to bring feedback and trends that I'm seeing in my schools. back to the teams that work on that at the district level. But I'm also looking at the school level. So I'm playing a little bit of both and, providing support, feedback, and direction for the school-based team and bringing back trends that I see across my 12 schools to inform how we move forward as a district.
And then when you're talking to a school leader on the drive, your drive home, is that something that's much more specific, local, temporary, like a school disciplinary problem? Or is it again, big picture, like how the curriculum is being implemented?
It could be any number of things. And so that's also where some differentiation comes in. I have 12 principals that I support. One of my principals is a first-year principal, and so we speak much more often, and that's his choice. He wants to give me a call and talk through some things, and it's not necessarily that I'm providing direction of do this, do that. In certain scenarios, I may need to, but in many scenarios, I'm listening and I'm providing, I try to think about what's the right question to ask to help this principal ensure that they're thinking about everything involved in a particular decision or course of action. I have an interim principal in one of my schools. I speak to that person much more often as well to ensure that they're getting thought partnership as they go through things in a new campus context for the first time. In my role as instructional superintendent, I both coach and evaluate. And it is challenging but possible to wear both of those hats. In the coaching role, sometimes what I'm doing is providing more direct feedback. Sometimes what I'm doing is helping really smart and talented people make sure that they make a good decision that they already know and not make a bad decision. And so that thought partnership with someone who knows the context of your school and is working to support you can be invaluable. And so principals know that they can text me, call me at any time throughout day or night to be able to get that thought partnership and support. That's a big part of my role that I really appreciate having the opportunity to provide.
So in your statement, you said that you were proud of the work that you did, I think when you were deputy chief of school leader recruitment, placing 44 principals within DCPS.
Correct.
Why were all these principals leaving?
Well, that was
my
over
reaction. 44 principals, we lost 44 principals. What's going on?
Well, that was over the course of 4 years. So there was also a year where we placed 6 principals out of 117 schools. I'm really proud of that. And I think that speaks to the work that we did coherently as a system to support.
I'm focusing on the year when it was.
Correct. There was a year where we placed significantly more. And I think a big part of that year was also, that was as we were emerging from the pandemic. And a lot of things happened to a lot of people. And so there are ways in which, as we get further from the pandemic and things normalize in terms of not dealing with some of those external factors, I think we always try to tease out what is the reason someone leaves. When Erica mentioned the stat about the number one reason someone who's thinking about leaving, I believe it was because of dissatisfaction with their supervisor. That's me. I am the person who directly supervises principals. I take that very personally, that it is incumbent upon me to know I am the face of the organization for my principals. Everything that they are faced with as a challenge, I have to be able to provide the right level of challenge and support for them.
In those 4 years with 44 principals leaving, were there bad instructional soups? You weren't one of them, so.
I don't think that would be out of the realm of something that I would feel comfortable commenting on. It wasn't within the purview.
Okay.
But I would say that during that time, people left for a number of reasons. And even 44 principals over 4 years, those numbers continue to beat the national average for large urban districts. I think we continue to focus on, when we have a principal who's doing a great job, how can we help them feel valued? The work that Tynika Young-Alabar is leading with the school leader recruitment, selection, and development team right now, things like our renewal fellowship, where we bring principals together when they hit that 5th year in the job, that 5, 6, 7-year range, where they've gotten through some of the early career challenges as a principal, and now they're trying to figure out what the next evolution of their leadership development is. That's critical leadership development. That is critical cohort experiences for folks who are going through a very particular phase. And I believe that fellowship has played a big role in folks being able to stay within the principalship. But I also think retention does look different. I had the privilege of serving in 2 principalships in my time, and it was a great honor to be able to take the learnings from my first principalship and apply those to a second principalship. And so I know there is a big emphasis on how do we retain the same principal within the same building,
Correct.
which is valuable and has merits.
Correct.
And there are times when a leader can take a school from point A in that school's life cycle to point B and do an excellent job bringing it through a certain stage of change or a time and place where that school community is, and bring them along the journey, and then be ready to hand the baton to these leaders that we're developing in our leadership programs who are hungry and ready for the opportunity to lead. And if we get to retain that principal by giving them a chance to go lead another school community because they're doubling down and saying, I want a second principalship. I want a chance to apply my knowledge, skills, and experience from this first one in a new context in a way that reinvigorates them and keeps them in the job. I know that we have worked with principals who have stayed in the principalship in DCPS longer because of that second opportunity than they would have if they would have stayed in that same school where they felt like they overcame certain challenges or brought a school along a certain path in the journey and then didn't quite know what was next for them. And so we have to be responsive to principals. Some folks do a great job in the same building for over 10 years. Some folks might take a school from point A to point B in 4 years and be ready to do that again in another setting in a way that's valuable for the district. And so I think we have to look at retention in a very nuanced way and spend time listening to our school leaders to hear what is it that will help them feel like they're growing, feel like they're valued by the organization that they work for, and feel like they have a chance to provide meaningful work in a calling that they feel compelled to stay in.
You stated very compellingly, and it's difficult to disagree with you. I do believe that developing a community within a school is critical to improving the quality of that school. And that means retention, and that's what this hearing is about. And what I've come to realize is that the school leader or leaders are important to teacher retention,
Absolutely.
and maybe the instructional superintendent. So my question might have been a little unfair the way I phrased it, but the instructional superintendent can be important to the retention of the principal. And in fact, a little bit higher up in DCPS is important to the retention of instructional soups. And if we want to be growing on our progress, then I think we need stability, retention, in order to build on that. So I have this question for you. I had asked earlier Ms. Maestas about quality, but I'm going to ask this a little differently. What I've come to realize is that often in a workplace, there is among all the workers the lowest performing. There just is. So you've got 20 people, one of them is lower performing than all the others. Sometimes we're lucky. I'm very lucky that there's nobody who fits that definition in my office, but we've done a lot of work. We've actually done a lot of work on that with some professional coaching, to be serious, to put it out there. So I am guessing that of your 12 schools, there are some leaders who are performing much higher than others. I could put it differently. So how can you handle, I think this is the way I want to phrase it, how can you handle the lowest performing leader, either that they improve or that we see a change?
I think that is the job that I signed up for, is how do I help the 12 people, the 12 schools that I'm responsible for, how do I help them to be as successful as possible? And the principals at the head of each of those schools, that is my primary lever to be able to create school change. And so I have to approach each of those 12 individual relationships, not as how do I create 12 mini Jakes because of the type of principal that I was, but how do I get to know the 12 leaders that I have who bring various experiences and different leadership styles to the role? How do I get to know them and how they lead, the context of their school, and help them bridge the gap to be as successful as possible? In order to lay my head on the pillow at night and be able to go to sleep, I have to know that I am pouring my all into those 12 people. And to Councilmember Fruman's point from his closing, accountability didn't go away. Accountability is still a thing that matters. And so I'm not developing relationships with my principals for the sake of having 12 new friends. I'm developing relationships with my principals because they are responsible for leading outcomes for over 4,000 kids. And so there is a dual nature to the role in that I both coach and supervise and evaluate. And that is a challenging thing to do. Some systems break that up differently, but I do believe that it works best when the person who is both evaluating you and supervising you also is responsible for providing that coaching and support. And I think that is a balance that I'm always trying to be self-aware enough to check the scales for. Am I providing the right challenge and pressure for a principal to continue to improve and show outcomes with the accompanying support that can help them do that? That's the work of the role. So yes, that is something that I take very, very seriously. I want to ensure that all 12 of my schools are schools that I feel are doing the best that they can for the kids in their care. And I have to do that through both coaching and accountability.
Give me just a second. Thank you. I don't have any other questions for any of you. Your testimony has been very helpful. I really appreciate it. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to call witnesses until I have 4 people sitting at the table. Robert Henderson, Ward 5 representative of the State Board of Education. Ben Williams. Ben Williams with State Board of Education, Ward 1 representative, sitting at the table. Hannah Mason, DC Policy Center Senior Education Research Analyst. Noah Doherty, DC Charter School Alliance Director of Special Projects. Scott Goldstein, Empower Ed Executive Director. We structured this hearing so that we had these 2 panels of expert witnesses, spend a lot more time with them. I'm going to move more quickly through the next 75 witnesses. I think we have a 3-minute clock, so if you'd be mindful of that. And with that, Robert Henderson, you are first.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Robert Henderson. I'm the Ward 5 member of the State Board of Education. I'm currently parked, so don't be worried. These views are my own and do not represent the views of the board as a whole. I believe that stability and continuity among teachers and school leaders are among the most important in-school factors contributing to school improvement. So I'm encouraged to see that OSSE's 2025 to 26 educator retention brief shows a modest upward trend in the percentage of teachers staying in their roles year to year. The same report shows a flat trend in the percentage of teachers leaving the DC education system each year. We have much room for improvement, and retention may become more important in the future if the trend of fewer people entering the profession continues. We have had years of discussions, surveys, and testimonies in which teachers have told us what would help increase retention. And thanks to the Washington Teachers Union and Empower Ed, we have updated data from their citywide DC educator survey representing both sectors. They are telling us again what matters for retention. We should listen and respond accordingly. A point reinforced by the survey is that we are overdue for an overhaul of the DCPS teacher evaluation system, which has been found to have disparate racial impacts, continues to be cited as a driver of teacher turnover, and contributes to the perennial debate over sector budget equity. It should be replaced by a teacher-informed, growth-oriented evaluation system. More effective models may already exist within the charter sector. You will hear from many educators at this hearing, and they will speak for themselves, so I will spend the rest of my time on what the State Board has done in recent years and is currently doing on this topic. In February 2024, the board adopted a resolution in support of funding for whole school educator wellness grants. I thank OSSI and the council for continued investment in these grants and encourage their inclusion in future budgets. Later in 2024, the board adopted a resolution recommending the implementation of a statewide induction and mentoring program for new teachers. To advance this work, the state board has identified support for early career teachers as one of its 3 strategic priorities for this year. I will note here that the educator retention brief shows that 20% of first-year teachers and 16% of teachers with 2 to 5 years of experience left the system between the 24-25 and 25-26 school years. The Educator Excellence Committee of the State Board is leading the work on supporting early career teachers through review of teacher induction programs around the country, existing strategies and programs employed by DCLEAs, and planned focus groups to identify current challenges and needed supports and resources. We look forward to sharing our findings and related recommendations with the Committee of the Whole and the public later this year. I was happy to see that you had invited Laura Maestas to share about DC Prep's Junior Teachers Program because their approach exemplifies how supporting early career teachers through mentorship and guided experiences can be paired with providing veteran teachers with flexible scheduling and increased planning time, both of which teachers have identified as retention solutions. We do not lack for solutions, but we need to prioritize, implement, and fund them. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Ben Williams?
Thank you, Chairman. I have to leave directly after this to get to a State Board of Education meeting, so I will not be able to stay to answer questions, but I'm happy to continue to engage with your office on any of these topics. It's good to be back here today on this important topic of teacher and principal retention. My perspective is informed as both now a DCPS teacher, a previous charter school teacher for a decade, and as the Vice President of the State Board of Education. At this year's National Association for State Boards in Education Conference, this issue was front and center. At a session with Linda Darling Hammond and other renowned national researchers, experts stated clearly that the pipeline for teachers entering the profession is not the place to focus. The focus needs to be on how to retain teachers once they've entered our districts and classrooms. DC has done some good things on this, but much more can be done to be able to expand this. The State Board, as my colleague Representative Henderson said, is leading right now on this work with regards to supporting early career educators, and we look forward to partnering with your office on this. This focus is important because strengthening our ability to support early career educators is critical for the district's success. The DC Policy Center and Learning Policy Institute report that between 17 and 24% of DC teachers are in their first year of teaching. Additionally, another 24% of teachers are in their first 5 years of teaching. This means that between 41 and 48% of teachers are early career teachers. Additionally, new teachers are twice as likely to leave the profession without support compared to veteran teachers. According to the Education Commission of the states, 31 states have laws or regulations that mandate 2 to 4 year induction programs. When I joined DCPS, I received 1 week of induction support. Another straightforward research-backed tool that can improve student outcomes and improve the profession are stipends and grants for National Board Teaching Certification. We've seen incredible advancements in states like Mississippi. Recently, California decided to add additional millions of dollars to be able to support advanced teaching. We currently rank 40th in the country with only 10% of teachers with active certifications. I'm incredibly grateful to the support that my previous principal, Ms. Felicia Reeves, who will be testifying later today, gave me in support of National Board Certification when I was a teacher at Capital City Public Charter School, and it was one of the most transformative experiences of my career. It is not a system of growth, the tool to maintain status quo and to remove ineffective teachers. Having support from National Board Certification would allow us to strengthen real expertise. I've listed a variety of other areas that I think can be helpful along with solutions. Some things to point out are the protection of planning time for teachers, the facilities that teachers work in, and then a set of questions for LEs that focus on curriculum. Developing curriculum is incredibly time consuming, and early teachers who do not have support with adequate resources tend to leave the classroom at higher rates as well. I look forward to engaging with your office on these issues further and appreciate your holding this hearing today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Hannah Mason.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Hannah Mason, and I'm the Senior Education Research Analyst of the Education Policy Initiative at the DC Policy Center, an independent think tank focused on advancing policies for a strong, competitive, and vibrant economy in DC. Today, my testimony will focus on DC's continued increases in teacher retention rates, with particular attention to differences by race and ethnicity and years of experience. I will also highlight common factors that lead teachers to leave the profession and offer recommendations for improving retention. In school year 24-25, 84% of teachers were retained in DC and 76% remained in the same school they taught in the previous school year. The same school, same role retention rate is 2 percentage points higher than the previous year, which is the second year of improvement, and the overall retention rate is 8 percentage points higher than pre-pandemic in school year 2018-19. Nationally, the latest data show that in school year 21-22, 84% of public school teachers remained in the same school they taught in the previous year, and 82% of teachers in public schools in cities did so in DC. In making DC's teacher retention 6 percentage points lower in the same year. DC's teachers with more than 10 years of experience are more likely to stay, with 83% retained compared to 69% of teachers with less than a year of experience in school year 24-25. By race and ethnicity, Latino teachers had the highest same role, same school retention rate at 81% and represent 11% of the workforce. Black teachers, who represent the largest subgroup of the educator workforce, had a 76% same school retention rate. The DC Policy Center reached out to teachers to hear more about better management of absences, a topic that has emerged from previous listening sessions as one strategy to improve retention. Some teachers mentioned burdensome processes for requesting time off, or that taking time off meant a lot of time dedicated to detailed plans for their classes or increased workload when returning to work. To make it easier to take time off, teachers suggested professional developments for substitutes, stronger coordination systems, feedback loops to share lessons learned, more institutional and technological support, and a larger, more reliable substitute pool. If the conditions in schools are right, teacher retention in DC has the potential to keep improving given other trends in the economy. In general, in DC, employer and worker demand remains weak. As of 2024, the number of jobs in DC has not recovered to pre-pandemic levels, even before the disruption to federal employment in 2025, and the initial estimate that 40,000 federal jobs may be lost in the district over the next 4 years as a result. Yet in school year 24-25, there were 8,989 teacher full-time equivalents in DC's public schools, a 1% increase over the previous year. In addition, a DC policy report found that housing is more affordable for teachers than other essential workers. For example, secondary school teachers can afford to rent a 1-bedroom apartment in 7 out of the 8 wards of the city. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. Noah Doherty.
Good afternoon. My name is Noah Doherty. I'm a Ward 2 resident and the Director of School Talent and Academic Strategy at the DC Charter School Alliance. I want to thank the Council for continuing to hold this public hearing, to OSSE for the teacher apprenticeship program they run, and the State Board for making support of early career teachers a priority. All of this work helps DC attract and retain excellent educators. The public charter sector's stay or retention rate increased by 19% in the last 4 years, and its leaver rate decreased by 30% in the same period. We're improving our teacher retention rate despite having fewer financial resources. And while this points to our school's ability to do less with more, our students are no less deserving of excellent educators who should be equally valued by the budgetary decisions of our city's policymakers. Our schools are using innovative practices to retain educators, such as wellness days and wellness centers, teacher-directed PD budgets, immigration legal assistance, virtual and on-site counseling services for staff, and free before and after care for the children of staff. A key factor that improves principal retention is having a high-performing leadership team. And this year, we launched the new instructional leaders cohort to train new school leaders in the basics of people management. Our inaugural group of 30 new school leaders came from 22 LEAs across nearly every ward. There is a common refrain that teachers must be all things to their students, and we reject this. I was a teacher for 8 years, and it is a beautiful and complex profession that is already a multifaceted job. Teachers must be subject matter experts who understand instruction, assessment, curriculum, adolescent development, special education, and health services. They must have classroom management skills, emotional intelligence, and be able to collaborate with families and colleagues. Teachers are professionals who should be respected enough to be paid well and have one job to focus on. And principals need the flexibility to prioritize the needs of their specific community. We have 3 recommendations. First, pay all public school teachers well and fairly. We urge the council to increase the UPSFF and to run all school funding through this formula. Our teachers serve the city's public school students, and our LEAs should be equitably funded to honor their work. Second, principals need more flexibility to lead successful schools. School leaders must already navigate a system that is more litigious and politically fraught. The more requirements we pass and programs we hoist on schools, the more we prevent principals from successfully leading their community. And finally, fund student wraparound services so that this does not unintentionally become another responsibility for schools and teachers. When the social, emotional, and basic needs of students are not met, educators often take on this work. Educators constantly step up until they burn out, and educators leave when the extra work becomes unsustainable and when there is less and less time to focus on the core job of teaching and learning. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty. Scott Goldstein.
Good evening. Frederick Hertzberg once said, if you want people motivated to do a good job, give them a good job to do. Starting with this foundation, we can begin to understand how the retention of our educators and their performance are derived from the same recipe. I'm glad for this opportunity to testify and even happier to come before you today with real progress on this issue that we've been so dedicated to over the past decade. My testimony is 7 pages, so you can read it, but I'll just touch on some highlights. First, I want to talk about how we got to the place that we are in today and how DCPS has improved retention. And I'll touch on 5 things in this area. 1, I think a new contract and collective bargaining agreement was a big help. Second, I think our direct school-by-school support, we have worked with over 20 DCPS schools. We've seen an average increase of 7% in 1 year and 17% in 2 years in our work directly with schools. That accounts for a lot of a 2% annual increase in DCPS's overall retention rate, coupled with DCPS leadership development. Jake Loppy, Noelani Musman, and their team and Greg Moffitt have really, the work that Jake highlighted earlier has been incredibly effective. The third, which is directly tied to that, is an increase in principal retention, directly tied to DCPS's really good work on principal well-being and principal wellness. Policies, third, I would say the policies that we have talked to you about for a long time at this committee, that this committee has helped implement in the budget, that agencies routinely testified against and have later embraced and then touted in later testimony. Those policies, I think, have started to make a difference. And the last I would say is that change in the conversation that's happened over time that Councilmember Fruman pointed out. Now, how has that conversation changed? And this is where I have to take a little detour because, Chairman, I heard you say many times that the focus on issues that affect the classroom should be our focus and not on governance, which is a distraction. Here's the rub. Those things are deeply related. The story of teacher retention exemplifies exactly how. In 2018, the State Board was having hearings on teacher turnover, trying to elevate the issue. And PowerEd was doing the same thing. We got routine public testimony. They didn't have access to data, so they had to employ Mary Levy privately to routinely get access to education data on teacher retention. The work that they did, the work that we've done over time, is what shifted the conversation on teacher retention. That took a significant amount of time to happen, and I could go through each of the reforms they're asking you for now and additional authorities and directly tie that to how we would have made substantially faster progress on retention had they had those specific authorities. So governance and classroom issues are not separate. Governance, the right balance of governance is how we make faster progress. Now, I have long recommendations in here about how we can improve in many areas, both for DCPS and charter schools, but I want to touch a little bit on merit pay. The famous management consultant and statistician, W. Edward Deming, once said, systems that appraise and reward merit work are the most powerful inhibitor to quality and productivity in the Western world. It nourishes short-term performance, annihilates long-term planning, builds fear, demolishes teamwork, nourishes rivalry, and leaves people bitter. This is exactly what you've heard about impact. It's not that it's bad to evaluate performance, that's good, but systems that tie merit to your retention, promotion, and especially pay are a waste of money. The track record is, and the education research, it is incredibly more effective to put all your financial resources up front. Pay people more to teach in the higher needs schools, relocation assistance, housing assistance, student loan assistance. That is what retains teachers, especially diverse educators in our school. And if you look at the research, you'll see we would be much better spending our money upfront in supporting teachers and providing extra compensation to teach at the schools we need them in most. I have additional recommendations in here on planning time, how we can stop treating flexible scheduling as a zero-sum game, and then specifically some recommendations for the charter school system to increase retention in that sector. But thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. I don't think I've ever seen 7 pages from you. So, but thank you for that. I just have a couple of questions, and I think they're for Ms. Mason. You said 76% retention, but that would be for both sectors combined, total for the district, because I think the DCPS is higher, like closer to 80%. Microphone.
Thank you. Yes. To answer your question.
You were going to say more?
The 76% from the educator workforce brief is both sectors.
And then you also said nationally, the latest data showed that school year 21-22, 84% school teachers, the district 6 percentage points lower. But that's comparing the district to all school districts nationally, not just large urban districts.
Correct.
Because I think there was testimony earlier that when you compare us with large urban districts, that we're doing better than them. I mean, frankly, I think 80% means 20% are leaving. That's 1/5 of the workforce. So I think that's too high, but still, it's nice to know we're better than other urban districts, and your comparison was with all districts, correct?
Correct.
Can I say something about the other urban districts that you asked about before?
Yes.
I looked at 3 high-performing districts. That's the question you asked about before that have been making a lot of progress: Miami, Chicago, and Boston. Miami is at 81% retention, Chicago 86%, and Boston is at 84%. So a little overall retention is 5 to 7 points better than the district in those districts.
That was Chicago, Miami?
Chicago, Miami, and Boston, which just have a really good track record in the last few years.
I do not have any other questions for you. Give me a second. I don't have any more questions for you. All excused. Thank you very much. Ashley Bryant was an educator with Empower Ed. Laura Fuchs, who's president of the Washington Teachers Union. Salim Adolfo, who I know is an ANC commissioner. Dr. Kenya Ramey. Allison Denny. Belicia Reeves. Justin Lessex, who's executive director of Sojourner Truth Public Charter School. Raymond Whedon, who is executive director of Thurgood Marshall Academy Public Charter High School. Lynette Backus. So a number of these people are virtual. Kara Schiavone, it's a teacher with Empower Ed. Carrie Savage with PAVE, Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, Chief of Policy. Ashley Bryant, you're first.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ashley Bryant, and I'm an educator from Ward 6 who teaches in a Ward 3 DC Public High School. I'm here to discuss the urgent need to address teacher retention in our schools. Empower Ed's preliminary teacher retention survey found that pay and benefits remain the top concern among educators, both in DCPS and charter schools. With the high cost of living, including some of the nation's priciest childcare, it's clear we need salaries that reflect educators' experience, education, and the quality of work they provide. But pay alone isn't the only issue. One solution that can make a meaningful difference is the creation of a $4 million teacher retention fund. I'm asking this council to consider directing resources towards schools with the highest turnover rates and allowing them to implement evidence-based strategies. These could include hiring additional permanent substitutes so teachers aren't forced to cover during their planning times, bringing wellness coordinators to provide staff and students to support staff and students, or creating mentorship programs to help new teachers thrive. The fund would allow schools the flexibility to design solutions that best meet their unique needs since, like we see in the students that we teach, a one-size-fits-all approach does not work. One thing that has kept me motivated as a teacher is the opportunity to pursue professional development beyond what DCPS offers. Over the past 4 years, I've traveled to Philly, Nashville, and New York City for specialized conferences on critical social studies topics. In the summer, I will travel to India with the Fulbright Teachers for Global Classrooms program. While I've been fortunate to access some funding through my school's PTSO, much of this has been funded by competitive grants I applied for outside of my school hours or using my own money. These rigorous PD opportunities challenge me to innovate in the classroom and keep me engaged in my career. DCPS can do more to help teachers afford these experiences. I urge that funds for professional development be added to the retention fund, as teachers who feel supported in their growth are more likely to stay. These opportunities should be accessible to all educators, not just those with extra resources. In addition to addressing the retention issue, I want to highlight the need for more support for teacher diversity. Many of our schools are staffed by immigrant educators who bring valuable perspectives and experiences to the growing multilingual learner population across the district. The fact that DCPS has turned its back and refused to uphold their promises of finding these employees permanent residency options is disgraceful, especially given the funding that has already been provided to support their employment. We need a sustainable educator program that ensures these talented educators are able to continue their vital work in their schools. Finally, I want to highlight planning time as a key teacher retention issue. This year, high school history teachers are expected to implement new curricula without guaranteed time during the workday to prepare, forcing many to plan nights, weekends, and even summers. While some schools have offered limited support, this is inconsistent and unsustainable. To prevent burnout and retain teachers, new curriculum needs to be rolled out with complete lesson banks for summer, along with protected planning time built into the workday, so teachers are not expected to sacrifice personal time to do their jobs effectively. In conclusion, I ask the council to listen and support these teacher-driven solutions that will help retain educators across DC. We must invest in strategies that truly support teachers by providing time, resources, professional learning, and district backing, because when teachers thrive, students do too. Thank you for your time and consideration of my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Bryant. Laura Fuchs.
Thank you. First, the charter schools unionized. There we go. It's frustrating to hear, as I have over the entirety of my control, that everything is great and improving when it comes to teacher retention. This is a constant refrain and has been since I've taught in the district starting in 2007. First, it was turnover is good because we need to get rid of bad teachers with a broomstick. And once you realize that narrative wasn't working, it was turnover isn't actually a problem. Why are you complaining? And here we are again. In my 18-year career, I've had 6 different principals, more APs than I can count, and watched as the entire staff turned over year, and my school wasn't even a high turnover school. It is demoralizing to educators whose lived experiences are consistently denied by DCPS spin on the data that is maintained by government officials who have shown zero interest in speaking the truth and have only been interested in maintaining their consistent propaganda stories and selectively picking information to back them up. Just this week, I received emails from multiple educators in DCPS asking the steps they needed to follow in order to resign mid-year. They cited a toxic and demeaning work environment. As president, I see people not even bothering to go through the official resignation process and just walking away, leading to me receiving return to duty notices and then voluntary resignations when those members don't respond. Many of them in their first year in DCPS. I hosted a check-in just last week with new teachers, some new to teaching entirely, many experienced but new to DCPS. They cited a lack of support around student behavior, curriculum, and planning time as major pressures. They also said they received basically no training on impact and did not understand how it worked almost at all. We need to replace impact and allow W2 to negotiate it with DCPS. We need to provide more time to educators. The chancellor is going to talk about LEAP. No one wants to go there. Trust and believe that. We need for educators to be supported with behavior management. It's not enough to invest in behavior and cultural support teams if they're not being utilized in partnership with the educators in the classroom. We have contract pieces on that. They're not followed. We need to open up a pathway to permanent residency through the green card policy that has been funded so we don't lose an additional 300 educators due to DCPS's callous disregard for their contributions to our schools and their lives in this country. We appreciate your support on this. We need it to be continued. One of my key problems with data and DCPS collects and reports is that they're choosing only to track year over year, not longitudinally. We can see from DCPS's own latest report that only 43% of educators have served in the district over 8 years, with only 14% serving over 15 plus, which I am one of. This is a retention problem. Anything else they say is a lie. This is their own data. So we need to know how many teachers have been teaching 5+ years at the school they're currently teaching in, and we should be breaking that down by demographics. We should be asking ourselves, how do we get our educators to stay past 5 years in DCPS, let alone their same school? Because right now the majority are leaving. Looking at the school data, when you start to break that down, I had to put it in Excel myself, but we have Johnson Middle School with 55% returning. There are 52 schools that have under the 83% retention rate they're touting. There are 25 schools that saw over a quarter of their teachers turn over. I've listed a bunch of schools that I still have to visit. They're about to witness the exact same thing happen again, and it isn't new. If you look at the data they provided for last year, a lot of these schools see the same. So we just have to treat this as if it is real. We can't continue this propaganda narrative. It's not helping anybody. We want to be partners in the solution. DCPS isn't interested. We need to move forward and hold them accountable for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fuchs. Salima Dofo, I believe, is not here. Dr. Kenya Ramey, I believe, is not here. Allison Denny is online. Allison Denny,
Yes.
please proceed. Please proceed.
I'm sorry. I lost my file. Here we go. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Allison Denny. I'm a 28-year resident of the District of Columbia and a proud Ward 4 constituent of Ms. Lewis George. My relationship with DC Public Charter Schools is a family affair. My son is an 8th grader, and my husband teaches 10th grade English, both at DC Public Charter Schools. I'm in my 10th year as an upper elementary guide at Lee Montessori Public Charter School. We at Lee are doing a new hard thing by trying to combine Montessori and public education. Although Dr. Maria Montessori began her work with poor children in Italy, in this country, Montessori education has traditionally been expensive. There's a real calling to be building a tuition-free Montessori school open to all students here in the District of Columbia. Council members, I'm very grateful that you have fostered the conditions that have allowed us to build Lee Montessori and have kept me teaching there for 10 years and counting. For me, these conditions fall into 3 buckets: funding, curricular support, and work-life balance. The per-pupil funding that you provide to charter schools allows our teachers to earn salaries above Montessori schools in the private sector, and thereby helps us attract and retain strong, trained Montessori teachers. The funding enables our school to offer needed benefits, such as subsidized healthcare and matching contribution to 401ks. The funding lets our school hire assistants and aides for every classroom, so that we are able to provide crucial extra support to students with high needs and keep our lead teachers from being stretched too thin. The facility money we receive from you helps us maintain our beautiful historical building and classroom environments. Curricular support. The curricular flexibility you allow us gives us the ability to implement the Montessori approach with fidelity, which led to Lee Montessori becoming the very first public elementary school in the entire United States to be fully recognized by the Association Montessori Internationale, AMI, which is a high bar and one of which we are very proud. I've also personally benefited from the generous paid teacher trainings offered by OSSE and DOEE, which have allowed me to upgrade my skills in math, the science of reading, and environmental science. On the work-life balance side, I and many other staff members have greatly benefited from the charter lottery parent preference so that our children can attend the same school where we work. I also appreciate the reworking of the Metrobus network, which made both my and my son's schools available via public transportation. What else could you do to support teacher retention? In addition to maintaining those supports, I would make 2 asks depending on age. For those of us on the far side of 50, I request you keep up the generous per pupil funding, especially for retirement. Losing our cost of living salary increases and 401k matching due to funding cuts are real scares, especially as charter employees, we don't have the safety net of the DCPS pension program. For my younger colleagues, many of them struggle with high housing costs and cannot afford to buy residence in the district. So many of them depart when their children become school age. I ask that you consider what housing assistance you could provide for your dedicated public school employees. It's a joy and a privilege to be spending my working life bringing Montessori to the children of the District of Columbia. Thank you for your time and for asking what you can do to make this job more sustainable.
Thank you, Ms. Denny. Felicia Reeves?
Good evening, Chairman Middleton and members of the Committee of the Whole. I am Belisha Reeves, the Executive Director of Two Rivers Public Charter School. I am grateful for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of our more than 1,000 students, their families, and staff from one of the most diverse schools communities about teacher and school leader retention. Thank you to the Council for continuing to uphold hearings and creating a space for families and educators and school leaders to share their perspectives. This process reflects a commitment to transparency, engagement, and thoughtful decision-making, values that are essential to a strong and equitable education system. Teacher and school leader retention is one of the most important factors in improving student outcomes. The high turnover during the COVID years left us particularly with lower student outcomes, shifting priorities, low morale, and inconsistent instructional practices. Over time, this instability has weakened school culture and undermined progress achieved in the previous years. Consistency among staff and leader supports both student success and strong, sustainable schools. While the public charter sector is making progress, we continue to operate with fewer resources than DCPS. Without equitable and sustained funding, it is increasingly difficult to recruit, retain, and support the educators and leaders our schools need to succeed. At Two Rivers, our 3-year strategic plan focuses on reversing learning loss and strengthening retention. We are accelerating academic growth through high-quality instruction, clear implementation of our co-teaching model, and differentiated professional learning that connects directly to classroom practice. Charter autonomy allows us to respond quickly to staff needs and to innovate. Our teachers have half-day planning and professional learning times with grade level or content partners, while our leaders also have faculty days for planning and data analysis. And all of our principals and APs have participated in the School Leader Lab programming that was testified about earlier. We have also implemented wellness days, mentorship programs, retention bonuses where the amount increases with your tenure, retirement matching up to 9%, counseling services for staff, and other initiatives to support staff and improve retention. Since year one, these efforts have improved teacher and leader retention, going from 65% when I first started to up to 84% overall last school year. Yet sustaining and expanding this progress requires continued financial support, particularly to expand professional learning, increase our staff capacity, and provide targeted academic and social emotional supports. We are also currently serving more students with disabilities who require higher levels of support. Meeting these needs responsibly requires additional staffing, specialized training, credentialing and certification, and coordinated services, all of which carry significant costs. If the district is serious about academic recovery, equity, and long-term student outcomes, budget decisions must reflect the real cost of educating students and retaining effective educators. We urge the council to prioritize equitable, predictable funding through the formula for professional learning, special education services, and leadership stability, because that sustained investment is essential to delivering the outcomes our students and families deserves. Thank you. I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Reeves. Justin Lessick, who I believe is virtual.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and other members of the council. My name is Justin Lessick, and I'm the Executive Director at Sojourner Truth Public Charter School in Ward 5. Sojourner Truth Montessori Public Charter School is the district's first and only public Montessori middle and high school. We're a growing school, and we currently serve about 400 students in grades 6 through 12. First off, thank you to the council for holding this hearing and showing that teacher and principal retention is a priority. Teacher retention is incredibly important for any school community, possibly even more so for schools with unique models. As a Montessori middle and high school, Sojourner Truth has a distinct approach to community building and instruction, and we often make significant financial investment in teachers interested in receiving formal Montessori training. Diploma programs can take up to 18 months for a teacher to complete and can cost the school up to $15,000 per participant. With this sort of model and learning curve in mind, it's critical that our school retains as many effective teachers each year as possible. We're also aware of the data that reinforces the importance of teacher stability and continuity when it comes to positive academic outcomes. We're proud to share that retention has steadily improved at Truth over the last few years, which aligns with an overall improvement in retention across the entire public charter sector. The following policies and priorities would promote teacher and principal satisfaction, wellness, and retention at Truth, and likely at other schools around the district as well. Firstly, increasing the UPSFF with predictable year-over-year growth to allow schools to fairly compensate and retain high-quality teachers. The more school funding that flows through the UPSFF formula, the better, to include all teacher compensation and any costs for teacher evaluation and bonus systems. This type of stable funding would enable Truth and every other LEA to plan for competitive salaries, maintain compensation commitments, fund performance-based incentives if appropriate, and continue to attract and retain excellent educators. Another is innovative practices to attract and retain teachers and principals. Truth and other public charter schools use our flexibility to find innovative ways to attract and retain excellent teachers and principals. Examples at Truth include creative and Montessori-aligned staffing models, early release days for students that allow for consistent staff professional development, and sponsorship of expensive Montessori diploma programs where staff can also earn credits towards master's degrees. Lastly, more citywide coordination to address social safety nets. The roles of a classroom teacher and principal have changed significantly over the last 5 years, and educators at all levels find themselves doing things on a daily basis that fall pretty far outside what was once considered their typical scope of work. Examples include calling students and families to help wake them up, adjusting commutes to give students who may otherwise be truant rides to school, and using assessment data to know the exact levels of each of their students so that they can provide personalized rather than full group lessons. While many of these are things teachers want to do, they're also exhausting and can lead to early burnout. More district-wide support systems outside of school could share accountability for deficits in areas that sometimes feel like they're falling solely on the shoulders of staff inside of our schools. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today, and I hope the outcome can be some new and truly innovative systems and initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lessig. Raymond Whedon, who's also virtual.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Council Committee of Whole. I have submitted my written testimony, so this will be a lot shorter than what I wrote. I want to thank everyone for allowing the schools to come and talk about how we are serving our teams in order to serve students. As the Executive Director of Thurgood Marshall Academy, Public Charter High School, located in Ward 8, I do not take this for granted. Now, while I know this is not a budget hearing, I do want to start by urging the council to continue to prioritize equitable funding for all of our students in schools, regardless of school type, because the things that have been shared before from my colleagues and the things that I'm going to share are a direct result of the efforts and funding that goes into that. At TMA, our teacher retention has grown from the mid-60s right after the peak of the pandemic to about 85% this year. This improvement did not happen by accident. It was because we focused intentionally on our adult culture. Thurgood Marshall Academy has significantly improved their teacher retention and is reflected in 3 basic areas. We do believe that we need a strong mission alignment. Educators choose TMA because we have a clear focus on law, leadership, and civic engagement, college preparation. Our most recent insight survey showed that more than 4 out of 5 staff members say that our mission gives meaning to their work, and when educators believe in their why, they stay. Second, we believe in the psychological and physical safety of our whole school community. Our staff consistently report that feeling heard by their leadership team is supported and challenges arise. Our survey data show that there's strong trust in the leadership and the culture where teachers feel safe when concerns come, and we invest into the physical and mental health of our team. In our building, we have 2 days on-site dedicated counseling for any team member to receive, so they do not have to go out of the building to receive those services. We do believe that teachers and team members need to be at a level of calmness in order to serve students well. Finally, we want to talk about our sustainable culture. We have reported that TMA has a strong collaboration and family feel in our building. This family feel is not just by accident. It is because we are purposely making sure we have space for all to share what they need, and we try to get them what they want. Over the last couple of years, our retention has gone up, but I do not want to use teacher retention as a proxy of a good or bad school. There are times where many of our team members, because of the work they're doing in our building, are being promoted, not just in our building, but in schools around the city and country. We see that as not only as something that we are proud of, But we want to celebrate that fact that many of our team members who are first generation, second generation college goers are also having the opportunity to lead schools just like me. And then finally, I'm always grateful for all of our partners like School Leader Lab, the Special Education Co-op, City School Collaborative, who have all put in some work to make sure that our schools are getting the best that they need day in and day out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whedon. Lynette Backus, who's online.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and esteemed members of DC Council Committee as a whole. Thank you for continuing to engage schools, educators, and families on the critical issue of teacher leader retention. This hearing is especially important because we know through research and lived experiences that retaining strong educators is one of the most powerful drivers of student achievement, school culture, and long-term stability. I'm Dr. Lynette Backus, Director of Leadership Development at Paul Public Charter School, where we serve 735 students across 2 schools in Ward 4. I'm here today to give you a glimpse of what retention looks like in practice at Paul and what it takes to also make it sustainable. Over the last 2 years, Paul has made meaningful progress in retaining teacher talent. And for example, 2023-24 school year, our high school teacher retention rate was 83%, with 91% of our effective teachers retained. In 2024-25, which was last school year, our middle school retention increased to 81%, and we retained 100% of effective school teachers. These results reflect intentional decisions, retaining strong educators while maintaining clear performance expectations. When teachers left us voluntarily, the reasons were transparent. Some of them sought leadership roles that were not yet available at our organization. Others cited personal circumstances such as relocation. And then, of course, our involuntary departures were largely performance-based, including unsuccessful completion of improvement plans. This distinction matters because strong retention is not about holding on to everyone, but it is about supporting and retaining effective educators. At the same time, I want to be clear about the real staffing challenges we face. Over the last 2 years, we've had persistent difficulties staffing math across all grade level bands, particularly in grades 8 and 9, and as well as in English language arts. To meet enrollment trends, especially in electives, we have had to overload some of our teachers with more than 3 preps, which increase workload and contributes to burnout. And this is despite our best efforts. This is where he focuses on support. Our retention strategies for support focus on well and long-term pipeline. Teachers at Paul experience high levels of instructional leadership support through administrators, instructional specialists, and they acted to network leaders. Even when we have turnover, we are intentional about building our bench of students and leaders experience continuity. Teacher wellness is a core strategy of ours. It's not an add-on. So for example, our Virtual Fridays is a synchronous instructional model, and teachers get the opportunity to reduce the stress of commute, offer flexibility, and also allow our teachers to work in their identified instructional spaces, take breaks, and move their bodies, and enjoy meals at home, and maintain balance. We also offer teacher-led and leader-led TED-style talks, quarterly wellness events, both internally and externally, and we protect the time for connection and professional growth. Looking ahead, I want
Dr. Backus, I'm going to have to cut you off because you are over your time and you have about probably another couple minutes of testimony.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Council.
But I do have your statement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cara Schiavone.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. I'll take a moment to allow there we go. My name is Cara Schiavone. I'm a high school English teacher in Ward 8. And like many teachers, I take on a lot of additional responsibility. I run extra clubs and teach multiple courses. Like right now, for example, I've stepped away from my after-school student newspaper meeting to give this testimony. Like most teachers, no matter how much responsibility I take on, I constantly feel the pressure to do more for my students. In a recent week, I worked nearly 60 hours. While working these 60 hours, I came down with a cold, but I came to work anyway, masked up as best I could, because I knew that in my absence, my students would lose urgent support at the end of a challenging quarter. I also came to work because at my school, calling out means that a colleague will sacrifice their planning time to cover my class. My situation is not unique. The majority of teachers citywide and nationwide report working well behind their contract hours or going to work sick. These are the conditions that make it hard to see teaching as a viable long-term career. Teachers cannot pursue personal goals, get enough sleep to remain healthy, or make adequate time for a family when our job is so demanding of our excess time. EmpowerEd's research shows that teachers' top priorities for retention are better pay and benefits, more planning time, additional staff mental health days, better wraparound supports for students, and a more flexible schedule. Here are some suggestions to meet these needs and improve educator retention in DC. First, fund at least one full-time permanent substitute for every 250 students in schools with an at-risk population of greater than 70%. For DCPS, we estimate this will cost approximately $11 million. Next, build the Educator Wellness Technical Assistance Grant Program into the city's 4-year financial plan at a level of $400,000 per year. This is currently a continuation grant, but we need the stability of building this into the 4-year financial plan to make educator wellness an ongoing priority. And finally, expand community schools. Many of the problems we face as educators are due to the fact that schools are trying to fill all of the gaps in the social safety net all at once, especially right now as the Trump administration is slashing these programs left and right. Teachers are hired to be subject matter experts, but we take on so many other roles to meet our students' unmet needs that little time is left for the most important part of our job, teaching students. By expanding schools' ability to provide students with wraparound services and better support them in all areas of life, teachers' time can be freed up to focus on the core of our jobs, teaching our content effectively. Additionally, students are better supported, meeting the goals of the school through community schools. It is often said that teacher working conditions are student learning conditions, and our students deserve to go to schools focused on meeting student and teacher needs through these and other policies. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Chairman and Council.
Thank you, Ms. Chavone. It's pronounced Chavone, right?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'll try to get that right. Thank you. Carrie Savage.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and committee staff. My name is Carrie Savage, and I serve as the Chief of Policy at PAVE. Thank you for holding today's hearing on the critical issue of teacher and principal retention and the opportunity to testify. Educators hold a unique power and responsibility. They unlock students' potential and build lasting relationships with families, find creative ways to support entire school communities. Heard a lot from a lot of them today. I know this from my experience as a 6th grade language arts teacher, and especially now in my work with PAVE, which is parent-driven, but in coalition with students, educators, and school leaders. Great educators increase attendance, student achievement, and contribute to a strong school culture. But educators do not become great overnight. They get to great with time, and that makes retention absolutely essential. When educators stay in the same school, entire communities benefit. Students and families develop trust with adults they know, sometimes across multiple siblings, leading to stronger engagement and school connectedness, the foundation of learning. Educators who trust one another collaborate more effectively, share ideas more freely, and push each other to improve. Stability builds stronger teams, and stronger teams lead to better outcomes for students. While there is more work to do, we are encouraged by the most recent data showing teacher and principal retention has improved in both sectors. This didn't happen by accident. We've invested in our people. We have increased compensation and made investments in professional development, coaching, high-quality instructional materials, and high-impact tutoring, all of which has strengthened classroom instruction. And it feels good as a teacher to see your students grow. We have to continue that trajectory. PAVE parent leaders also emphasize the importance of having systems in place to evaluate the efficacy of this work so we can focus on continuous improvement. As we look ahead, we urge focus on a few key areas. First, equitable and predictable funding across sectors is foundational. This should be through the UPSFF to allow schools to offer competitive compensation, invest in professional growth, celebrate excellence, and provide wraparound supports that students need so teachers are not tasked to take on everything alone. Second, educator wellness must be treated as a core retention strategy, not a perk. Educators are carrying increasing academic, emotional, and safety-related responsibilities. Investments in mental health supports and staffing models that reduce overload are essential if we expect great educators to stay and thrive. Third, we must continue to support innovative strategies that strengthen both recruitment and retention, such as high-impact tutoring, and finally, focus on safety around schools. The more we can do to collectively invest in safe passage and safety initiatives, the more likely we will see educator retention rise. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. We look forward to continuing our work in partnership with students, families, educators, and policymakers to build the education system every DC child deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Savage. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. I had a couple of questions. Ms. Bryant, in your testimony, you said create a $4 million teacher retention fund. Would that be 4 million in DCPS, which means roughly $8 million in the budget if we go through the UPSFF?
It's a good question. From my understanding, that would be, it's something that Empower Ed is promoting. And from my understanding, it would be across both.
Okay, and how would the fund be used?
Well, I like before the fund would be used kind of discretionary based on the schools that need it. It would be going to, I think, as I noted before, the schools with the highest turnover rates, and certain funds would be given to them to allocate those funds based on what the school needs. So, for example, some teachers in this testimony have been noting that when they call out sick, that another colleague has to step in to cover for them. So this would make sure that in those schools where that seems to be the case, they have a full-time substitute who can fill that role. So that way teachers are not using their planning time.
So my intent here is not to put you too much on the spot about
That's okay.
this, but it sounds like it would be at OSSI that the LEAs could then apply to OSSI for grant money for this? Because otherwise it would like be budgeted in DCPS and then equitably be budgeted in, I mean, you'd have to go through the UPSFF to then have it equitable for the charter schools. But what I'm hearing is that it would be sort of demand used. So when a school needed, you just said substitute teacher, it would help to pay for that.
Well, from my understanding, this would be it's a teacher retention fund. So it would be used for those high need schools that have a lot of that turnover. If we're going to be looking at data, then we should be looking at some of those schools that have the highest turnover and be using those funds according to how they need. And that, as I noted, that could be many different things, not just substitutes. It could be bringing in wellness coordinators if we find that teachers there need more support in that area, or creating mentorship programs. I can see from my experience, from my past 4 years when I was hired, I did not know anything about the impact system. I had to basically befriend teachers and then tell me the ins and outs of it, how to game the system, which I think is a conversation for another time, that I have to do that with my evaluation system. It's not actually showing me how good of a teacher I am. But those are just some ideas. Like mentorship programs would be really helpful to be able to allow teachers to be paired with someone that they can trust to help them navigate a very difficult career.
So let me just say with regard to this, that if we have $4 million, and of course we don't have the budget right now, and I'm going to say more about that in about a minute, but if we had $4 million, we'd have to figure out where we budget it. And we would either budget it in OSSI to be available to both sectors, or we would put it in the UPSFF. Alternatively, we could like just load it into DCPS, but then the charter sector would be like, why are you like giving more money to DCPS and not equitably to the charters, which is a fair criticism, which is why I said, are we talking about 4 million or 8 million? But if we did it in OSSI, then so if we do it to the UPSFF, then every LEA, including DCPS, spends it however they want to, although we could probably try to line item it in DCPS. If we did it through OSSI, then schools would have to, either schools or LEAs would have to apply to OSSI. And usually that means kind of at the beginning of the year, they would apply. So they would kind of have to know what they need. And I'm not asking you to respond. I'm just saying that that's how we would look at this to figure out how to budget it.
Absolutely. If I could jump in, Chairman. I think if you look at Scott Goldstein's 7 pages, he might have more information on this, looking where that's coming from.
Well, I did put it aside for bedtime reading tonight.
Perfect. I'm thinking we can find some more detailed answers there. I'm just one of the many representatives from Empower Ed, but I appreciate the questioning.
Now, I'm not promising that I'll read it at bedtime, because last night I tried reading a short story by Ray Bradbury and woke up 2 hours later.
The tough time to be reading that author.
I'm not sure it was a good short story. So there was also testimony. I suspect it's not unique to Ms. Chavone, but about substitute for every school. I kind of like the idea. Well, maybe I'll say I like the idea, but will cost approximately $11 million for DCPS. Either we line item something within their budget or we give them additional money, and then we have a problem with equity with the charter sector, so it could be $22 million. Build the Educator Wellness Technical Assistant Grant Program into the city's four-year financial plan at a level of $400,000. So we're talking about $1.2 million. And let's see, a couple years ago, we got badly burned on the ECE, that's the Early Child Care Educator program, where we put money to, let me see, $280 million in the financial plan, because you have to do every year, that's 70 million. And the mayor took 3 of those 4 years out of the financial plan the following year. So if we budget 1.2 million, the chances are, given the stresses on the budget, that only 400,000 would survive. And then expand community schools. We had a hearing on this in December. There was a lot of really good testimony about the value of community schools, but if I remember correctly, we're talking about several $1 million there. The council is going to get briefed next week by the mayor, the 27th. We have a breakfast, the mayor council breakfast. We're going to get briefed on the stresses facing the budget. So I'm just putting this out here. I think the advocacy is good. We saw the advocacy last year with the early childhood educator program, and so it did get funded for 1 year, below what the cost was, but it did get funded. So the advocacy is useful. But understand that the financial plan that was put forward last year actually has a decrease in the UPSFF for the upcoming FY27. It has $0 for the early child care equity or educator. I always get that wrong. ECE program, $0. The mayor had proposed a budget for child care subsidy at 86 million. No, yes, at 86 million when the actual expenditures were 130. We were able to increase it a little. So there's a spending pressure there of about $40 million. We have union contracts that are coming up with spending pressures. Just on the education side, we're talking about, help me here, 70, 40, that's 110. And I forgot something already. Oh yeah, the UPSFF, which I think is about 70 million. So we're talking about 200 million right there in that with our revenues that are flat. So it's going to be really hard to find funding for additional programs. This will all become a little bit clearer next week. Stay tuned for the breakfast, which I think is televised. It is open to the public. And my own view is that we're going to have to approach this budget with a kind of a circling of the wagons. How do we protect level funding for the schools? How do we ensure that the child care subsidy and ECE are adequately funded for 27? And that just there is going to be a challenge. So there was not a question. It's just in response to the testimony that, again, the advocacy is of value. But the challenges, understand the challenges are going to be really great. That's just education. Let's take healthcare, where the Alliance is underfunded, and we added 25 million to it. I'm not even sure. I don't think that was enough. And there's some choices there that are going to be really difficult. And that's a couple $100 million with regard to health. No question, just a little whatever explanation. I want to thank you all for your testimony, those of you online, and especially those of you who are here in person. Thank you. Russ Williams, who is CEO of Center City Public Charter School. Peter Anderson, who is head of schools and CEO of Washington Latin Public Charter School. Jessica Giles, who is executive director, DC Center for Strong Public Schools Action Fund. Sophia Barata, who's an Empower Ed educator. And Dr. Jeffrey Grant, who's CEO of Monument Academy Public Charter School. Is Sophia online? Sophia Barata? That does not look like her. Charlotte Butler Strickland, Principal Hart Middle School. Salim Adolfo, I already called him. Is he here? Gracie Abushewitz, Director of Educator Wellness with Empower Ed. Elizabeth Weiss. Devon Montgomery. Marlena Mitchell. These are all Empower Ed educators. You're Marlena? Doesn't matter. Jordan Doherty. Okay. I will call them anyway. Jordan Doherty is not online and not in person. Anita Middleton is not online, not in person. Chandler Denard is not online, not in person. So you are. I think we'll stop right there. Okay, going back, I had called Russ Williams. I believe he's not here. Peter Anderson is online. You're up, Mr. Anderson.
Good afternoon, Chair Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Peter Anderson. I'm in my 10th year as head of school at Washington Latin. I'm also a Ward 5 resident. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and thank you for this council's ongoing interest in and commitment to teacher and principal retention. Our experience at Washington Latin in maintaining a year-over-year teacher retention rate of more than 90% has taught us that affordability, autonomy, and alignment are three mutually reinforcing conditions for educator retention. Affordability ensures teachers and principals can realistically build lives in the communities they serve, reducing pressure to leave the profession or city. Autonomy affirms educators as professionals, granting them trust and discretion to exercise judgment, lead creatively, and remain invested in their work. Alignment between mission and practice, values and decisions, expectations and support cultivates a sense of belonging. When educators experience alignment, they feel that who they are and why they teach are honored by the institution. Together, affordability makes staying possible, autonomy makes the work sustainable, and alignment makes it meaningful. First and foremost, we must safeguard predictable year-over-year increases to the UPSFF and ensure all school funding flows through this formula. Compensation is foundational to recruitment and retention, and other policy levers can also meaningfully improve retention. Affordability must be addressed beyond salary alone. Housing costs and the daily expense of getting to work continue to push talented educators out of the city. For many teachers and principals, particularly those commuting from Maryland or Virginia or working in wards where they do not live, the cost and affordability of parking is a real and often overlooked burden. Expanding access to affordable parking near schools, offering parking subsidies, or providing zoning flexibility for school-based parking would materially reduce daily stress and make staying in the profession more feasible. Collaborating with leadership on additional WMATA options might also be helpful. Autonomy matters deeply for both teachers and principals. Retention suffers when educators are weighed down by duplicative reporting, shifting mandates, and mid-year compliance changes. Streamlining requirements across agencies, aligning timelines, and reducing unnecessary administrative burden would immediately improve working conditions. These are coordination challenges, not budget-heavy initiatives. Affordability, autonomy, alignment. I'd also like to add 3 more A's: accompaniment, access, and agency. Mentoring, coaching, and distributed leadership, especially in the early years, helps principals stay longer and lead better. Access to counselors, social workers, and mental health supports reduce the growing emotional load placed on educators. And agency, through advisory council, early involvement in policy design, and trust in professional development, signals respect and keeps educators invested. Educator retention is not only a workforce issue, it is a stability issue, an equity issue, and a student success issue. Policies that strengthen affordability, protect professional autonomy, and deepen alignment can significantly improve retention without being cost prohibitive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I'm impressed with all of your A's. What did you say that the retention rate was at Washington Latin?
This past year, 92%.
Hopefully others feel challenged. Thank you. Jessica Giles, who I believe is online.
Well, shout out to Washington Latin. That's really great retention rate. Greetings, Chairman Mendelson, members and staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Jessica Giles. I'm a Ward 7 resident and the Executive Director of the Washington, D.C. office of the Center for Strong Public Schools Action Fund. The Action Fund is a 501c4 organization committed to ensuring every student in all 8 wards of the district attends a high-quality, well-run traditional public or public charter school. My testimony today focuses on 4 key points. 1, DC Public Schools teacher retention is comparable to that of other large urban districts. 2, all school funding must flow through the uniform per student funding formula. 3, we must target interventions in specific teacher shortage areas and provide strong support for novice educators. And 4, we must focus on improving the quality of our teaching workforce. So on the first point, in the context of large urban public school districts nationwide, DCPS's teacher retention is comparable to that of other large urban public school districts. I cite a couple of examples here. I know there's been ample testimony about that today. This is good news for our system and signals that DC has a solid foundation on which to build and improve. There's been lots of discussion about the need for public school funding to flow through the uniform per student funding formula. I want to add my voice to the chorus. We must ensure that students receive equitable resources regardless of whether they attend a DCPS or a public charter school. This is really important as teacher retention continues to be an issue in both sectors. 3, we must target interventions in specific teacher shortage areas. So we know that turnover is particularly acute among novice educators, and there's been some research to show that to promote retention of early career educators, that there should be comprehensive induction model for new teachers, robust mentorship programs, planning time to help manage workloads and increase mental health support, which we've heard today. Additional targeted retention policies should address specific areas of teacher shortage. Like I said, one area is in special education, which for many years has had high vacancy rates and a low percentage of teachers returning to the same role in school. And then another area that we must continue to make progress in is the representation of Hispanic or Latino teachers and principals, which has one of the greatest disparities. We must have policy efforts to grow and retain our teaching workforce for this population. And then 4th, we must improve the quality of our teacher workforce. DC has long been a national leader in innovation and bold leadership. DC must continue to reimagine the teacher role, moving from a one teacher, one classroom model, embracing smarter approaches like team-based instruction, flexible scheduling, career pathways that let educators grow and lead without leaving the classroom. And finally, we must ensure that we build on the progress we made in reading and math by implementing the recommendations of the Early Literacy Task Force and the Math Task Force. Thank you for allowing me to testify. I look forward to partnering with you all to ensure DC leads the nation with strong public schools.
Thank you, Ms. Giles. Sophia Barata.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sophia Barata. I'm a 2nd grade teacher at J.O. Wilson Elementary and an Empower Ed Fellow. I've been teaching for over 15 years, and in these years, my experiences have run the gamut from wonderful to traumatic. While I am currently grateful to be at a school that both supports and appreciates me, this has not always been the case for my years with the district. So I'm here to discuss teacher retention and possible solutions. This subject is important to me because I see how drained teachers are. It affects staff and the students. Every school I've walked in DC has had days where there are so many callouts and absences that we struggle to find coverage for all classes. At one school, the 7 years I've worked there, only 1 year, I had the same grade level team as the year before. Turnover is common, which makes it hard to form strong relationships with my team to best serve our students. I myself have had days when I've questioned if this is the best career for me. So let's talk solutions. One is to continue to fund the educator wellness technical assistant grants and build it into the city's 4-year financial plan. While it's continued, it needs stability so teachers don't have to keep coming back and testifying that we need more support and money for these grants. These grants work with staff directly, diagnosing challenges to better improve teacher wellness. Another solution could be addressing impact, but actually addressing impact. Every year, teachers discuss impact. DCPS puts on their own page that, quote, a significant number of teachers express stress or anxiety regarding impact outcomes. While they refuse to give a number for that, they did post other numbers. The Insight survey also showed that 60% of educators feel that that impact supports their growth. It found that among all teachers, nearly half of the effective and highly effective teachers feel it doesn't support their professional growth. While DCPS likes to say our retention rate is improving by approximately 2%, it averages between 20 to 23% in turnover. This being an average, we have some schools as high as 48% in turnover. Imagine sending your child to a school where half the teachers are new. A study by Shanker Institute states higher need schools average at 40% turnover. I can't speak for the approximately 3,500 teachers that are leaving, but I can tell you my reasons for contemplating it myself. I was once in a high need school. Over the years, my impact scores have fluctuated by several points, going from nearly highly effective 1 year to barely effective the following year, only to be scored nearly highly effective the next. Did I really get that much worse in between those years, or was it a change in relationship between my administration and I? This is mild compared to stories I've heard of highly effective teachers being scored below effective a year later due to personal disagreements with their evaluator. I hope to see the wellness grants funded and impact replaced with a system that supports teachers and their growth. We need your support in making this happen. Thank you for your time and continued support of us teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beretta. Dr. Jeffrey Grant, who I believe is online.
Yes. Greetings, Chairman Middleton and all District of Columbia City Council members. I am Dr. Jeffrey Grant, CEO of Monument Academy Public Charter School, a residential middle school located in Ward 7. This school year, we are serving 133 scholars from 6 of the city's 8 wards, with 113 of the scholars being deemed at risk. I would like to open by thanking the District of Columbia for supporting our scholars through the ongoing investments in the infrastructure of our public school systems. I shared this after visiting several states throughout our country and learning that not all local governments are willing to identify and embrace differentiated practices designed to engage the scholars where they are academically, mentally, emotionally, and physically. During my experience as a 33-year educator, leading schools for over 20 of them, I have observed how the strategy of investing in school leaders and other staff members who love their children and their families must be implemented in all schools. Monument's mission is to enroll scholars who may have experienced significant trauma and are in or at risk of entering into the child welfare system. Additionally, our mission states we aim to attract and retain quality staff members. According to the data generated over the last 7 years, Monument Academy has been meeting its mission. The key to our success is our willingness to be courageous in our efforts. As the only residential public middle school in Washington, D.C., Monument Academy knows that we need to address situations and circumstances that traditional schools may never have. Special people have chosen to do this hard work. Thus, it falls upon me to ensure Monument hires and consistently retains highly qualified, dedicated staff members who work tirelessly to support the scholars and their families. All persons are not excited to teach, let alone live with, middle schoolers. This is a tough age group. However, we have been blessed to have subject matter experts who enjoy teaching and healing our kids. I accomplished this task by retaining these distinguished professionals by investing in my team through competitive salaries and benefits and promoting a respectful and respectable work environment. The education profession is a noble endeavor, one by which no other profession is attainable, as it is we who teach all other professions to read, write, calculate, solve complex problems, and navigate this hard-to-predict world. Furthermore, I celebrate my staff members by honoring their efforts and successes. I learn with them and lead with them. As I stated last year, educators are treated as professionals in Monument's community. I also invest in the well-being of the school's leaders, teachers, and all other staff members by staffing the school with mental health and physical health experts who are available to serve all stakeholders. Lastly, I honor, respect, and protect my staff. In closing, I'm proud to share that my leadership team has been consistently collaborating as a unit throughout the full 7 years of my tenure as the CEO. Thank you for your time and attention on this extremely important matter.
Thank you, Dr. Grant. Charlotte Butler Strickland.
Good afternoon, Councilman Middleton, council members, and staff members. I am Charlotte Butler Strickland, and this is my 12th year serving as the principal of Charles Hart Middle School. I'm currently pursuing my doctorate of education at Howard University and researching how to use collective teacher efficacy as a means of strengthening teacher retention. Thank you for the chance to provide my testimony today about the important role that principals play in teacher retention and DCPS. In my career, I've been an English teacher, instructional coach, dean, and assistant principal. Over a decade ago, Chancellor Henderson and John Davis saw potential in me and convinced me to join the Mary Jane Patterson Aspiring Principal Fellowship. Since then, DCPS has continued to invest in me. I was a part of the Georgetown University's EML cohort under Professor Bob Bees, who you heard from earlier today, and DC is currently supporting my doctoral education along with the Wallace Foundation. As principal, teacher retention is a huge passion of mine. Over the past 6 years, our teacher retention rate at Hart Middle School has been at 98%. Our success is due to establishing a positive and supportive culture, being transparent with our expectations, practices, and prioritizing the time for teachers to plan and collaborate. Diving into John Hattie's research, collective teacher efficacy is a shared belief that teachers working together can positively influence student achievement. And this deeply has influenced my belief and my work at Hart Middle School. I work to create conditions to make people feel safe, valued, and have choice. My job is to take care of all of the staff members at the school so that in turn, that I get to know them as people, not just as educators. And these supports all align with the hopes of making sure that the same thing trickles down to our students. I utilize Gary Chapman's 5 appreciation language of the workplace to survey and differentiate how I show appreciation to every single staff member in my building. In addition to creating a supportive structure, I also value being transparent. So my budget comes out, I give it to the entire staff. What do we need to change? What can we add? And in times of being lean, what do we have to cut? But that transparency lets my staff know that I care about them as individuals. Once a year, I record myself teaching a lesson, and I allow the teachers to grade me use the impact rubric because I believe that we are in this work together, and feedback is the breakfast of champions. And so in order to create an environment where there's a continual cycle of feedback, we have to give and receive feedback to each other. So that's giving the principal feedback as well. I pride myself on creating innovative schedules where I prioritize teacher planning and collaboration time. Teachers have time outside of the classroom instruction so they can share best practices and that they look at data. And this is how we've been continuously making gains across the board. Our professional learning communities give our teachers voice, choice, and I treat them like the professionals that they are. If we want educators to stay, we must invest in them as professionals and as leaders. Every school must have the right supports in place, and schools cannot do this work alone. We require partnerships with our families and our communities. And thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Principal Butler Strickland. Gracie Abushewitz, I think she's virtual.
I'm virtual, yes. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Gracie Abushewitz. I'm the Director of Educator Wellness at Empower Ed. Over the past several years, I've worked directly with leaders and staff at over 30 DC schools on issues of retention and sustainability. While I often focus on teachers in my testimony, today I want to address what I see as an increasingly critical component of school stability, our principals. From my experience, the single best way to retain great teachers is to support and retain great principals. The data supports this. Teacher retention is highest in schools with effective, stable leadership. These kinds of principals are inspiring instructional leaders and are also powerful culture builders. They work hard to protect teacher time and agency and provide ongoing meaningful feedback and foster a truly collaborative environment. To help cultivate and retain more outstanding principals like this, we need to address principal wellness and burnout. A core part of this is remembering that principals, most of whom began as teachers, entered this profession to be inspired by great pedagogy and to keep growing in their craft to support students. The same is true for their teachers. Systemic support must therefore go beyond managing crises to actively nurturing the professional trust, intellectual stimulation, and pedagogical growth that principals need to keep growing and feel effective in their work. Crucially, we must reduce the overwhelming demands on principals. This means ensuring their evaluation systems do not incentivize spending time on tasks that don't feel supportive of their educators or aligned with their primary duties. It also means resisting the constant stream of new, sometimes disjointed initiatives that are forced upon them. They need the stability and autonomy to focus on what matters most for their school community. To keep our best leaders so they can keep our best teachers, we must systemically invest in their well-being. Here are 4 ways to do that. One is to get them out of the building and into cohorts. As people have talked about today, being a principal can be isolating, and isolation leads to burnout. Therefore, we must fund and mandate regular opportunities for principals to connect as peers. School Leader Lab, as is mentioned today, is doing incredible work, as is DCPS with its cluster model. So it's important to study these opportunities and challenges and these models and find new ways to ensure that all principals have access to this kind of supportive collaboration. 2, embed wellness leadership on their admin teams. We can't expect principals to single-handedly drive staff, student, and family wellness in addition to academic success. Schools need dedicated support through capable assistant principals, wellness coordinators, or operational managers who have the training to help make wellness decisions at the systems level. 3, consolidate and manage external partnerships. Schools are often overwhelmed by well-intentioned but fragmented external programming. There is exciting collaborative work being done in our city through a school-based behavioral health consortium of local organizations, of which I'm a part, to reduce siloing and work more effectively across the intersection points of student, family, and educator wellness. We need to support principals' own professional growth. Leadership development must move beyond crisis management, so investing in coaching and growth opportunities that reignite their passion for education and help them evolve as leaders. Again, if we want principals who can retain teachers, we must work to retain those principals. This requires a shift from viewing them as tireless compliance managers to supporting them as the essential, intellectually engaged human leaders they are. Thank you. I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much. Elizabeth Weiss, who I believe is virtual.
I'm here. Good evening. I'm a DC Public Schools educator, a math instructional coach, and a parent at Brown Education Campus in Carver Langston. I've been an educator for over 15 years, and I'm here today because I want to talk about one of the most effective retention strategies that we have that is still treated like an add-on instead of essential infrastructure: community schools. I'm in education because I believe schools should be places of possibility, not just for students, but for the adults who show up every day to serve them. I joined education advocacy work because I have seen firsthand how policy decisions shape whether educators can sustain this work long term. The issue matters to me because without strong wraparound supports for students and families, educators are asked to absorb needs that no individual teacher or school team can reasonably meet alone. When those needs go unmet, burnout follows, no matter how dedicated or skilled an educator is. In my school community, we serve a high number of students who are at-risk multilingual learners and families navigating housing instability, food insecurity, and limited access to health and mental health services. The current climate of surveillance and fear, particularly for immigrant and mixed status families, intensifies these challenges, making families more hesitant to seek help in schools, one of the few trusted spaces left. When those supports are missing or inaccessible, teachers become de facto social workers, case managers, crisis responders, and translators, often during what is supposed to be our planning or personal time. I've watched talented teachers spend hours trying to track down services for families, manage chronic absenteeism tied to unmet needs, or support students in crisis, on top of delivering rigorous instruction. That load is not sustainable, and it directly contributes to turnover. What's critical to understand is this: educator burnout is not a personal failure, it's a systems failure. And community schools are one of the clearest systems level solutions we have. When schools have a dedicated community school coordinator and stable funding, everything changes. Students get access to services earlier. Families have a consistent point of contact. Attendance improves. Crises are addressed proactively instead of reactively, and teachers get to do what they were trained to do: teach. In schools that function as true community schools, educators are no longer expected to fix everything inside their classrooms. The burden is shared appropriately across partners, coordinators, and community-based organizations. That is not a luxury. That is what retention looks like in practice. Expanding community schools to campuses that meet clear indicators: high at-risk populations, attendance challenges, high numbers of multilingual learners, and historically disinvested neighborhoods is a smart and evidence-based investment. It supports students holistically and protects educator capacity. If we want teachers to stay, we must stop designing systems that require heroics just to survive the school year. Community schools reduce turnover, not by asking educators to do more, but by allowing them to do their actual jobs. I urge the council to expand community schools funding and coordinators to schools that meet these criteria, and to treat this model as core infrastructure, not a pilot, not a temporary program, and not a line item that must be rejustified every year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weiss. Devon Montgomery.
Good evening, Chairperson Mendelson. My name is Devon Montgomery, and I am the Dean of Students at Harmony DC Public Charter School in Ward 5 and an Empower Ed Fellow. I've been an educator in the district for the past 15 years, seeing the education landscape change throughout my tenure. As an educator and building leader, I have continuously been asked to do more with less while navigating the increased pressures to close growing achievement gaps. Mental health and wellness have come to the forefront, but education has not made room to support educator and scholar wellness. Today, I'm here to discuss ways that we can increase educator retention in the district. Preliminary results from the Empower Ed's All Educator Survey has reported that the top retention concerns for educators in public charter schools include better pay and benefits, additional staff mental health days, better wraparound supports for scholars, more planning time, and more support for professional learning. Common themes here include educator wellness, professional growth, and adequate staffing. When educators feel supported in these ways, they feel more connected to and valued by the community. One of my biggest frustrations as a building leader is that I understand the need to support our staff's wellness, but we lack the resources to employ a fully stocked staff. When we don't have enough resources to hire enough support staff, that puts extra strain on the rest of the team. Planning time needs to be kept sacred, but when staff call out, chaos often ensues. This occurs because our leadership team is already triple booked and unable to cover classes. We don't have enough support staff, and contracting subs is a roll of the dice. School culture can be disrupted when there are subs in the building that are unfamiliar with scholars and school culture. Permanent substitutes in our building would allow us the flexibility to ease the pressure of staff shortages, have continuity in school culture, and provide extra support to classrooms. As Dean of Students tasked with our restorative practices work, this work has become more difficult because of our lack of resources to hire a full support team that would include a social worker, clinician, behavior technicians, and other support staff. As a result, we have to spread this work around to other staff members who are already spread way too thin, and that dilutes the efficacy of the work. Additionally, building educator capacity should be facilitated at all costs. Increasing pressure applied to supporting scholars and families require educators to continuously be in the practice of sharpening the tools in their toolbox. On a staff composed of veteran, first-year, and educators with varying levels of experience, it is imperative to have the bandwidth to personalize professional development towards specific educator needs. There is no one-size-fits-all approach to supporting educators of multiple disciplines and experience levels to coexist in the same building. I ask that council support educator retention by funding permanent substitutes, creating a teacher retention fund to target schools with high educator turnover, offering community schools funding with coordinators to more schools, funding an educator personalized professional growth fund, making the OSCE Educator Wellness Grants part of the four-year financial plan, supporting educator diversity by funding a sustainable immigrant educator visa program, and growing opportunities for Black male educators. Educator retention is critical to the academic achievement of our scholars. Educators are on the front lines and often become burnt out because there are too few resources allocated for their wellness. In order to retain and expand our educator workforce, it is critical that we provide schools with permanent substitutes, teacher retention funds, community school funding for funding and coordinators, professional development funding, wellness grants, and a diverse educated population. Thank you for your time and consideration of my testimony. Please review my written testimony for further elaboration.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. I do have your statement here. Marlena Mitchell.
Okay. Hello, good evening. My name is Marlena Mitchell. I am a Ward 5 resident, a parent of DCPS scholars, as well as an educator in Ward 5. And I am here to advocate for our international teachers. We cannot keep calling ourselves a global city while pushing out the very educators who make global learning possible. International teachers are not an accessory to DCPS. They are essential. They bring linguistic depth, cultural wisdom, and lived experience that no textbook can imitate. They show immigrant and multilingual students, not with slogans, but with their presence, that they do belong here. And yet, we are failing these teachers. So let us name the contradiction clearly. DCPS recruits international teachers to fill urgent instructional gaps, especially in multilingual communities, and then leaves these international teachers exposed, unsupported, and disposable. That is not bureaucratic oversight. This is a moral failure. Council allocated $236,000 to support educators on their green card pathways, yet DCPS has not used these funds. So let me be very clear. Funding without accountability, it is not support, it is performance, and our educators are the ones who are paying the price. In schools experiencing rapid demographic and linguistic change, international teachers are often the glue holding these communities together. They translate not just language, but systems. They mediate conflict. They build trust with families who have every reason to distrust institutions. I have seen international teachers stay late to help parents complete forms that they don't understand. I've seen them walk students through culture shock and displacement. I've seen them serve as counselors, translators, advocates, all while still delivering rigorous instruction. And I've also seen their visas revoked and the district do nothing. So when that happens, students don't just lose a teacher, they lose stability, they lose representation, and oftentimes hope. If we are serious about achievement, graduation, and workforce readiness, we must stop treating multilingualism like a charity and start treating it like the asset, the strategic asset that it is. In every DCPS building, bilingual educators are constantly pulled to translate, mediate, support, often without compensation or recognition. Yes, we have Language Line, but Language Line is not a person. They cannot build trust, they cannot hold relationships, and they definitely cannot replace human connection. If multilingualism matters, we must pay for it. So
I need you to wrap up.
Oh, psych. Okay, so funding sustainable immigrant educator visa programs, conduct immediate oversight to ensure that DCPS uses the $236,000 already allocated for green card pathways, hiring and retention of bonuses for multilingual educators because skill deserves compensation, and invest in evidence-based frameworks like SIOP to build teacher capacity because equity without training is empty rhetoric.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jordan Doherty, I think, is not here. Anita Middleton, not here. Chandler Denard, not here. All right, that's going to complete this group. I do not have any questions for any of you, but thank you for your testimony, and also, since the hour is getting late, thank you for your stamina.
Thank you.
Nathaniel McVeigh Finney, Armand Cuevas, Gabe Murnoff, Emily Griswold, you're Emily, Caleb Franklin, Carly Fischerow, Ange Perko, we're about halfway through the list. Jody Peltison, Dylan Craig, Sean SN, Fabiana Pereira, Dr. Ashley Tucker, Catherine Prokop, she's
I'm here.
executive director of Howard University Middle School.
This is Dr. Fabiana Pereira. I was able to.
Okay, hold on, everyone. Carlos Richardson, I think I'll stop with Carlos Richardson. You did? All right. So I'll go back where I was. Nathaniel McVeigh Finney is not here. Armand Cuevas is not here. Gabe Murnoff is online. You're up.
Hello. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Gabe Murnoff. I'm an educator from Ward 5, and in my third year teaching in Northeast DC. I'm in education for two main reasons. One, to help young people have the tools to chart their own path, and two, because working with young people brings me joy. Education advocacy in particular is important to me because we need to do the on-the-ground work with youth, but we also need to work on larger systems and structures. More specifically, I'm a 5th and 6th grade English language arts teacher in a very diverse classroom in Ward 5 where I live. Today, I'm here to discuss the importance of providing adequate support to teachers and students to improve well-being. I support expanding OSSE Educator Wellness Grants, the Teacher Retention Fund, and the Community Schools model to help support our teachers and students. Teacher burnout is real, and I've seen it firsthand. Teachers have always needed a lot of support, but this is even more important in our current environment where students have significant needs due to the after effects of COVID-19, social media, the youth mental health crisis, and so on. Working in education, as others have discussed today, is especially exhausting when there are not sufficient supports, wellness initiatives, or staffing. Often, I've seen my school, but in particular other schools have found it challenging to fill permanent positions, especially in special education. Speaking with educators at other schools, these sorts of issues are even more pronounced. The burden of understaffing ends up falling on teachers, as others today have discussed, negatively impacting both teacher and student well-being. Our workloads are high. We are counselors, caretakers, mentors, providers of food and snacks, lesson planners, family communicators, and so much more, all in addition to our primary roles as providers of academic instruction. Students often have issues that are far beyond the scope of what we as teachers can adequately provide, and yet we're expected to fill all these roles in addition to helping them grow in math and reading. Often I've felt burned out as a younger educator as a result of my many responsibilities beyond direct teaching, like grading, lesson planning, and family communication. In order to solve these challenges and to improve support, I have a few ideas to present. Here are my suggestions for the council. I'm requesting that the mayor and city council make the OSSE Educator Wellness Grants part of the 4-year financial plan at $400,000 a year. This will help organizations to continue collaborating with schools to help keep teachers and help keep them happy. I'm requesting additional funds for a teacher retention fund for 20 schools with high turnover, for them to have wellness supports like flexible scheduling, adding permanent substitutes, educator wellness investments, and the expansion of co-teaching models. At my school, all these types of supports, when we've had them, have been incredibly helpful in making the job of teaching a bit less stressful. Permanent substitutes have made my job less stressful when my schools had trouble finding co-teacher. We also need to provide improved wraparound support for students to allow educators to focus on academics. We can do this by expanding the community schools model, which will help us work towards a city where all students can thrive. Students need the lower levels of their hierarchy of needs, like food, sleep, and health, to be satisfied. So in conclusion, it's vital that the council listen to educators and support teacher solutions to retain educators and improve experiences for our students and staff. We can do this by expanding the OSCE Educator Wellness Grants, the Teacher Retention Fund, and the Community Schools Model. I feel strongly about these calls to action. Thank you very much, and have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Murnoff. Emily Griswold.
Good evening, council members and committee members. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you again. For those of you who were not present last month at the hearing on special education, I'm Emily Griswold. I'm the founder of 1111 Wellness and Left of Center Coaching. My two community-based organizations focus on staff sustainability, teacher retention, and supporting neurodivergent students across DC. Today builds on my previous testimony, but with a sharper focus on solutions. I first kind of want to reframe this conversation from teacher retention to sustainability. Retention really just focuses on numbers of who stayed, but sustainability asks about the conditions under which they stayed. The district has taken important steps to begin the conversation. Thank you for funding many of these initiatives. But now that I've been in this field for 6 years, it's really time to address some of the root causes instead of just the numbers outcomes. The 2024 State of the American Teacher Survey gathered 22,000 responses from educators nationwide. It found in similar working adults to struggle with job-related stress. They cite student behavior, low pay, and administrative overload as the top contributors. Something I've also seen reflected in the hundreds of empathy interviews I've offered to staff over the past 6 years across DC. The stress teachers are describing isn't just workload, it's also scope, like many folks have mentioned. Schools are now expected to address student behavior, mental health, disability needs, and family instability, often without sufficient training, staffing, or a shared responsibility model. The result is emotional overload for educators and principals, which shows up as burnout, absenteeism, and mid-year resignations. So what do? First, we invest in comprehensive disability and behavior-informed training through an equity lens, not just for educators, but for families too. At an elementary school I worked with last year, staff proposed a parent university where families could participate in the same training as educators. This can strengthen not only the school-home alignment, it also reduces the sense that teachers are carrying these challenges alone. Similar to the community schools model, when educators see an act of shared accountability, they feel more effective in their jobs. And as we've stated many times, people stay when they feel successful. Second, we need it to expand direct student support. Programs like the district's HIT, High Impact Tutoring Program, have done fantastic work and show the power of research-backed interventions that meet students where they are. We need to extend this model into direct support for students like executive functioning, social skills, and values-based goal setting, especially in the middle and high school. When students receive targeted support, teachers are free to actually teach rather than fill roles that they weren't trained to hold in the first place. Lastly, we have to directly address the growing and unfortunate divide between staff and the administration. None of these strategies I've mentioned, stronger training, shared accountability with families, or expanded student support, can succeed without trust and communication between the adults and schools. When educators don't feel heard or informed and leaders don't feel understood or supported, even the strong initiatives break down, giving way to frustration, mistrust, and burnout. This is a precious waste of resources we do not have. The question before us isn't just how many educators and leaders are staying. It's whether we are building ecosystems where adults and students are equipped to succeed together. Thank you for your time and your continued commitment to the work.
Thank you, Ms. Griswold. Caleb Franklin, I think, is not here. Carly Fischerow, I think is not here. Ange Perko, there you are.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Ange Perko. My pronouns are they, them, and I would appreciate being identified as Perko and not Mr. or Miss Perko, as I identify as a non-binary trans activist. I am a teacher and community member from Ward 4 and testifying here as a fellow with Empower Ed. In fall 2024, at my former school, Paul Public Charter School, there were a series of changes made. A new highly inflexible schedule was implemented that gave far too little planning time to some subjects, far too much instructional time to others, and made impossible demands in terms of material and content generation. On top of all that, the administration then made the choice halfway through the year to completely remove our daily house periods, the only time of day students and teachers get the specific opportunity to actually connect with each other on a more personal rather than purely academic level. When teachers tried to rally and organize and bring our concerns and then protest to the administration, we were dismissed and told that this was all just a part of the job, and I quote, "We all know that this profession comes with the expectations of not just working school hours." They, in fact, did not retain me. I left for many reasons, but I would not to return to that school without an overhaul of their policies and priorities for any amount of money. You cannot put a price on your health or being respected. A great many of the teachers who received that messaging did not return to Paul next year, and some didn't return to teaching at all, which means years of building relationships with those students, which we're constantly told are so important, were lost. Teacher retention is crucial for student retention. It feeds right into our problems with absenteeism. The kids come to school because they want to be around adults who care. And if there's an ever-rotating sea of faces, they don't ever get the chance to make the community connection. To retain students, we need to retain teachers, but schools aren't incentivized to choose strategies like better pay and benefits, more flexible scheduling, more planning time, and additional wraparound supports for students. Instead, they choose strategies that they think will get simpler policy results, like spending more money on an overabundance of testing that will actually end in only more stressors on our students and staff. I left my school for many reasons, but in no small part because the stress of the schedule and the lack of support made me genuinely sick. And also, I was so angry at not getting a chance to connect anymore with the kids in that one specific break period of the day. That was why I did and do still do the work, because I care about our kids. If you take away a teacher's time and ability and resources and finances to take care of themselves, they cannot provide adequate care to their students except at a cost to themselves. And we wouldn't be having this hearing today if we didn't appreciate what that cost is. A Gallup survey and the APM Research Lab have found in studies in recent years that a majority of Americans aged 16 to 74 are reading at a 6th grade level. And I think we can see the results of that at large today. Not protecting and providing for our teachers is affecting not just our education system, but our whole society. I could go on, but I will thank you instead for your time and consideration, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Perko, you said you left that school, but you're still teaching
Yeah, absolutely.
at a different school in DCPS?
Oh, yes. No, not DCPS, sir. I'm currently a substitute teacher with a private organization.
Okay. Caleb Franklin has joined us online. Caleb Franklin, you're up.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Caleb Franklin, and I'm a middle school educator and teacher leader in Ward 8. I teach 7th to 8th grade social studies. I serve as a grade level lead and a high impact tutoring coordinator. And I was recently, last school year, named Teacher of the Year. I'm so proud to be a graduate of a HBCU and a Black male educator committed to serving students who are too often underestimated and under-resourced. I'm in education because I believe schools can be places where barriers are dismantled, not reinforced. I engage in education advocacy because teachers are rarely centered in the policies that shape our daily working conditions. Today, I'm here to speak about teacher and principal retention and what it will actually take to keep educators in our DC classrooms. This issue matters deeply to me because I have seen what stability makes possible in the classroom. I have looped with the same group of students from 5th grade through 8th grade, and I have witnessed firsthand the academic growth, confidence, and trust that comes from sustained relationships. Students who once struggled academically or with behavior has become leaders because they had consistent educators who knew them well and had the time to support them. That kind of growth depends on retention. Yet that continuity is increasingly difficult to maintain. Educators turnover disrupt learning and forces remaining staff to absorb additional responsibilities, often at the expense of planning time and well-being. Survey data from DC educators confirms this reality. Teachers are not just asking for miracles, they're asking for time, support, and sustainable working conditions. If the council wants to meaningfully improve retention, I urge you to prioritize 3 specific actions. First, find permanent substitutes in high-need schools. When teachers are pulled from planning to cover classes, instruction and morale suffer. Permanent substitutes protect instructional time and reduce burnout. Second, invest in targeted teacher retention fund for schools with the highest turnover. Giving schools flexible resources to implement solutions such as wellness coordination, co-teaching, or protected planning time allows leaders to respond to the real needs of their staff. And third, expand the community schools model so that educators are not expected to address every academic, social, and economic challenge alone. When schools have strong wraparound supports, teachers can support and focus on teaching and building relationships that drive student growth. I'm speaking as someone who has grown alongside his students for years and who wants to continue serving DC students long term. Retention is not about incentives alone. It's about creating conditions where educators can do this work well and with sustainability. Thank you for your time and for listening to the voices of educators who are committed to DC students.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Carly Fisher, I believe, has joined us. Please proceed.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council and colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about teacher and principal retention, an issue that sits at the center of student achievement, school stability, and educator well-being. My name is Carly Fischerow, and I'm the Executive Director of Washington U Ying Public Charter School, a pre-K-3 to 5th grade elementary school serving more than 760 students through a Chinese immersion and the International Baccalaureate Framework. Today, I want to talk about 3 important elements that have supported our sustained teacher retention work. Number 1, an innovative daycare model that we have at our school for our staff. It's small and mighty, and it's stinking adorable, but it's made a real and lasting impact. And I think if we could expand this kind of thing, it would really help teachers who, many of whom are parents of young children themselves. The second is the importance of teacher voice, and the third is conditions and career pathways. I want to start by thanking the Council for your continued investment in teacher compensation, including the Early Childhood Pay Equity Fund for our early childhood educators. At U Ying, this investment has directly supported our early childhood educators because we have an on-site daycare program, that's correct, for our staff, allowing them to put their young children, starting at 3 months of age, at a daycare right where they work. It's one of our most meaningful recruitment and retention tools, and we couldn't do it without OSSI and the Council's support. U Ying has retained 91% of our teachers in 22-23, 90% in 23-24, and 90% again in 24-25. That level of consistency is because of programs like the daycare, but also because of our commitment to teacher voice and things that really matter, including teacher compensation, benefits, our strategic plan, and our school calendar. Staff voice is central to decision-making, and we center teachers in many of those big decisions that shape our school and our school's future and its direction. We work hard to adapt based on staff feedback. We've also invested in strong staffing structures and conditions that make the work a little more sustainable. That includes things that some of my colleagues have mentioned: permanent substitutes our teachers never have to cover a class. We have student culture liaisons who support student behavior in the classroom, intentional community time, and fun outings that reflect our staff's interests and culture, including a staff hot pot event during Lunar New Year. All of this is possible because charter schools have had the flexibility to respond and adapt to staff needs, and we couldn't do that without the sustained funding that's the Council has provided through the UPSFF and the recent teacher compensation educator funds. We encourage you to sustain that investment as we look into next school year and to help us continue to build those increases into the UPSFF in the future. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. I believe Jody Peltison is not here. Dylan Craig.
Good evening. I'm Dylan Craig, a Ward 4 resident, teacher at Garnett Patterson Stay Opportunity Academy, and Vice President of High Schools on the WT Executive Board. When we have high turnover, we lose the institutional knowledge that comes with longevity. But educators don't leave because they're undedicated, they leave because they feel overworked and undervalued. However, this isn't inevitable, and here are a few solutions that I see as incredibly important. First, the impact evaluation system does not breed growth and accountability, but puts both teachers and their administrators in toxic relationships when an evaluator has so much power over a teacher's employment and even their finances for that year. Even the most capable administrators and the most teachable educators are going to feel tension when they know how precarious the score of developing makes their job, and after as few as only one 30-minute pop-in observation or a checklist of evidence they need to provide to show their commitment to the school community to which they sacrifice so much time and energy. Or there'll be tension when they know how much harder off they'll be financially when they're only a couple points shy of a large bonus and a step increase. Even the most reasonable teacher is going to resent the process, and even the most gracious and hardworking administrator is going to be stuck with a punitive tool that can be weaponized or seen as weaponized, and again, resent the process and hurt teacher growth. Instead, merit pay money could be used to significantly raise both the floor and ceiling of our salaries, and we can have an evaluation system that is focused on collaboration, honesty, and growth, not precarity and competition. For educators to truly work with DCPS for a better way forward, the DC Council needs to change the law and allow WTU to negotiate the evaluation process. Second, we need our planning time protected. Educators across the district feel squeezed with what they're asked to do in a single day. From grading, lesson planning, collecting and reviewing data, calling parents, managing clubs, and much more, educators are asked to do these tasks during their planning time, but they're often asked, at times daily, to attend meetings during their planning time, such as LEAP. If educators miss these meetings, they are often penalized on their evaluation. As Vice President of High Schools, I hold monthly meetings with educators across the district, and this is a consistent concern. Losing planning time forces teachers to work hours after their contractual time, once again leading to burnout and resentment. If these meetings are purposeful, they need to be scheduled in a way that does not interrupt planning time, which can be done. Third, we need to end mayoral control. We're the only district in the country where the mayor appoints the chancellor and the state superintendent of education, extremely limiting democratic input. When the State Board of Education has limited power and principals and teachers have limited job security, educators in the community can feel voiceless when trying to find the correct avenues for advocacy. The DC Council becomes the de facto school board, but with the wide array of responsibilities of the council and the superintendent not working for the council, the governance and the ability for the community to hear data and give input is limited, and educators are less involved. Finally, we need to support and retain our incredibly valuable international teachers. These educators work tirelessly in our buildings. They are members of our community and add so much to our schools. They deserve the funding that has been allotted by the council to be used to support a pathway to green cards. They should not be ignored in these retention discussions. Again, I wish to see educators who've grown roots within their community and have grown their practice within a district that values and supports them. I truly believe DCPS can be that district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. I don't have a copy of your testimony. If you could provide that. Sean SN, who is online.
Thank you. Greetings, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee as a whole. I am Sean, president of STEM Power and STEMpathize International. I was a former NASA educator and alumnus of K-12 schools in the Baltimore, D.C. area. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Now, the core story is that while DC has improved overall educator retention, as we saw today and yesterday, those gains conceal serious inequities along the district per OSSE reports. In the 2024 school year, DCPS had 79% same school retention, whereas charter schools had 11% less, largely driven by fiscal policy. Geography sort of compounds this problem. Ward 3 retains 84% of its teachers, while the historically indigent Ward 8 along the Anacostia retains only 72%. Now, teachers have an attrition rate twice as much as their experienced counterparts, which requires intervention. Now, one thing I've noticed today and recently, the most critical yet least discussed issue is special education. With the same school retention rate of just 63% and a DC high vacancy of 8%. In wards 5 and 8, where about 3 out of every 4 students have IEPs, educators are not to be found and most vulnerable to students who need them. Now, one thing I've also noticed is that the cost of inaction is substantial. Replacing a teacher costs approximately $25,000, and at the current attrition rate, that accounts to roughly $50 million annually, simply replacing over 2,000 educators. All those challenges point to 3 provable, workable solutions for the fiscal year 2027. First, using $3 million of the already existing Title IIA federal funds to provide $10,000 retention bonuses to what is termed highly effective teachers in impoverished charters, stabilizing up to 40 schools. Second, reallocate $2 million in the hotel conference funds as part of the $5,000 retention bonuses and caseload limits for highly effective special education teachers that will have the vacancies. Third, the remaining Title IIA funds plus at-risk funds for $3,000 bonuses per retained principal in the highest turnover schools, paired with experienced teachers mentoring new teachers at a $5,000 stipend, which will reduce the early attrition rate by about 30%. Now, it's important to note that while these costs add up to about $15 million, the net cost is $0 as it does not pull from any new budget, but from the existing one. And I urge the council to require student level retention reporting through completion of the statewide longitudinal data system. We are simply shifting about 1% of the total budget already being spent rather than exacerbating an already thin budget. Learning requires stability, especially for the vulnerable. I respectfully urge the council to enact these solutions beginning the fiscal year 2027. The testimony portal has my notes regarding this issue with a detailed report, and I'll also forward it digitally. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And we not only have your testimony, but a lot of detailed backup for it. So thank you for that. Fabiana Pereira.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Dr. Fabiana Sofia Pereira, and I am the president of Truesdale Family Teacher Organization. I am the mother of Sebastian, who is a first grade student who has lost half of his teachers going from last year into this year. I want to make only 2 points. The first is to highlight that Truesdale Elementary School, our public elementary school, Title I public elementary school in Ward 4, is experiencing very high teacher turnover. This negatively impacts our students who very much need the consistent presence of trusted adults. Our DCPS report card from last year shows that our school had only 49% retention. Our school is mentioned by the Washington Teachers Union as one of the schools most struggling with retention. This is a problem for all of us, and it most impacts the families that are unable to come here today to testify, our migrant families, our Spanish-speaking families, and our families whose kids most need this consistent presence of adult. My second point is that what I'm asking from the council today is not for more money, but for accountability. I am asking that school leadership be held accountable for these persistently low enrollment rates. And this is not out of a desire to seek punishment for school leadership, but rather to make sure that the incentives are aligned. If our school leadership is not incentivized to ensure that the staff, including my son's excellent kindergarten teacher from last year, are retained at our school to create a consistent climate of support for our students, I don't see how they're going to be able to prioritize this among the many competing demands that the other witnesses have mentioned. Our school is an energetic and organized school. This is not the last time you will hear from us. We are grateful for the support that the council and DCPS have provided our school as we have continued to grow, including into our new building. And I appreciate the attention to this matter as it is a very real issue for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pereira. Dr. Ashley Tucker.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Ashley Tucker, and I am the head of schools of Monument Academy Public Charter School. Today, I want to speak about teacher retention, not simply as a staffing concern, but as an important responsibility we hold to our students and the educators who serve them. At Monument Academy, many of our students come to us after experiencing instability. Several have attended 2 or more schools before enrolling at MAPCS. They arrive needing more than academic instruction. They need consistency, trust, and a belief that the adults they have adults who will not leave. For our students, teacher retention is not optional, but is foundational to their ability to heal, to grow, and ultimately to succeed. Since 2019, MAPCS has retained at least 90% of its teachers. This is important because when teachers stay, relationships with once vulnerable students deepen. And when relationships deepen, students begin to believe that the school can be a place of safety and possibility. We also understand that teachers cannot sustain this level of commitment without meaningful support. Emotional well-being is essential. That is why MAPCS partners with an outside therapist to provide confidential one-on-one support for staff and offers wellness initiatives that encourage rest and self-care. We want our educators to feel seen and supported as whole people. However, emotional support alone is not enough. Fair financial compensation is critical. Teachers deserve to be paid in a way that reflects the importance, complexity, and impact of their work. Competitive salaries and benefits should not only be seen as incentives, but instead as expressions of respect that the craft deserves. When educators are concerned about financial stability, this limits their ability to remain fully present for their students. At MAPCS, we believe that valuing teachers must include ensuring that they are compensated fairly for the essential work that they do every single day. We are equally committed to professional growth. We intentionally partner with stakeholder organizations and professional development resources that align with what our teachers say they need. By centering staff voices, we ensure growth opportunities are meaningful and powerful. We also believe in investing in long-term careers through internal promotion. One notable example that I would like to point out is our 2025 Teacher of the Year winner. She began her journey at MAPCS in 2015 as an instructional aide. Through years of dedication and growth, she was promoted and now serves as a full-time English language arts and social studies teacher. Her story reflects what happens when educators are supported, compensated fairly, and given room to grow. When teachers feel emotionally supported, financially respected, and professionally valued, they stay. And when teachers stay, students thrive. Teacher retention at Monument is not only about keeping staff, but about keeping promises to children who need stability the most. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and committee members, for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Tucker. Catherine Procope.
Chairman Mendelson and members of the council, thank you for holding this oversight hearing on teacher and principal retention. Stability in school leadership and staffing is one of the strongest drivers of student achievement and school culture, and I appreciate the council's continued focus on what it takes to keep excellent educators in the district. I'm Catherine Procope, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Howard University Middle School of Mathematics and Science located on the campus of Howard University. We are so privileged to actually be co-located with Howard School of Education. This year, we achieved an 83% teacher retention rate. Just to know, 43% of our teachers are actually Howard graduates. We're proud of that, and especially in a labor market where schools across DC are competing for the same talented educators while facing rising costs. We've worked hard to make our school a place where teachers can stay and grow. We've implemented a once per month Wellness Wednesday afternoon where staff have protected time to care for their physical and mental health. We also provide a stipend for transportation because many of our teachers cannot afford to live in DC, and long commutes contribute directly to burnout. We prioritize instructional quality by ensuring teachers receive at least 1 hour of planning time every day, both with their grade level teams and their content teams, so they can collaborate, plan strong lessons, and support students effectively. We also invest in pipeline and professionalism of our staff. We provide study groups and financial support for required exams so our teachers can earn their DC teaching license, because we want strong teachers to build careers here, not hit bureaucratic barriers and leave the profession. At the same time, we face the challenge that so many schools face, keeping salaries competitive while managing high healthcare costs. Even when we are doing everything right, with working conditions and support, compensation gaps and benefit costs can undo retention gains quickly. So my requests to the council are straightforward. Strengthen and stabilize education funding so schools can plan competitive compensation year over year and ensure education compensation costs are fully reflected in funding. Address tackle housing and commute barriers through innovative workforce housing strategies and transportation supports, because educators should be able to live in the communities where they serve, and preserve school flexibility so leaders can keep innovating around schedules, wellness, and supports that meet staff needs. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to retaining great teachers and principals in DC, and I welcome any questions you may have. With 10 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Procope. I cut off that last line. I didn't hear it.
Nope, I said I had 10 seconds to spare.
Oh, you did, but I used it up. Thank you. Carlos Richardson.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council and staff. My name is Dr. Carlos Richardson, and I've spent 25 years in education 20 of those years in the classroom and more than 2 decades at Friendship Public Charter School. I want to start with something personal. When I was a kid, I grew up in a graduate student community in Michigan. My neighbors came from everywhere, different countries, different languages, different ways of seeing the world. Then at 10 years old, my family moved to a small town in Pennsylvania. Overnight, I became the only person of color in my class. That shift was jarring, and it could have negatively impacted my educational journey. Fortunately, my new school was still solid. My teachers stayed year after year. They knew us, they knew the community. That stability really mattered, even when I didn't have the language for it yet. I didn't plan to become an educator. Honestly, I fell into it. I was managing a bookstore in my early 20s, feeling stuck, unsure of my next step. A friend told me about a 4th grade teaching job. I had no training, no experience, just a desire for a path. My first year was rough. I made mistakes. I underestimated how exhausting the work would be. I questioned whether I belonged, but I also felt something click. This was meaningful. This mattered. Retention is complicated. Teaching is hard. Teaching in DC is especially hard. This is a city full of smart, talented professionals with options inside schools and far beyond them. People don't leave because they don't care. They leave because the work asks everything of you. So why did I stay? First, I'm paid fairly and paid well. Every year my salary grows, my degrees are respected. I can take care of myself and my family. I like to eat well, dress well, and travel well. You have to get paid to do those things. Second, I live 5 minutes from my school. I own a home in the community that I serve. That changed my life. I don't sit in traffic stewing before the day even begins. I walk my neighborhood. I see my students at the grocery store. That proximity deepens commitment and improves quality of life. And third, friendship feels like family. When we gather for convocation or the Teacher of the Year Gala, it doesn't feel like an obligation. It feels like a reunion. We celebrate well. We honor the work. That matters more than people realize. Council members often ask what role you can play. I'll be direct. Fully fund teacher pay increases through the UPSFF so charter schools can compete for and keep great educators. That's not a luxury, it's fairness. And please continue to invest in policies that help educators buy homes near their schools. That investment pays dividends in stability, community trust, and long-term retention. If we want students to thrive, we have to make it possible for educators to stay. Not just to survive, but to build full rooted lives right here in DC. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. And Pat Brantley.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on an issue at the center of student success, teacher and principal retention. As I shared last year, students are best served when they are taught by experienced, supported, and committed educators, and when school leaders are stable enough to build strong cultures over time. That belief continues to guide our work at Friendship, and I'm pleased to report progress since my testimony last fall. Friendship teacher retention has risen to 80%, with several campuses at 90%, and principal retention at 100%. These numbers matter, but what matters more is what they represent. Continuity for students, stability for school communities, and accumulated expertise in classrooms and leadership teams. We attribute these gains to deliberate choices. At Friendship, we work to co-create schools of joy, pride, and professionalism alongside our educators. We seek out teacher voice, we invest in development and leadership pipelines, and we prioritize wellness and respect for the profession. We also work whenever and wherever possible to ensure that our compensation is competitive. That effort, paired with sustained public investment, is paying off. This year, Friendship was recognized as a top workplace by the Washington Post. And perhaps most importantly, we celebrated more than 10% of our faculty with longevity awards, honoring educators who have dedicated 10, 15, 20, and even 25 years of their careers to Friendship students. Longevity is not an accident. It strengthens outcomes, reinforces trust, and allows educators to grow alongside colleagues they respect and families they care deeply about. Even with this progress, I want to be clear. Schools cannot do this work alone. If we want retention not just to improve, but to endure, we must address areas that remain outside of individual schools' control. Chief among them, stable per pupil foundation and facilities funding, along with long-term retirement security. For Friendship and many charter schools, the next frontier of retention is whether we can offer benefits that provide true long-term stability, including pensions or significantly strengthened retirement options. And as the mayor's announcement of teacher retention highlighted, teachers want to teach in schools and classrooms that reflect their professionalism and their commitment. Classrooms where the air conditioning and heat works, classrooms that inspire. It is critical that council begin to consider how to include charter schools in capital expenditures for school modernizations, because this too, like fair pay, good benefits, strong culture, and stable leadership, contributes to the retention of teachers. That is where we turn to you. We call for stability in uncertain times. We understand the district is facing a constrained fiscal environment, but it's precisely in these moments that stability for educators matters most, because these are the moments when teachers and principals are making long-term decisions about whether they stay in this profession, in the city, and in our schools. At Friendship, we're striving to do our part, and we thank you for the efforts you have and will continue to make so that educators across the district have the stability, respect, and security they deserve.
Thank you, Ms. Brantley. I only have one question, Ms. Griswold. You mentioned a parent university. Could you say more about that?
Yeah.
What is that?
Yes. So there was an elementary school that I was working with last year. Unfortunately, they lost funding to be able to actually do the parent university. But they had come up with this fantastic plan to educate parents in the same way that they professionally train their teachers. So like in my expertise area, that would be in neurodivergent affirming practices, helping educators and families understand their children who have been diagnosed with autism, looking at strategies like executive functioning and social skill building. And the beautiful idea that they had was that they could bring those people together at the same time so that parents and teachers are learning these skills and strategies in the same room, sharing stories and hearing like what works for each other's different areas of expertise, and just a really powerful way to bring, families into schools. And I think that could work in a lot of different areas.
So I'm intrigued with the label parent university, but it's really just figuring out a way for educators and families to come together with communication.
No. So to be actually trained, right? So we look at professional development in teaching, right? Like, so you may take like for instance, the science of reading course, which is really popular with folks right now, right? That's never offered to families. But their idea was that the professional development that teachers receive, that parents could also receive that professional development. So for instance, if a school had me come in and do a training on how to support students with autism in the general education setting, parents could also come in and receive the same training from me at the same time.
And you said the funding was lost. How much was it going to cost? And what does that mean the funding was lost?
So we had a partnership through the Community Connected Schools Fund, which we love Connected Schools, to talk about teacher retention because they were having a huge issue with teacher turnover. And so they brought me in to do the initial part of that work, which is to ask why people are leaving. And one of the biggest reasons why people are leaving was because of student behavior and the increase of students with disabilities being identified and being put in general education settings. And so one of the solutions that was surfaced was we need better accountability between family support and school support. And so the idea of parent university surfaced. Then when we went to go implement that was when the fiscal cliff kind of all hit us at the same time, and all of that programming was shut down when all of the budget was frozen last March.
Got it. Thank you.
You're
Thank you for that. I don't have any other questions for the rest of you. Thank you for your testimony and your endurance since we're now around 7 o'clock. Yes, I have another 30 witnesses. Alphonse Prince. I skipped somebody. Shalini Shaibat, Executive Director of Mundo Verde Bilingual Public Charter School. Caroline Pryor. Anjanette Planter. These are all Empower Ed educators. Anjanette Planter, Toy Witcher. You're Toy Witcher? You're Toy Witcher. You are Celia Dottridge? Michael Lake? Freya Ahmed? Elizabeth Foley? Martita Fleming, Director of Operations at Washington Latin Public Charter School. Clarice Mendoza Davis, CEO of Maya Angelou Public Charter School and See Forever Foundation. Silo Contreras. Adrian Dinaraj with Maya Angelou. And I'll stop there. All right, so I called Shalini Shaibat, and who I believe is not here. And Caroline Pryor's next.
Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Caroline Pryor. I'm the Director of Policy and Power Building for Empower Ed. We've just completed our survey of 450-some DCPS and DC public charter educators, and it corroborates what every educator knows. There are what should be the simple policy levers, including eliminating impact, fair pay for teachers, which is especially critical as we see our social safety net stripped away. And on a separate but related note, our siblings in ECE deserve to see pay equity fund preserved and fully funded. And there's the other factor, which I know becomes difficult for you as an oversight body to legislate: time. Any teacher you speak to will tell you they're not only a teacher. To quote one teacher from our survey, and to paraphrase testimonies of teachers in years past, teachers are also, quote, attendance counselors, social workers, behavior techs, data techs, sped caseworkers, referees, parents, mentors, coaches, interventionists, and entertainers at the same time, and are holding these hats most of the time without training, without adequate support, and certainly without reasonable compensation. It is, in a word, exhausting. It becomes difficult to continue to be whole people for the sake of themselves and their loved ones, and the sheer guilt that many feel for having so left in the tank for others in their lives is heartbreaking. It's only compounded by the added heartache and fear many teachers hold for their students and families as we witness brutal takeovers of communities and systems here in DC and across the country. If we were bankers examining teacher schedules and duties, we'd say they're in the red. There's simply not enough time in the day once we balance everything out. But there are things we can do to balance the books. We can use funding incentives like the Educator Wellness Grants and the Teacher Retention Fund to entice schools to give back time to educators or hire the people who can support schools to do so. We can expand community schools so teachers have less basic student needs to provide for. We can protect the full 8 weeks of paid family leave, fund schools to fully staff buildings with social workers, instructional coaches, school-based behavioral health clinicians, or attendance counselors. We can alter the funding formula to ensure schools with particular needs receive level 5 special education and adult add-ons. We can fund recruiting bonuses to boost the number of educators of color, particularly Black male educators. I know that as we approach the budget season, we will hear again and again the dual refrains of no money in the bucket and no need to legislate X, Y, or Z. I argue these are conflicting. If it's inconvenient that we come to you with a laundry list of items to fund, and if you simultaneously do not desire to legislate items that require structural upheaval, and if on top of this, we see an inability to press agencies like DCPS to honor funding commitments and promises made to, say, immigrant educators facing an unbelievably hostile national climate, the least we can ask of you in your oversight capacity is to grant another body proper oversight powers. Schedule a hearing for the state board submitted legislation. They have the power and inclination to lean in on policies that would make a material difference, not only to educators, but also to students and families. Arguably, it's irresponsible not to hold this hearing, and if council is unwilling or unable to oversee those policies that aid schools or are beyond council's scope. While the people who testify at this hearing continue to operate as broken records, the to-do list for teachers grows longer. funding grows more stretched, and the time allotted teachers to do their jobs creeps more and more into the red. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor. Alphonse Prince, I believe, is not here. And Jeanette Planter.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Anjanette Planter, and I teach in Ward 1 as a science teacher. I am here today to address the critical issue of science teacher retention in DCPS. I urge the council to create a dedicated fund to support science educators with the viable resources and necessary funding that our public schools currently lack. Establishing this fund is essential for improving science educator retention. The current structure within DCPS, particularly the impact evaluation system, fails to provide science teachers with a stable, up-to-date curriculum outlined for all grade levels, elementary, middle, and high school. This instability is compounded by severely inadequate financial support for science instruction. Science classes are inherently expensive due to the need for supplies, especially for essential labs and activities, yet they receive very little spending. As a high school science teacher, teaching 2 semesters of different classes, my resources and supplies are often completely depleted by the end of January of the first semester. A dedicated fund would ensure all science teachers have the necessary resources and supplies to sustain effective instruction throughout the entire school year. Furthermore, the lack of funding and resources directly hinders student advancement in a technology-driven world. In today's climate of rapidly growing AI and technology, students cannot compete or progress if they are restricted to outdated methods like pen and paper and lacking of access to current technology. The impact evaluation system, which largely reflects student learning, cannot be a fair measure when teachers are forced to use outdated materials. The district's failure to advance and supply necessary resources puts the burden of ineffective teaching on the teacher, negatively impacting our impact scores, even as advancement in fields like medicine show computers performing operations programmed by doctors. If our students are not trained with updated science technology skills, our teaching efforts are undermined. To improve science teacher retention and effectiveness within DCPS, we must urgently address the critical shortage of classroom supplies and effective resources. Teachers are experiencing burnout due to these inadequate resources and are being evaluated by impact on outdated materials. Through the Science Committee with the Washington Teachers Union, science teachers have acknowledged this funding depletion and are currently developing a survey for district science teachers regarding curriculum funding and resources. Council can allocate funding to DCPS for supply cards that can be distributed to science educators to meet the additional resources needs of our classrooms. I implore DCPS to align its budgeting and support structures with this goal of being a world-class institution by providing the necessary tools for effective real-time science education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Planter. Toy Witcher? Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Witcher, yeah. Toy Witcher.
Please proceed.
Good evening, council members. My name is Toy Witcher, and I'm a special education teacher from Ward 2. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about teacher retention in DC. I want to specifically focus on special education. As a special education teacher, advocacy is central to my role. I am here because teacher retention in special education directly impacts whether students with disabilities receive the services and individualized instruction they are legally entitled to. I teach in early childhood, a setting where early intervention is critical and where the foundation for long-term success is built. Yet, early childhood special education classrooms are often over capacity. I have experienced classrooms with more students than recommended, which result in large caseloads and significantly less time to tailor instruction to meet individual students' needs. In addition to teaching, special education teachers serve as case managers. We are responsible for developing and implementing IEPs, collecting data, coordinating with service providers, communicating with families, and maintaining extensive legal documentation to remain in compliance. When caseloads increase, the workloads become unsustainable. Teachers are forced to balance instructional quality with legal compliance, often without adequate time or support. These conditions contribute directly to burnout and high turnover. Teachers are not leaving because they lack commitment. They are leaving because the demands of the role are not matched with sufficient staffing, training, and resources. When special education teachers leave, students lose consistency, families lose trusted advocates, and schools face ongoing instability. Retention efforts must also include adequate training for paraprofessionals, support staff, and general education teachers who work with students with disabilities throughout the school day. Without proper training, the responsibility falls back on special education teachers, further increasing workload and stress. I urge the council to prioritize funding for manageable caseloads, appropriate staffing, paid professional development, and comprehensive training for all school-based staff. Supporting special education teachers, especially in early childhood, means supporting our most vulnerable learners and strengthening our entire education system. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Witcher. Celia Dottridge, I believe she's virtual.
Yes, hi.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Celia Dottridge, and I am a special education school leader and empowered ed fellow who lives and works in Ward 7. I'm currently in my 12th year of teaching in DC, and all of that experience has been in Ward 7 and Ward 8. As you know, schools in these wards have historically faced serious challenges in retaining experienced educators long-term, so I have seen firsthand the impact of poor retention policies and how those effects are eventually reflected in student achievement. I am currently the founding special educator and coordinator at the Riverseed School, a micro school located in Deanwood. I'm here to testify today about the strategies we have used for excellent year-over-year teacher retention, as these lessons could support shaping retention policy citywide. At the Riverseed School, we approach staff wellness with the same care and consideration that we use for our students. Staff wellness is referenced in our vision statement, and it is included in every step of our strategic planning. Just like students need to be respected as whole people with a variety of social emotional needs that must be met in order to thrive, we recognize that the adults in the building are whole people with needs outside of school as well. For us, this has looked like including realistic substitute coverage funds in our annual budget, planning for our team to take the PTO they are entitled to without worrying about the impact on the team. Our teachers are encouraged to take their PTO for whatever they want as part of our approach to sustainable teaching practices. We've also had wellness partnerships with organizations like Empowered Ed, which allowed us to focus on creating clear roles and responsibilities, as well as defining workloads, and gave us the funding to design intentional and usable workspace. We've intentionally partnered with a small mental health organization, Forward Together, to support our students' wellness. These supports are not limited to students with IEPs, but are accessible to all students and families who need them. This has taken off some of the pressure to be both teachers and counselors and has supported student behavior by targeting social and emotional needs. We have minimal behavior issues despite a high-need population, which means that the school environment feels psychologically safe for both students and teachers. We also have flexible scheduling to include work from home afternoons for staff members like myself who have a high level of documentation involved in their role. Our results speak for themselves. Our staff retention rates are higher than other schools in our area, with all members of the core instructional team returning for the last 3 years, and also support staff like aftercare teachers. I myself am planning on being with this organization for the next 5 years. These policies are easy in the micro school level, but are difficult for larger, already well-established schools. This is where this body becomes so important. Empowered Ed has asked the mayor and council to make the Aussie Educator Wellness Grants part of the 4-year financial plan so that organizations can continue to partner with schools to support educator well-being and retention. Empowered Ed has also asked that the council prioritize giving additional funds to a teacher retention fund for schools with high turnover so that they can implement solutions like flexible scheduling, adding subs, educator wellness supports, or expanding co-teaching models. These are concrete recommendations and strategies that can help larger schools implement policies similar to Riverseed with the goal of strong teacher retention numbers like ours. I've seen these impacts of these supports in real time and can attest that they make an enormous difference. Thank you for your time and consideration of my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Dottridge. Michael Lake?
Yes, hi. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Michael Lake, and I'm a Spanish teacher at MacArthur High School, soon to be John Thompson High School in Ward 3. This is my second year teaching in DCPS, and although I've spent a year getting to know the DCPS curriculum and the materials for Spanish, I'm still having difficulty keeping up with the demands of planning. This is due to the lack of curriculum. We are given mostly empty unit guide documents with vague ideas of what we are to teach. Resources are scarce and often non-functional. Most importantly, the curriculum is not aligned to a text that we can pull from. I would actually wonder if the curriculum or the resources provided for world languages are up to the OSSE science-based legal standards. My solutions and asks are these. In your oversight capacity, you could direct and fund DCPS to acquire a curriculum aligned to a textbook and determine if DCPS's curriculum design team is adequately staffed. Please also support DCPS and teachers directly with these needs by standardizing a teacher input process either yearly or quarterly on curriculum and schedule a hearing for the State Board of Education's legislation to allow them to support us. Approving funding for real curriculum and fully staffing the curriculum department would relieve stress and workload for language teachers and would create more equity across schools. I also know I'm not alone in my struggle, and that is not unique to me as a Spanish teacher. Curriculum and resources are a weakness in many subjects in DCPS, and it leads to teachers working long hours to fill in those gaps. I have real day-to-day lived experience of seeing teachers in DCPS that come in 1.5 hours early, leave 2 hours late, and work on the weekends. Hours and hours of unpaid overtime and stress to create curriculum and resources that should be done for us. Data from the State Board of Education itself suggests that DCPS has a higher teacher turnover rate than national average by estimates of 10% or more, and I would not be surprised that the long extra hours are a huge factor. While the average salary is higher here in DCPS than some surrounding districts, the curriculum and sports for teachers, especially in certain content areas such as world languages, ELA, special education, to name a few, are severely lacking. Thank you for listening, and I truly hope my words are taken into consideration. I want better outcomes for teachers and students. I know with just a bit more focus on curriculum and resources, we could achieve much better results for both.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Farah Ahmed?
Yes, hello, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and thank you very much for holding this hearing. I'm a DCPS parent who chose our neighborhood school intentionally for the sense of community, the walkability, and because other parents consistently spoke so highly of the teachers. Like many families, we believe that strong teachers are what make a school work. But teacher retention is where that promise begins to break down. High turnover disrupts continuity for students and forces schools into a constant cycle of rebuilding. Teachers who remain are repeatedly asked to form new teams, reestablish trust, and reinvent systems instead of refining their practice. The instability takes a real toll on educators, students, and families, and it further reduces enrollment. Similar to a fellow Truesdale parent, I'm also here asking for accountability. To my knowledge, retention is not a significant factor in how school administrators' impact is evaluated, nor are there clear improvement plans when turnover is consistently high. Further, as mentioned earlier today, the impact evaluation process for teachers creates a power imbalance. This lack of accountability puts parents in a deeply frustrating position. We often hear about teacher complaints or sudden departures, but are left to guess what is really happening. There's little transparency, and it seems limited protection for teachers to safely and honestly explain why they are moving on. I want to be clear that this is not theoretical for me. As a parent, I have personally received concerning complaints directly for teachers. We have consistently redirected those concerns to appropriate channels because addressing staff grievances should not be the role of parents. Yet teachers continue to express that their concerns are not being meaningfully addressed through official processes. This is a system failure. When teachers feel the only people who will listen to them are parents, it signals a lack of trust, safety, and accountability within the school structure itself. Parents should not be in a position of informal mediators, investigators, or advocates for internal workplace issues. If DCPS wants strong neighborhood schools, administrators must be evaluated on their ability to create stable, supportive environments where teachers feel safe, heard, and able to stay. Not all of us have or want the option to attend charter schools where retention rates seem to be disproportionately higher. As a parent, I want to support my neighborhood school for its community and its teachers and the community, and instill that the community will be sustained, not slowly eroded by preventable turnover. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ahmed. Elizabeth Foley, I believe, is not here.
Chairman? Hi,
Yeah.
I'm Martita Fleming. Elizabeth Foley is my colleague. She actually wasn't promoted to panelist, so I can go first and she can come after, but she is here and she's eager to speak if possible.
I'm told that she's here, actually. Elizabeth Foley?
Oh, hi. I just got promoted. Hi, thank
Please-
you.
Please proceed.
Well, first, I wanted to just thank you for the marathon of attention that you've given all of us since approximately 2:30. I'm excited to be here. This is my first time testifying. My name's Liz Foley, and I teach at Washington Latin Public Charter School. I teach ninth graders there, and I've been a DC public school teacher since 2008. You mentioned at the start of this hearing that we have about 79% retention for DC public school teachers, but it's down to about 72% for public charter school teachers. And I think that's a significant drop. You've already talked today about equity between the public and the public charter sectors, and I appreciate you for being so mindful of that. That's what I wanted to come and talk about today. I started teaching in the district from 2008 to 2013 at Calvin Coolidge, and my kids attend John Lewis, so I feel like I have a foot in the public and a foot in the public charter. And I'm here because I want public schools and selective public schools and charter schools to all be getting similar resources. I think that resources, but especially financial resources, have a huge impact on principal retention and teacher retention. First, even though this is not about teacher pay, I did just want to mention that, Calvin Coolidge got an incredible building renovation in 2017. John Lewis got one in 2020. These buildings are sun-soaked and gorgeous. They look beautiful. They're great places to learn. And at the same time, Washington Latin is paying millions of dollars for our new building as we created a second campus in response to enormous demand in the lottery for seats at our school. And so even if we were getting the same money as other schools in that respect, we'd still be at a deficit because of the facilities costs. The last thing I wanted to say is to talk about actually teacher pay. I did take a big pay cut moving from Coolidge High School to Washington Latin. And I know that right now DCPS teachers get educator bonuses that charter teachers don't receive. And so like many charter teachers and leaders, I'm here to ask that the UPSFF has predictable year-over-year growth so that we can attract high quality teachers and pay them competitive wages with the knowledge that we'll be able to sustain those kind of salaries year over year. And so that is the core of my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Foley. I don't have a copy of your statement if you could provide that.
Okay.
Ms. Fleming?
Hi, Chairman. Thank you so much. My name is Martita Fleming. I'm Director of Operations at Washington Latin Public Charter School. We currently serve about 1,200 students, grades 5 through 12, and wards 4 and 5. I will not be as alliterative as my A+ boss, Peter Anderson, was earlier today, but I do want to reiterate the retention rate that he spoke about. We have roughly 200 FTEs. We expect fewer than 20 departures, so a 93% retention rate. And that has been true for as long as I have been at Latin. I am in my 14th year with the school. I am by no means the longest tenured member of our faculty, nor the longest tenured member of our leadership team. I think adults understand the advantage of retaining valuable employees over having to recruit and train new people, but I was curious whether our students noticed or cared. And so I asked, and the answer was a resounding yes. They told me it was nice to be in a place where adults, especially counselors, have known you for a long time. The teachers who have been there for a while understand how grading works at Latin, and so the students know what's expected of them. And that it's really comforting to know that a teacher you had previously is there to help you if you're struggling in a class this year. So all of that speaks to the support that teacher and principal retention gives to students' achievement and their mental health. So how do we at Latin make this happen? I think we do 4 key things. We respect the professionalism of our teachers and their academic interests. And we have electives in paleontology, marine science, Asian American studies, just to name a few, that are driven specifically by our teachers' passions and the fact that we have like-minded students who want to explore that with them. We have a deep understanding of our mission, and our leadership team models that. We use our autonomy and flexibility to provide a financially rich suite of training benefits, and we have something special called Inspire Grants, which if you have questions, Liz Foley could tell you all about those. It enriches teachers' experiences as people, and there are some fun examples in my written testimony. And we vigorously protect small class size. And that is far and away our most powerful retention lever and the most expensive. So our single biggest challenge, like everybody here, is inadequate teacher compensation. High turnover is demoralizing, but watching great people leave because they cannot afford to live within a reasonable commute of your school is infuriating. It is one of the top barriers, and I encourage the council to continue to find creative ways to help our public school teachers and charter school teachers stay within their communities. Public school teachers deserve the same excellent compensation that DCPS teachers get, and we urge the council to increase the UPSFF in predictable year-over-year ways so that we can plan with competitive salaries, compensation commitments, and fund those practices that let us continue. And I thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you, Ms. Fleming. Clarice Mendoza Davis.
Yes. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of Committee of the Whole. My name is Clarice Mendoza Davis, and I serve as the CEO of the Maya Angelou Schools and Sea Forever Foundation. At Maya, there are currently 250 education practitioners in our organization's care. And as you know, we serve the city's opportunity youth, justice-involved youth, and emerging adults across our network's 5 campuses. Last week, Kiara McGee, a Maya graduate of the class of 2007, arrived at our high school campus to check in with her former science teacher, Ms. Chantel. Kiara was thrilled to discover that Ms. Chantel is now the principal of the same campus that she graduated from nearly 20 years ago. Kiara then walked down the hall to see her former counselor, Mr. Kamal. She discovered that Mr. Kamal is now Dr. Kamal, the network's chief of well-being, a member of our senior leadership team. This quick anecdote underscores how the authentic relationships that endure between educators and their students is foundational to successful schools and student progress. It also highlights what happens when education professionals believe a school community cares enough about them to stay year over year and to continue carrying out the complex work of serving our scholars and families. I'm proud to share that at Maya, our current principal retention rate is 100%. Our current teacher and school staff retention rate is 71%, which is solid, but also means there's more work for us to do. That said, what makes education practitioners at Maya believe that the organization cares about them and creates the right conditions for them to stay, even in the face of immense challenges? Based on our experience over the last 28 years, here are the 4 top attributes or domains, all of which we've made part of our network's current strategic plan. Dialogue, which is more than just teacher voice or school leader input. Year round and year after year, we operate 7 staff working groups to keep our conversation going based on the central questions: what's working and how do we scale it across the network? What's not working and how can we systematically solve these challenges together? Next, well-being. Last year, we launched a formal well-being program providing on-site in-person mental health support for our school teams. And based on teacher dialogue, we expanded that programming to respond to the financial wellness, physical wellness, nutritional wellness, and social well-being of our team. The other 2 attributes are autonomy and growth, much of which you've heard from other colleagues across the sector tonight. Chairman and council members, Maya as an organization can continue to actualize these 4 attributes when the city continues to strengthen the UPSSF. Continued adequate funding also allows us to to ensure equitable educator compensation, not just across the charter sector, but also for our Maya school staff at New Beginnings, YSC, and DCDOC. Thank you, Chairman and Councilmember Parker, for being responsive to Maya this past budget season when it comes to this group of staff. But I'm here to tell you that the issue still remains unsolved. So as I end tonight, after working with you for nearly 2 years on this ongoing issue, I've got a new suggestion this evening. Let's work together to revise the city's legal definition of teacher to include our teachers and instructional staff that teach and care for DC's incarcerated kids and young adults. I'll follow up as always to keep our dialogue going. Thanks so much.
Thank you. I don't have a copy of your statement if you would provide it, and do follow up with the committee, the whole staff. And
Yes, sir.
Ms. Foley, my staff gave me a copy of your statement, so I have it now. Celio Contreras.
Yes, hello. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Cielo Contreras, and I'm a proud DC resident of Ward 4. My entire career has been in the youth-serving nonprofit sector at organizations that partner closely with DC schools. I have actually testified here at the council several times, but the last time was before I was a parent. Today, my son attends Dorothy Height Elementary School, a DC public school in Ward 4. There, I serve on the board of our parent-teacher organization. I'm also a member of Chancellor Farabee's Parent Advisory Board. When my family entered the DC lottery, I visited nearly every school in my neighborhood. One reason our family chose Dorothy Height was the number of teachers who had been there for a decade or longer. As a parent of a young child, I know how challenging early childhood education can be. Seeing that kind of longevity and the joy with which those teachers spoke about their work made a powerful impression. It signaled stability, experience, and a school culture where educators feel valued enough to stay. Our son started pre-K 3 last year with Miss Brown, who is truly one of the most patient, gifted educators I've ever encountered. Under her guidance, our son didn't just learn letters, numbers, and how to write his name. He learned how to be a little human out in the world. The classroom she created was warm, structured, and deeply supportive. Watching her work showed me how much young children are capable of when they are trusted and encouraged. That experience will stay with me for the rest of my life. This year in pre-K 4, our son is with Miss Jackson and Miss Anna, and the intentionality of their teaching is equally impressive. Pre-K 4 brings more academics, and I've seen our son engage in new ways, talk more, and build on the foundations laid last year. Their communication with families is clear, consistent, and rooted in genuine care for the students. They meet kids where they are, and it shows. And it's not just in the classroom where teachers make Dorothy Height exceptional. Miss Inez, our school librarian, has transformed the library into a rich, full special where students explore books, create zines, experiment in the makerspace. Our school prioritizes joyful learning experiences, including musical performances, community events that make our families feel welcome. And every morning you can find Principal Preston and the leadership team outside greeting students and families, small gestures that build trust and create belonging. My family is committed to staying at Dorothy Height next year, and we know many other parents who feel the same. None of us make that decision lightly. We make it because of the educators who show up every day and year after year with love and expertise, and they can do this if they are properly supported by their school and DCPS. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, and I do have a copy of your statement, so thank you for that. Adrian Dhanaraj?
Dhanaraj, that's correct. Yep.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Adrian Dhanaraj, and I am a resident of Ward 7. I am also the proud principal of the Maya Angelou Academy at Youth Services Center. Our school is located inside the Youth Services Center, where we serve young people from all over the district who are incarcerated and in the care of the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services. I am especially proud to serve in one of 5 Maya Angelou schools, all of which serve young people who are opportunity youth and justice involved. While many schools may run from our scholars, we run to them. This year, I am in my 13th year as an educator serving young people in alternative settings, and I'm in my 8th year serving justice-involved young people in the District of Columbia with Maya. I started my work at Maya as an English teacher for our Maya Angelou Academy at New Beginnings Youth Development Center back in 2018. Now, as a school leader, I continue to love this work because we get to see our young people grow in tremendous ways as they build new skills, gain new perspectives, and dream about their futures. Our scholars often share that they get to achieve the most success they have ever had in school while they are with us. The reality is that our scholars come to us because they have not succeeded in school previously or have had too many barriers to be able to attend school. We do not take this lightly, and we understand the extremely high stakes and looming consequences if our scholars do not find success with us. We know how important it is to prepare them to be motivated to continue their education when they return to the community. Therefore, we are constantly finding innovative ways to re-engage our scholars in learning. Despite the challenges of the secure setting, we celebrate each time scholars meet our high expectations. We expose scholars to visual and performing arts, and we have a school culture built on restorative practices. I am here today to urge you to increase the amount of funding to pay our educators equitably so that we can continue to retain the most talented educators to serve the most vulnerable young people in the district. It is encouraging that both DCPS schools and charter schools have received funding to implement pay increases for teachers and school leaders over the past few years. However, I believe my team, who wrap their arms around our young people to provide meaningful and restorative educational experience in our unique public school setting, also deserve these equitable increases. Our teachers and school leaders at Maya navigate complex secure facilities to transform corrective settings into spaces of learning and inquiry. I urge you to support our efforts to retain our most talented team members as we continue to serve the district's most vulnerable young people with the robust education they deserve. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony. I had a couple of questions. Ms. Pryor, you mentioned the Teacher Retention Fund. I think you were here when I asked an earlier witness about it.
Yes.
So give me a little bit more of what the thought is there.
Yes, absolutely. So really the background of this idea was that our educators had a number of ideas that were really targeted for retention purposes. And so what we did was pulled it together into this idea of a fund. The fund would be ideally administered through OSSI. We are open to workshopping ideas on that, but we want it to be something that's available to both sectors. And the idea is that we look at the 20 schools with the highest turnover, and this is something that they are eligible for. They can opt out of this funding stream. It would be $200,000 per school. And if they opt into this funding would be available for a menu of retention targeted solutions and policies, which are all outlined in our budget letter. If the school does not want to take that funding because we believe that school buy-in is really important, then we would drop to the next school on the list. So this is something that is a support that is available to schools with high turnover. It gives them a little bit of extra flexibility in their funding so that they can use this specifically for that purpose. And they get to choose between a number of different policy items. With that $200,000 price point, they would really be able to choose probably like 2 to 3 of those items. So that might be hiring a wellness director, that might be bringing in a school partnership, that might be hiring a permanent substitute. So again, those are all outlined in our budget letter, which we can make sure that you have again. And yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions about that. But we are definitely open to talking with your office about ways to make this work for both sectors.
So it would be 20 schools, both sectors, administered through OSSI?
Yes. And again, if it makes more sense to do this as like a byline for DCPS schools and think about other ways that this funding would be available for charter schools as well, we're open to that as well.
All right, so that's an explanation. Thank you for that. And you were here when I also explained that I think we're going to be lucky if we can just hold on to current year funding for FY27. Ms. Dottridge, I think you were online. Are you still here? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So you mentioned this micro school level. You are at a micro school. What is
I
a
am.
micro school? I guess that means like it's a small. So what's the enrollment?
So right now, we are at 38 students. We're a micro school in Deanwood. We have 2 separate campuses under the DC Wildflower Charter. So my campus, the River Seeds School, is 38 students, but we'll continue to grow to max enrollment of 52 as we build up to 5th grade. Our other campus in Anacostia, which is a primary only program, will not get bigger than 24 students.
Okay, that is small.
Yes, micro.
I didn't, this was not a question, but a number of witnesses have talked about the UPSFF. I mentioned this before, but I'll just briefly say that the budget and financial plan that the mayor submitted last year for the current fiscal year had an increase in the UPSFF for FY26, but then in the financial plan had a decrease in the UPSFF. The budget that she submitted also once again had a considerable amount of funding for DCPS outside of the UPSFF, including, I believe, the WTU pay raises. And so there was a separate line item for the charter schools that was outside of the UPSFF. But my recollection is it wasn't equal to what DCPS was receiving. So we have these challenges with regard to equity between the sectors, trying to get all of these expenses within the UPSFF. This may sound like it's easy to do, but it's not easy to do, and we have the budget because a lot of this costs more money. For example, if we took Impact, which is outside of the UPSFF, it's about $25 million, and put it in the UPSFF to fund DCPS at 25 million, there's another 25 million that would be required for the charter schools. That would be equitable. However, there was not 25 additional million dollars to do that. So these are the challenges we have and what the landscape looks like with regard to funding and the UPSFF. I have no other questions for you all. Thank you all for your testimony. Those of you who are in person, you should get gold stars. Actually, I didn't bring any to the dais, but we'll get a rain check. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, all of you. We will turn to witness number 59, Layla Ali, who's a teacher at Maya Angelou Public Charter School. Jamia Thurman, educator with Empower Ed. Anise Walker with PAVE. Sherry McDaniel Thomas, also with PAVE. Robert Allen. Eduardo Canedo, teacher. Melissa Gianti. Eliasib Yak. Last name is spelled Y-A-K-X. Christina Hansen, teacher, WTU teacher. Andrew Hinshaw, teacher Carlos Rosario. Are you Andrew Hinshaw? Pauline Azor or Azor? Now come to the table. I think we will stop there. Leila Ali. Microphone.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Layla Ali. As I introduced myself at my school, I'm the lover, not the fighter. I am a social studies educator with a master's in special education, a recipient of the See Forever Foundation's Teacher of the Year Award, and I am currently in my 5th year teaching at the Maya Angelou Academy at New Beginnings in Laurel, formerly known as Oak Hill. Our school, operated by the See Forever Foundation and led by Dr. Clarice Mendoza Davis, serves justice-involved youth under the care of the Department of Youth and Rehabilitation Services. I remain at Maya Angelou Academy because I believe wholeheartedly in our mission to empower justice-involved youth in low-income urban areas by creating transformative learning communities that provide personalized academics, wraparound services, and social emotional support. We serve students who have not succeeded in traditional schools, and we believe every day that they still deserve stability, rigor, and care. But belief alone does not sustain educators. Our students arrive with profound academic gaps and significant trauma. Many have experienced repeated school expulsion, zero tolerance discipline, learning disabilities, mental health challenges, unstable housing, and frequent disruptions due to court or probation obligations. Teaching in this environment takes its emotional toll. Teacher wellness is constantly tested when you are simultaneously an educator, case manager, crisis responder, and stabilizing adult. Working conditions further strain retention. At a recent PD that I conducted on classroom management, teachers across all secured sites report not always having consistent classroom space, basic materials, or predictable schedules due to facility constraints and rising enrollment. These are not inconveniences. They directly impact instructional quality and teacher burnout. Despite the complexity and importance of our work, educators serving this population are compensated significantly less than our peers in DCPS and charter schools. In the District of Columbia Public Schools, the average teacher's salary is approximately $106,700, with starting salaries around $63,000 and opportunities for continued pay increases with experience in advanced degrees. By contrast, publicly available data suggests that the average public charter teacher salaries in DC are roughly $60,000 per year, with ranges often below DCPS pay scales. SFF secured sites are neither public nor charter schools, yet we are tasked with servicing district residents. Our obscure designation means, as an organization, we have fallen between the cracks, the same cracks that our students find themselves in. Meanwhile, the median household income in the regions near some of the campuses we serve is about $150,000. Yet my income as an OSCE certified and licensed educator at Maya Angelou is approximately 45% below that median. And what teachers with comparable experience could earn in DCPS. These disparities are not sustainable, especially considering the rigor and urgency of the work we do. You can read the rest of my testimony at your leisure.
Okay. I was going to let you summarize the rest, but not read the rest because that's another 2 minutes.
That's fair. Okay. Yeah. This is not novice work. It's educational triage. So I think we should be paid commiserate with our experience. We are the kind of educators. I'll say this. The military has Delta Force and SEAL Team 6. The District of Columbia has the See Forever Foundation, so pay us accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Jemiah Thurman, I believe, is not here. Anise Walker would be next.
I'm here.
Who said that? Ms. Walker. Yeah, I just
Yes.
called on you. Please speak.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and the members of the DC Council. Thank you for your opportunity to testify today. My name is Anise Walker. I'm a Ward 8 resident and proud parent. My daughter graduated from Friendship Collegiate Academy in 2020 and later became the first student to graduate from the DC-based Arizona State University local online program in December of 2024. She is currently working as a dedicated aide at Friendship's Armstrong campus. I currently serve as a citywide advisory board member for PAVE, and I'm in my 28th year as an educator, 24 years being here in DC. I'm also an educational leadership doctoral candidate at Capella University, an adjunct professor at Trinity Washington University, and a member of Friendship Public Charter Schools Board of Trustees. I am here today to advocate for educator retention, wellness, and equitable pay across the education sectors. Simply put, DC cannot retain great educators if wellness is treated as an optional and equity as treated as negotiable. Across DCPS, public charter schools, and early childhood education, educators are experiencing chronic burnout driven by increased demands and insufficient compensation and inconsistent access to meaningful supports. This is not a lack of commitment. Educators are deeply committed. It's a sustainability issue. If the district is truly serious about retaining educators, we must move on from short-term fixes and start investing in long-term sustainable solutions. That begins with equitable and competitive pay across all education sectors, DCPS, public charter schools, and early childhood education. Educators doing the same work, serving the students the same needs in the same city should not have to justify why their labor is valued differently based on the system in which they serve. This particular situation is deeply personal to me. I have witnessed and experienced the growing strain educators carry as expectations for student achievement rise while student needs become more complex and behaviors more intense and egregious. Educators are asked to be instructors, counselors, crisis managers, and caregivers, often all in the same day. The pressure to meet academic demands, support students holistically, and hold schools together takes a profound toll on mental health, family life, and longevity in the profession. Every educator and leader in this city is carrying this weight. So I ask, why should their pay, stability, and well-being depend on the sector or grade level in which they serve? Second, educator wellness must be embedded into policy and funding, not confined to professional development calendars. This includes protected planning time, access to mental health supports, realistic caseloads and classroom sizes, and staffing models that do not require educators to absorb systematic and staffing gaps. Wellness is not yoga once a year. It's working conditions that allow educators to remain effective and whole. Finally, I ask the city to invest in retention-focused supports, especially for veteran educators and those serving high-needing communities. Mentorship, leadership pathways, sustained professional learning grounds in education voice are proven strategies that can keep experienced educators in our schools. My vision is a city where every educator in our amazing city are supported, not stretched beyond capacity. I want to see DC invest in real solutions, strong mental health supports, effective behavior intervention systems, and sustained resources for educators. When we prioritize equity, wellness, and community voice, our schools become the stable, thriving environments our students deserve. Thank you for your time, your commitment to DC's education, leaders, students, and families.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. And I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide that. Sherry McDaniel Thomas, also online and with PAVE. Sherry McDaniel?
Sorry, needed to unmute. Okay. All righty.
Please proceed.
Okay. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and staff. My name is Sherry McDaniel Thomas. I'm a resident of Ward 4, a second-generation Washingtonian, and a proud mother of 4 fine adults and a loving grandmother of 1 phenomenal grandson, who attended Dorothy I. Heights Elementary and was a 2022 graduate of Washington Global Public Charter School. I'm a Ward 4 parent leader with PAVE, Parents Amplifying Voices in Education. Thank you for this opportunity to testify this evening. I'm elated to share my voice about the subject of teacher retention. I'm a proud retired teacher with over 33 years in the profession, all spent in the ever-changing and demanding world of special education. I worked on all 3 levels in 4 different districts, first being with DCPS, and I continue to stay engaged so that I may assist my family in identifying the best transitional programs and resources to address the special needs of my grandson. Think about this for a moment. Teachers are not just born. I know some would argue that, but teachers may be born with the desire to share, nurture, and engage. But the nuanced skills of teaching have to be taught and practiced. Providing our teachers with the opportunities to enhance their craft is essential. When teachers feel supported, are encouraged by their colleagues in administration, and can create a healthy work-life balance, and are compensated with an appropriate living wage, they perform in a manner that is beneficial to their students. Students feel this, parents trust this, and all reap the rewards of that teacher staying in that school. We know that continued funding for professional development opportunities is paramount to aiding teachers in gaining pertinent knowledge about their specific content and about the craft of teaching. Teacher-driven professional developments that speak to the specific needs of their schools and communities are essential in expanding and formulating sound and trust-driven communication practices with parents and community supporters. Programs where mentors and advisors have displayed mastery in their fields should be provided to teachers specifically in their first 5 years of teaching in the system. This is a crucial time in the profession. A multitude of responsibilities comes with this job, and having a seasonal professional in your building who can offer guidance often plays a major role in teachers deciding to stay. No part of a teacher's day should be ignored or disrespected. They often wear many hats throughout the day, so the ability to maintain their designated planning time is vital to their class preparation, and something as routine as a scheduled lunch period is essential to their physical well-being. We have, rightfully so, focused on the delivery of mental health services for our scholars, and the system must realize that access to mental health services for our teachers is just as vital. The daily incorporation of proven mental health practices in a school aids in building a robust environment for learning. Teacher retention strengthens student achievement. It allows the school to maintain an effective learning environment. It creates a robust school culture and establishes community trust. When teachers are provided wages that allow them to stay in the communities where they teach, they take on a vested interest in their community, and that feeds back into building strong schools. DC schools are moving forward with this increase in teacher retention, and teacher retention is a vital spoke in the wheel that keeps our schools turning in the right direction. I ask that you continue funding schools and administrators with the necessary resources to offer robust professional development opportunities, to establish impactful mentoring programs, and to ensure we are thinking through
Ms. McDaniel, I'm
educator
going to cut
wellness.
you off. You're over your time, and I do have
All
your
right.
statement.
Thank you
so
very
thank
much.
you.
Okay.
And I was given Ms. Walker's statement as well, so I have that. Robert Allen, I believe, is not here. Eduardo Canedo, who I believe is online.
Yes, I'm here.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Chairman Mendelson and members and staff of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Dr. Eduardo Canedo. I've taught history and social studies for over 20 years, primarily at the university level, but for the past 7 years in DC public schools. I'm a Ward 4 resident, a parent of 2 DCPS students, and I currently teach at Jackson Reed High School. I'm here as a member of the Washington Teachers Union. The retention crisis is real, and I want to be direct. A major reason teachers leave is because DCPS has created an adversarial, authoritarian culture where professional expertise is undervalued and school administrators face no meaningful accountability for how they treat staff. This culture creates burnout and disengagement. It drives experienced, popular teachers to more respectful neighboring school districts. Teachers who report harassment from administrators, parents, or students often find that school leaders refuse to intervene, or worse, blame the teacher for provoking it. Favoritism shapes schedules and assignments, and the impact evaluation system simply compounds these problems. I and many teachers I know have received teaching observation reports containing straightforward fabrications and misrepresentations. When we document these inaccuracies and request corrections, we are often denied. The flawed record stands with virtually no recourse. Teachers who serve as union representatives, file grievances, advocate for colleagues, or advocate for their students know they may pay a price. In 2024, the DC Public Employees Relations Board found that DCPS committed unfair labor practices by retaliating against a WTU representative through increased workloads, reduced evaluation scores based on false information, and removal from advanced courses. That case is public record and demonstrates what teachers describe as an institutional practice. Now, you might ask, what about existing practices? Unfortunately, the grievance procedure has multiple steps where, in practice, instructional superintendents and the DCPS Office of Labor Management and Employee Relations simply ratifies what administrators have already decided. They do not genuinely investigate problems or intervene on behalf of educators or the educational mission. Teachers learn that by raising concerns, they do not produce change. They are simply identified as problems. Now, this is a culture that can change, and I urge the committee to act. First, reform the grievance process by requiring that instructional superintendents and LMER genuinely investigate disputes and seek resolutions that serve students and educators, not simply defend administrative decisions at every level. Second, require that administrator evaluations include meaningful input from teachers they supervise, with consequences when staff consistently report hostile or unprofessional treatment. Third, reform impact to include a genuine appeals process for inaccurate observations and reduce the conflict of interest inherent in having the same administrators control both evaluations and working conditions. The teachers you need to retain are often the ones that are willing to speak up. If you want to keep experienced educators in DC classrooms, we must build a system that respects them. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Melissa Genti,
Genti. Yep.
please proceed.
Thanks. Hello, my name is Melissa Genti, and I'm the assistant principal at the Maya Angelou Academy at New Beginnings campus. I've served as an educator at Maya Angelou schools for over 8.5 years, beginning as a special education teacher and case manager in August 2017. During my time at Maya, I have grown through multiple roles while navigating significant shifts within our school and across the nation. While we have persevered and made meaningful progress, we cannot sustain these gains without continued support from the council and other local resources. Leadership at Maya Angelou schools, particularly under Dr. Clarice Mendoza Davis as our longstanding chief executive officer, has consistently strengthened working conditions and organizational stability. Maya has taken intentional steps to advance equitable compensation, including universal cost of living increases, contracts that reflect those increases, and signing bonuses to retain committed staff like myself. In addition, we have implemented employee value proposition working groups, which continue to promote collaboration to ensure compensation practices are fair, systematic, and transparent. Maya has also invested in staff well-being by building a department dedicated exclusively to supporting teachers and staff. This team provides confidential, on-demand support for personal and professional challenges and maintains a consistent on-campus presence across all 5 sites. This support has been pivotal given that our work with highly vulnerable and incarcerated youth places significant emotional and professional demands on our staff. We are equally intentional about hiring and developing our educators. Our interview process prioritizes fit and impact through targeted screenings and performance tasks, and new staff are supported through a structured 3 to 5 day onboarding process that allows them to learn the culture, expectations, and systems guiding their work, avoiding that thrown into the fire experience that can be jarring when entering a new role. Professional development is also embedded throughout the school year, and school level autonomy has allowed me to pursue a postmaster's degree in educational leadership and a teaching certification. In turn, I've mentored 4 teachers as they have also completed their degrees and teaching certifications as well. These efforts to value and retain staff include quarterly performance-based incentives that recognize attendance, impact, and commitment, contributed to increased morale and workplace satisfaction. As a result, our campus has retained 71% of our staff since summer 2023, which is a notable improvement from the previous years. However, compensation remains a challenge. While teacher pay bands have moved Maya in the right direction, many candidates enter education with extensive professional experiences from other fields, have the willingness and the ability to teach effectively, yet they must start at the base of the pay scale. While this ensures fairness within the education system, this gap between prior earning potential and starting teacher compensation can affect recruitment and retention as well. Yes, Maya strategies have strengthened retention and positively impact student outcomes. However, we cannot sustain this progress alone. Predictability in funding and continued support from the council are essential to retain talented educators and ensure long-term stability for our students. I hope that my testimony.
I was going to cut you off. I
Highlights.
don't have a copy of your statements, so
Oh,
I have
is
no
it?
idea how much longer it is.
Oh, yeah, that's the end. I hope that my testimony not only explains how Maya has retained me, but also has supported or shows how we support teachers that we intend to retain as well. And we would like your help.
All right, well, if you could submit a copy, that would be great.
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ilyasib Yek, I believe, is not here. Christina Hansen, who's online.
Good evening. My name is Christina Hansen.
I'm a DCPS parent, DCPS instructional coach, and I currently lead instruction in the Behavior and Emotional Support Program, self-contained program at my DCPS school. I'm not here today speaking in theory, but from daily experience inside DC Public Schools. I want to be very clear. DCPS does not have a teacher retention problem because educators don't want to stay. We have a retention problem because the system makes it impossible to do our jobs with dignity. Resource neglect drives educators out. I am still chasing resources that DCPS committed to providing in my BES classroom 2 years ago. This is not an inconvenience. It is disrespectful, inequitable, and harmful. BES classrooms serve students with the highest behavioral needs and emotional needs in the district. When classrooms are under-resourced, educators are forced to improvise safety, instruction, and emotional regulation. That is unsustainable and directly contributes to burnout and attrition, and in my case, an ER visit for elevated blood pressure and migraine. In my current instructional coach role, I see compliance, spreadsheets, and district-level mandates prioritized over actual teaching and learning across a system that serves more than 50,000 students. Blanket solutions are imposed on diverse classrooms. Teachers are evaluated on compliance instead of impact. Instructional time is replaced with documentation, and this is not how you retain skilled educators. Central office spending must be audited. Teachers and school leaders are constantly told resources exist, yet spend months chasing them. Educators should not be writing donors choose proposals or relying on PTAs to fund what the district promised. When funds do not reach classrooms, it communicates that educators are not a priority. The impact evaluation system has become a retention barrier. It rewards compliance over professional judgment and fosters fear rather than growth. Educators do not leave because feedback is challenging. They leave because it is punitive and disconnected from classroom realities, especially in BES settings. Psychological and physical safety for adults also matters, and educators are navigating trauma, behavioral crises, and safety concerns without adequate support. Adult social emotional health matters just as much as student SEL. Burned out adults cannot sustain healing environments for children. DCPS often claims schools have curricular autonomy, but in practice, only privileged schools fully benefit. For example, Hyde-Addison Elementary has access to Teachers College designed curriculum, and it works. Schools with the highest academic needs deserve access to the same high-quality instructional resources and not the most restrictive ones. And teachers and leaders know their students best, and when they are trusted, they stay. So teacher retention will not improve through incentives alone, but it will improve when DCPS delivers promised resources, audits central office spending, reforms impact with educators at the table, invest in adult safety and SEL, fully supports BES programs, and treats curricular autonomy as an equity commitment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson. Andrew Hinshaw.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Andrew Hinshaw, and I'm an English as a second language teacher at Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School. This is my 10th consecutive year teaching at the school, and I've been working in adult education for nearly 20 years. I began my career teaching adults abroad and later worked in community college adult education. I came to Carlos Rosario part-time more than a decade ago and immediately knew this was a place I wanted to stay. I was willing to commute by train from Baltimore because I'd never experienced a school environment quite like this one. When a full-time opportunity opened, I did not hesitate to make Carlos Rosario my professional home. What keeps me at Carlos Rosario is the strong sense of community and the way adult education is treated with the seriousness, respect, and resources it deserves. Too often, adult education feels like an afterthought. At Carlos Rosario, it's elevated. We're well supported, well resourced, and trusted to do our work well. We do not lack instructional materials or technology, but additional funding is needed to support higher need students, especially those who require special education services. Teaching adult learners comes with real challenges. Our students are balancing work, family, immigration issues, and economic pressure, and our schedules reflect that reality. Even with those demands, this is a school where educators stay because the mission matters and because leadership understands what it takes to sustain high-quality teaching in adult education. Professional development is a major reason I've stayed. We have instructional specialists on staff who provide ongoing coaching and monthly workshops. We have outside experts delivering trainings, and the school actively encourages teachers to attend national conferences and continue learning. Another reason educators stay at Carlos Rosario is that we can see our future for ourselves here. Our school invests in internal leadership development, and both of our current principals began their careers at Carlos Rosario as teachers. Seeing colleagues grow into instructional coaches, assistant principals, and school leaders sends a powerful message that this is a place where educators can build long-term careers, not just hold short-term positions. That kind of stability and opportunity matters deeply for retention. Retention also matters for our students. Many return to increase their education, to gain access to employment opportunities, and/or pursue higher education. They value seeing familiar teachers, building trust, and recommending programs to family members and friends. Stability among staff strengthens student outcomes and reinforces Carlos Rosario's role as a trusted institution in the community. I stay because this school believes deeply in second and third chances for adults, and because I feel empowered to do meaningful professional work in adult education. Carlos Rosario shows what's possible when educators are supported, respected, and resourced. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to educator retention across the district.
Thank you, Mr. Hinshaw. And Pauline Azor, I think you're also Carlos Rosario?
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Pauline Azor, and I'm a certified nurse assistant instructor at Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School. I've been there for 7 years, although when I first started, I thought I would only stay for a month to provide coverage. Before coming to Carlos Rosario, I taught in registered nursing programs, including at the University of the District of Columbia. I had never taught a CNA program before, and that was an adjustment. But what drew me in and what made me stay was the mission of the school and the people. I am an immigrant. I came to the United States from Guyana, South America, many years ago. Like many of our students, my husband and I struggled when we first arrived. We worked multiple jobs. We did not have the kind of support systems that exist today. Working at Carlos Rosario felt like an opportunity for me to give back to the immigrant community I'm a part of and be part of something meaningful. One of the biggest reasons I've stayed is leadership. At Carlos Rosario, people listen. Early on, I raised a concern related to infection control, something that is very important in nursing. I shared my perspective, and instead of being dismissed, I was heard, action was taken. That may sound small, but it is not. When staff feel respected and listened to, they stay. When they feel trusted as professionals, they invest more deeply in their work. The school also provides exceptional support and resources for staff. We receive ongoing professional development, updated training, and access to equipment and materials that allow us to stay current in a field that is constantly changing. Nothing is stagnant. Nursing changes, healthcare changes, and Carlos Rosario keeps with the pace. Another reason people stay is the culture. Many of our students become members of our staff. I work closely with a former student who now serves as a paraeducator. She provides invaluable insight and support to our students because she has walked in their shoes. That continuity strengthens our programs and builds trust with students. I want to share something deeply personal. 2 years ago, I lost my husband after a long hospital stay at MedStar Washington Hospital Center. During his final weeks, he was cared for on multiple units. On nearly every unit, there was at least one Carlos Rosario graduate providing care. Some of them were my former students. Having that connection brought tremendous comfort during one of the most difficult times of my life. I trusted them. I knew their training, I knew their compassion, and I knew the quality of the education they had received. The experience reminded me that what we do at Carlos Rosario reaches far beyond the classroom. It touches families, hospitals, and a broader community. We have a saying back home, nobody runs from good. That is why I'm still at Carlos Rosario. It is not perfect, nothing is, but it is good, and it does good for the community. I urge the council to continue supporting adult public charter schools like Carlos Rosario. The investment you make in these schools supports students, staff, families, and the healthcare workforce that our city depends on. Thank you for the opportunity to share my story.
Thank you, Ms. Azor. Thank you. Thank each of you for your testimony. A few things. Ms. Ali, and maybe I could have said this earlier. So my office is working with Councilmember Parker's office. He has oversight over DYRS. That's not the same as corrections, which is the jail. And we're just trying to figure out where we can go with the contract with Maya Angelou. I'm not sure I can say more there because I don't know more, and there's been some back and forth, and I'm not sure that the executive has been very flexible with regard to the contract. And it's
House executive?
no,
The executive.
yes, the mayor is called the executive.
Got it.
So I believe we put some funding in the budget, but DYRS is resistant, but it's much more complicated. So all I can say is that my office is working with Councilmember Parker's office, and I think also maybe with Councilmember Pinto's office, because she has oversight over the Department of Corrections. I think there was just one other thing. I had some questions for Mr. Canedo, if you're still here. Mr. Canedo? Eduardo Canedo?
Yes, sir. Right
Are
here.
you the WTU building rep for Jackson Reed?
No, I'm on SCAC and LSAT, but I'm not the building rep.
Okay, because you said you teach at Jackson Reed and you're representing WTU.
Oh, today as a member.
Okay. You referenced the Samantha Brown versus DCPS case, which was before PERB. Would you know when that was?
2024.
Okay.
I think decided in October.
So it's not that long ago.
No, not at all.
All right. I did want to say that some of your requests are stuff that I think misunderstands what this committee can do. So the grievance process is something that's bargained. And
yes.
so it's not for the committee to reform the grievance process. My
request would be for City Council to direct how DCPS approaches the grievance process. Yes, but absolutely, it's not about the contract. It's about the DCPS's side of how they approach, a hard line of maximalist versus like problem solving and trying to kind of.
I don't think that's the role of the council to get between labor and management when there's a dispute. Grievance is a dispute. That's what the PERB is about. And I get that process can be take time and be unsatisfactory in that way. But it's not for the council. And you had also said create enforceable standards for administrator conduct with real consequences when they fail to meet them. That would for us to create enforceable standards would be to pass a law. You don't want a law regarding conduct. And even if you had a law regarding conduct, I don't know how it would be enforced. I don't know if you were here at the beginning of the hearing, but I was asking witnesses, how do we ensure quality? So some of the complaints are the result of decisions by school leaders, bad decisions. I don't know how you legislate that there'll only be good decisions. I don't know how you legislate a good conduct. I don't know how you legislate quality conduct. That's part of our struggle here with retention of teachers and principals is we want quality. How do we ensure quality? And It's not something that we can legislate. I think I'll leave it there.
Thank you.
So, thank you for your testimony. Thank all of you for your testimony. I appreciate it. I think we're near the end. Tiffany Fuller. Sandra Gonzalez, who's with Carlos Rosario. Is that the two of you? One of you is Tiffany Fuller and one of you is Kimberly DeJesus. So Carlos Rosario decided to show up in force. Ibrahim Bannister. Dr. Jamal Sewell. I don't know how to pronounce this. Stenaya Williams. I don't call the name again. Tiffany Fuller.
Good evening, Chairman, council members and staff. My name is Tiffany Fuller. I am a Ward 7 resident. I serve on the Chancellor Furby's Parent Advisory Board. I'm a proud parent of 2 DCPS students. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify about the importance of teacher retention, as well as how movement within the system is healthy and that there is no one size fit all. I want to start off by saying that my mom has dedicated over 30 years of her life to DCPS as an educator. She recently retired in 2019. And I'm an advocate today because she was an advocate. She valued the public system. She valued DCPS. Additionally, I'm a proud product of this system. I too graduated from Duke Ellington School of the Arts, and I believe in DCPS. I've lived it, and I'm fighting to ensure that my kids get the same experience. My sons have the privilege of attending Watkins Elementary School, as well as Stewart Hopkins Middle School. My son Jeremiah is over here to your right, by the way. Both of them are in the Capitol Hill cluster. And I want to start off by saying we've had our ups and downs like any parent in any school, but my kids have been blessed by the teacher network within DCPS. I want to stress that there's no one size fit all system when it comes to our teachers and principals. My kids have had a strong relationship, and myself have had strong relationships with teachers who have come from other DCPS schools because of the strong network. When teachers have the ability to move around within the DCPS system, they are able to find the best fit for them. An environment that they can thrive, which directly benefits retention and, of course, impacts our kids. I want to mention once again that movement within the system is healthy. Let me share what that looks like in real life. Most recently, my son Jeremiah, to your right, last year, Watkins was one of the best school years he's had at DCPS. Mind you, we're coming from Knoxville, Tennessee. And so he had 4 new 5th grade teachers at Watkins. They called them the Wolf Pack. It was Miss Wolf, Mr. O, Miss Mitchell, and Miss Hellman. Most of these teachers had prior DCPS experience. All of them brought fresh energy, new perspectives, a genuine passion for teaching. And they sought to align themselves with leadership.
Ms. Fuller.
I know.
Yeah, you're out of time. If you could summarize in 20 seconds.
Yes, in 20 seconds, what I want to say is this. My son is proof that the system works. As a 4th grade student, he tied for the most improvement in math in the entire nation in 2024. This was national assessment, an 8-point increase that outpaced every other state. While the nation's fourth graders were dropping in reading scores, my son and the rest of the DC fourth graders were improving and surpassed both large city and national averages. That's what our teachers are accomplishing.
I'm going to have to say thank you. I have
Okay.
your statement.
Thank you.
Sandra Gonzalez.
Good evening, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the council. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Sandra Gonzalez, and I am the Vice Principal at the Harbor Street campus. I'm honored to testify why educators remain and thrive at Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School. We serve adult multilingual learners, offering pathways to better opportunities via English classes, GED high school diplomas, preparation for careers in fields like IT, nursing, bilingual teacher assistant, and culinary arts. Meaningful work, crucial for educator retention at our school. Last school year, we employed 59 teachers and retained 83%, significantly higher than the public charter school average. This success is no accident. It stems from a school culture that supports educators as whole individuals and professionals. And I'm paraphrasing so that I meet the 3 minutes. What has kept me at CR for a decade is that the school embodies my beliefs about education, equity, and community. It's not just a workplace for me, it is who I am. A key retention factor is our internal pipeline. Many faculty were once our students, returning as educators after completing one or more of our programs. This reflection fosters deeper commitment from both staff and students. In my role, I focus on building trust with teachers, fostering professional growth, listening to their aspirations, and celebrating their efforts. Teaching adult multilingual learners is demanding, so retention hinges on leadership that values and respects teacher input. Teacher voice is integral to our operations. Educators participate in committees that influence instructional practices and school policies. Leadership is responsive to feedback, co-solutioning, fostering shared decision-making, and strengthening trust. We make concrete investments to improve working conditions. Additional staffing like digital literacy tutors, para-educators, and permanent part-time substitutes alleviates burnout and supports teachers in meeting student needs. We offer competitive benefits, flexible scheduling options, and high-quality professional development offerings, demonstrating our long-term commitment to growth and a positive environment. 96% of our faculty would recommend working here. 94% expect to be there next year, and 81% feel their contributions are recognized. These are indicators of a healthy, sustainable professional environment. At the same time, retention is not only a school level issue, as we've heard tonight. Housing affordability poses a retention challenge for educators throughout DC. If DC wants teachers and leaders to stay, housing support and incentives must be part of the solution. In closing, Carlos Rosario retains educators through our clear mission, investment in our people, and building a true community of belonging. I invite the council to visit our school and witness firsthand the impact of supporting educators to stay, grow, and lead. Thank you for your time and commitment to educators across the district.
Thank you. Kimberly DeJesus.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Kimberly De Jesus. I am originally from Puerto Rico, and this is my 11th year teaching at Carlos Rosario Public Charter School. I teach level 1 ESL. I have taught both adults and children in multiple states and worked as a translator and interpreter before coming to Carlos Rosario. I can say without hesitation that this is the most special place I have ever worked. What keeps me here is the culture. Our students and staff come from many different countries, backgrounds, and life experiences, but we are united by a shared mission to empower adult learners. This is not a job where you simply teach and go home. Our students stay with you. We care deeply about them, and that sense of shared responsibility is felt across the entire school. One of the most important investments Carlos Osorio has made is in working conditions that make teaching sustainable. Earlier in my career, I taught large classes on my own. When I received my first classroom assistant, it completely changed my experience as a teacher. I was able to differentiate instructions, work with small groups, and better support students who speak languages other than the ones I speak. Having assistants who understand our culture and our students has allowed me to be a better teacher and has made it possible for me to stay long-term. Leadership at Carlos Osorio also treats educators as whole people. My supervisors know me personally, support my professional growth, and care about what happens in my life outside the classroom. I have been encouraged to pursue graduate study, share my art at the school, teach yoga, and bring my full self into this community. That kind of support builds loyalty and trust. Even as a part-time instructor, I receive benefits that are rare in education. The school contributes to my retirement, provides paid holidays, offer annual bonuses, and includes part-time faculty fully in professional development and conferences. These investments signal that every educator is valued. Carlos Osorio also makes a point of recognizing and celebrating educators. Years of services are acknowledged, peers recognize one another's contributions, and the school creates opportunities throughout the year to build community and show appreciation. Those moments matter. They remind us that staying is valued, that our commitment is noticed, and that our work is respected. In addition, teachers' voice is taken seriously. I am asked for my input and see it reflected in decisions, feeling respected and supported. Carlos Osorio is intentional about hiring people who understand this work and are prepared for its demands. That clarity combined with strong support is why educators stay. If the district wants to improve teacher retention, schools need the resources to invest in people the way Carlos Osorio does, by valuing educators as professionals and as human beings. Thank you for the opportunity to share my experience.
Thank you. Next, we have Ibrahim Bannister, I believe is online. Please proceed. We can't hear you. You don't appear to be muted, but we don't have any audio from you. Nope.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. My apologies. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Ibrahim Bannister Jr., and I'm a first-year 8th grade ELA SPED teacher at DC Prep Anacostia Middle Campus, serving Ward 8. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony regarding my time as a first-year teacher and the motivating factors that affect myself and my colleagues as it relates to keeping great educators within the district, serving our amazing scholars, families, and communities at large. Teacher retention is not accidental. It is built through support, training, and sustainable funding. It goes without saying that strong schools keep strong teachers when educators feel equipped, valued, and able to grow. As many have and will continue to testify, a fully funded equitable education budget is essential to making that possible in DC and in the LEAs that serve our scholars. Speaking directly to my experience at DC Prep Anacostia Middle, I've seen firsthand how beneficial it is for our students to have access to meaningful mental and behavioral health supports provided by the on-staff trained and licensed clinicians and specialists. These crucial services ensure that our students receive the care they need to be emotionally ready to learn. And because these systems exist, I am able to focus on instruction, relationships, and academic growth, not crisis management alone. I couldn't imagine the impact on our scholars, their families, and our overall school community if these services were discontinued due to budget constraints. As a new teacher, continued professional development will be critical to my long-term success. I'm blessed and grateful for the thoughtful PDs that are provided by DC Prep, which provide coaching and training and have helped me strengthen my instruction and meet the real needs of my students. A fully funded budget allows schools like mine to continue evolving PDs to meet the growing demands of this profession. The support I received from DC Prep, my leaders, and the entire senior staff as a whole have allowed me to wake up every day with joy, passion, and purpose to fully realize this calling as a Black male educator looking to liberate the minds of the scholars I'm blessed to serve every single day. When it comes to distinction between LEAs, DCPCS, or charter schools, we can all agree that classification shouldn't matter as long as the child is liberated and educated to realize their fullest potential. However, feelings are not facts. And the fact remains that charter schools continue to educate nearly half of DC's public school students, which is why we must agree equitable funding is liberation for all. Retaining strong educators at strong LEAs like DC Prep and Anacostia Middle directly affects the stability and success of thousands of children across the city waiting to take hold of their dreams. Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee, in closing, I'd like to reiterate the importance that when we invest in equitable education funding, we're investing in teachers, students, and the long-term future of DC. It is no secret that DC's budget next year will be more constrained than it has been for a while. And while there are many important funding needs in DC, I hope my testimony as a first-year teacher expressed how important it is that DC continues to invest in our city's children by investing in their educators. Please prioritize equitable education funding in next year's budget, and remember that half of DC's students attend charter schools. Thank you for your time and commitment to our schools and our community.
Thank you, Mr. Bannister. There are two other witnesses on the list, Dr. Jamal Sewell, who I think is not here, and Stenaya Williams, who I have their statement, but I don't think they're here either. And I don't think I have questions for any of you. Just double check. Nope. Thank you all for your testimony. The three of you who are here in person and Mr. Bannister online, thank you. Give me just a second. So that's going to conclude this hearing. As I indicated at the beginning, the record will close in 2 weeks. That's 5 p.m. on Wednesday, February 4th, 2026. We will have a hearing tomorrow at 10 a.m. in this room, where we will hear from government witnesses on the same topic of teacher and principal retention. So the testimony today has been helpful as we prepare for tomorrow's hearing. And I suspect there will be some questions for government witnesses tomorrow based on the testimony we heard today. So I want to thank all the witnesses. And with that, the time is 8:51 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.